going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Podcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fucking fantastic one because it's Thursday. It's Thursday, October 27th, 2022, and it's 11:27 a.m., and I'm actually early in comparison to the rest of the Thursdays that you're used to because on Thursdays, I normally wear pink. Just kidding. On Thursdays, I shoot leftovers. Unfortunately, Ethan Klein said some things that people absolutely utilized against him, weaponized against him, and got himself banned. My co-host on the Leftovers podcast, Ethan Klein, the man, the myth, the legend himself, fucked around once again and got himself banned for the week. And that ban was delivered immediately after Leftovers was done live recording. So that episode is now a legendary episode that you probably haven't been able to fucking hear, unfortunately for you. Between me and him, someone asked who gets canceled more. I don't know. But what I do know is I think Ethan Klein was canceled less when he was like a gamer. %100%. I think he gets canceled more because like I'm a little bit more weathered in this space. But yeah, I think I would go so far as to say he gets canceled. He used to get canceled way less for when he was doing actual cancelable shit that he himself now looks back at and would probably cancel himself over. You know what I mean? And it's like, and the irony is that like back then that shit didn't happen. You get canceled a similar amount, but if it was the current environment, but 2014, yeah, lol. It's just strange to consider that like, you know, when he was a gamer boy, everybody loved it. They never fucking thought about it. You know what I mean? Anyway, regardless. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, we're here. He didn't get canceled when he was center right. He gets canceled now because he's more leftist. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. All right, YouTube didn't give a fuck back then. No, that's not what I'm saying. Did you see Cenk saying he's voting for Caruso? I did. Yes. He's old. He's a businessman. And I disagree with that opinion of his vehemently. Like even the underlying premises that he's launching his opinion off of, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. 8-hour debate with Cenk when I don't want to even do that. I don't want to give the problem is like everybody fucking hates Karen Bass because, you know, she sucks. We'll talk about that. But like, and understandably so. Karen Bass sucks. She's awful. Los Angeles has a lot of issues. Los Angeles is a blue safe haven where neoliberal policies enacted by those who are exactly like Karen Bass have destroyed the city. Okay, it's like, why is the screen so bright? It's my light was on. I'll turn it off. But like, I'm not gonna fucking ever vote for a Republican instead. You know what I mean? Fuck that shit. Okay. Anyway, we'll do it. So you guys didn't film pre-leftovers? No, we didn't. And the reason for why we didn't is because Andrew last second said he's feeling under the weather and said he couldn't do it. So we didn't do it. But listen, you've gotten drunk with power? Yeah, you have. All right. Anyway, this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news before we get into all the news. You guys are like fucking running crazy You're running crazy and you're like, dude, come on, cover the news, cover Rick Caruso, cover Cenk, all this shit. No, the only thing I'll be covering right now is my personal news, okay? What's going on in my motherfucking life. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're doing right now, okay? That's what we're doing right now. And what's going on in my life is yesterday I ended the broadcast early, as you guys already know. And I drove over to a haunted house that was very far away from my place. And you got to see a different side of me. And by that, I mean, not really. You just got to see me thriving, okay? Living and aliving and thriving. What do I mean by that? Well, I was fucking popping off. I was acting a fool. But also, I was getting my ass handed to me by people who played Among Us way too fucking long when the meta was popping. I threw the first round, unfortunately, because we were working through the kinks of like how to do it, and I wasn't quick enough to figure out exactly how to do it. And that's definitely something that we had to work on there. But and then Ludwig just came in and used the exploit over and over again. But stream was great. I think the YouTube video will be great as well. Stop sending me the candid photo. It's already on the docket. We're already gonna address it. Okay, we're gonna address the small head allegations. Okay, we're gonna do it. Shut the fuck up. My accents were on point. I think it's funny that you guys saw it. How bad everyone else's accents are. And now I think, like, because of that, you will most likely... I took a ride in an EV designed for live streamers with an NVIDIA 2080 gaming ring plus VR cameras for streaming it. There was a guy there wearing your Thrill Can Kill merch. Fuck yeah. You're all around. You're all around. They're everywhere. Watch out. HasanAbi heads are everywhere. Watch out. Fucking watch out. But yeah, I ended the broadcast last night. I went over, I did the Cutie Cinderella stream. It was fucking awesome. After that, we went over to some, some hookah place that Ludwig thought was going to be good, but the food was kind of mid, whatever. But there was some HasanAbi heads there working. We got some food that was mid overall. Went to sleep. Woke up this morning. Somebody fucking backed into my garage door and broke it up a little bit, and I had to fix that this entire morning. That's why I'm a little late. Yeah, that's why I'm late. There's like a film fucking crew or whatever that like backed into my shit, but it's fine. It wasn't Murat. It was not Murat. I talked to them already. I patched it up, and I'm gonna fix. I mean, it's already fixed pretty much. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. But yeah, I woke up to that shit, and I was like, what the fuck? And I had to work with that. But luckily, I'm sure there's a lot of memes that have come out of yesterday's interaction. I think so. Anyway, we got a lot of fucking blast off memes, and also I got a lot to talk about. So let's just get into it. Today I'm going to have Jack Wagner from Yeah But Still podcast come and talk about his other podcast that he started, where he interviews people that have had like, very spooky, very scary, very strange, once in a lifetime events. So I will be talking to him as well, who'll be giving us some spooky stories, also known as Versace Tamagotchi. I also am a nominee for Streamy. Will it be full on cuties Twitch? I had to leave so halfway through. It's gonna be on the YouTube video will come out too. Wait, I'm up for 3? I thought I was up for 2. Okay, we'll look at all that. Apparently, I'm up for streaming. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to win it, but pretty cool regardless. Thank you for thinking of me, Streamy Awards. Very nice of you. It will be sad when I don't win, but Still very nice regardless. No leftovers today. Leftists will vote for the streamers, but not for the midterms. No one is voting for the streamers. Let's be real. I don't think you can vote for the streamers anyway. I'm live, no leftovers. I'm up for multiple streamies. Nominated for multiple streamies. Talking about the Congressional Progressive Caucus and their diplomacy calls and the backlash. Russia's dirty bomb claims. Think you have the most nominations? I don't think so. Yeah, the streamer list is so stacked this year too. It's crazy. Okay. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, it's the streamings. It's like the Oscars of the fucking digital world, which doesn't really mean much, but you know, what are you going to do? The link one more time. Bitch, I fucking already put it, Oni Spumoni. You are drunk with power. Shut the fuck up. It's already in there. Oh my God. You are drunk with power. I pick a couple of your blast off. I pick a couple of your blast off tweets and you fucking go crazy, dude. You're crazy. Anyway, Kanye originally wanted to title the Ye album Hitler. Yeah, I saw that. We'll be talking about that too. Ye's original name for his album was Hitler, and more news. Then does Jack no longer have a Twitter? Is M Hood in here? Does Jack no longer have a Twitter? Huh. Oh, it is. It's Jack D. Wagner. Okay, good. Okay. We'll be over to spooky stories from his new interview. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Jesus Christ. Talking about okay, there you go. It's a fat one. We made a big one with a lot of memes, okay? And because I'm not live at the normal time that I would normally be live at, I need you guys to juice this, okay? Because normally on this day, I'll be live at like 1. Okay? I'd be live at 1 usually at this time. And instead, today, I'm live early, like at the normal time that I'm live at. So people are going to be confused by that. Some people are not going to get their noties. So juice this shit, okay? It's an early Thursday, baby. Let's fucking go. Did you guys enjoy last night, by the way? I'll talk about that as well a little bit more here before we fully get started. It was so much. It was good. Really good. I enjoyed it a lot. Cutie is a legend for throwing shit like that together. I would never be able to do that. Oh, I'm nominated for news. That's why. Okay, that makes sense. I'm nominated for news alongside Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan. Again, the Philip DeFranco show. Okay, so let's go through my streamies. Because I've been nominated for some streamies, apparently. Or should I do that later? Okay, whatever. Maybe we'll do that later. Maybe do that in a little bit. How about that? You're nominated for news, just chatting, and streamer of the year. Yeah. You shit on us theater. You shit on theater kids, but you're the most dramatic motherfucker out of the group. No, I'm not, dude. Oh fuck, come on, bro. You got Ludwig. Well, I think me and Will are probably the most dramatic. You got Myth. You got Lud. There were a lot of fucking theater kids in there. If anything, the girls are like less theater kid than we are. Like they're more straightforward, straight and narrow than we are. You know what I mean? Like it's like me, Will, Ludwig, and Myth we're just so lame. We are so incredibly lame. We are so. Ray put an effort with the character. Yeah, Ray was like out of the girls, like Ray definitely put some effort into her character, but like we were going fucking brazy with it. Okay.
You sausage pocket!
How dare you, sir? I do declare! What? You, with your devilish ways and your silver tongue, seduced Mr. Plum, my lover.
What?
That's right.
You're lovers?
Yes. Yes.
You're gay, sir?
I might be. So what? Do you have a problem with that, Mr. Green?
In the church, we teach other practices, but it's fine by me,
I saw you browsing my wares too seductively.
Can you quit talking about fucking? We're not talking about fucking, we're talking about the will of the Lord.
It's so bad. Oh, we're so bad, dude. We're just so bad. Honestly, it's like bad theater kids. That was pretty good. Yes, and for Myth. Yeah, Myth popping off with a yes and. Ludwig, Mercs, Hasan, and Will.
History will forget, Mr. Body.
You don't want to check his pulse?
I think I killed him. Hey. I'm Fortnite dancing on your bodies. History will forget.
I mean, of course, as bad as half the charm. How much research do you do about Colonel Mustard before taking on the role? Bro, what are you talking to fucking... You're making it seem like I'm a method actor or something. Yeah, dude, I'm Shia LaBeouf. I actually went to the Serengeti. Did a little bit of big game hunting before I could get into character. As you know, Colonel Algernon Jebediah Mustard, thank you for my service, was a decorated war veteran and a big game hunter. That's right. Hasan is gone. I am now Colonel Algernon Mustard. The Luddy is going viral. The Luddy is now in Kaisenat's dance rotation. That's hilarious. That's crazy. It's wild because, like, dude, he is so much. God damn it, dude. He hit the Luddy so hard. It's the Kaisenati now. Like, that's insane. Black people can literally make anything look cool. I mean, Kai is a very unique entertainer. I don't think this has anything to do with him being black, but should not have read that. But he is very good. Appropriating white culture, shaking my head. Bro, it's no longer white culture. Okay? This is no longer white culture. Okay? The Luddy has escaped white culture in a very unique moment. For the first time in the history of culture, which oftentimes is, you know, white people robbing black people and doing culture vulture shit. For the first time ever, it has gone in the exact opposite direction, and now it's over. It's done. It's no longer white culture. You can't do the Luddy now. It's cultural appropriation. Those guys manifested it by saying some Ludwig ass motherfucker, and here we are. Yeah. Your streamy link for your streamer of the year goes to your Ukraine invasion coverage. Wait, really? Oh my God. People are going to get so fucking mad at that and literally act like I was fucking pro-Russia or some shit. Yo, people forget, like, I was thinking about this morning, right? So I got nominated for a bunch of streamies, right? Including my news, including in the news category. I got nominated for a streamy for, you know, I think best just chatting streamer. But here, let's go through it, okay? Here's the 12th annual nominees for the Streamy Awards, okay? Creator of the Year is Addison Rae, Airac, Blogalates, Charlie D'Amelio, Dream, Gideon, Logan Paul, Mark Rober, Mr. Ball, and Mr. Beast. Show of the Year goes to Challenge Accepted, Chicken Shop Date, Good Mythical Morning, Hot Ones. Oh, fucking Sean Evans once again. My immortal enemy. I spent a day with Anthony Padilla, In Space with Markiplier, RDC World. Oh, shit, RDC World. Nice. Side Talk, Twitch Rivals. By WoW Presents. Stream of the Year is HasanAbi, I Show Speed, Kai Sinat, Kaide, Ludwig, Pokemon, Quackity, Toduk, Valkyrie, and XQC. We got 2 Turks up there. That's crazy. 2 fucking Turks, man. How wild is that? 2 Turks in the Stream of the Year Awards. That's crazy to me. Okay? Anyway, that's pretty fire. I'll be real. I don't think I'm going to win any of these. Okay? Because I was thinking about it and I was like, there's no shot I win any of these because, like, you know, my qualities are that, you know, I'm good at community building. I'm a consistent streamer. I'm probably the most consistent streamer out of anyone in any list, right? Because as one of the top streamers on this platform and in the world at this point, I am super consistent. I do the news every fucking day. But that in and of itself is not exactly going to push the fucking needle. Like, that's not going to, you know, and XQC as well, obviously, is another person who is profoundly consistent. I would say it's like me and XQC are the 2 most consistent streamers on this list, but that doesn't mean anything. XQC is more consistent. Brother, we have literally both streamed every single day with exceptions, unless like XQC is literally dying, he doesn't stream, and it's the same for me. How are you going to say X is more consistent? Like, there are not enough days in the fucking year for us to be fighting each other over this, okay? But anyway, the point is, consistency is not key here, right? Consistency is not key here. XQ doesn't take Sundays off. That's funny you should say that because neither do I, motherfucker. I say that I'm going to. The only XQ streams 16 plus hours with ease. I know. He streams a lot more than I do. That is 100% a fact. I'm saying, though, that, like, consistency as in, like, every day at 11 a.m. Pacific, you know I'm going to be here. I'm talking about a schedule. But XQC is like literally, he streams nonstop. He's a demon. I'm not saying that I stream more than he does. He streams more than I do, of course. Regardless, though, so but consistency is not key in this in this process. Consistency is not the important thing in this process. Because Cenk does a lot of very unique streams. Even I Show Speed, I think, does a lot of very unique streams. Ludwig does a lot of very unique streams. He literally fucking creates new metas. He absolutely is like, these guys are pushing boundaries, right? So there is that reality, and I think like I haven't done too much of that because my style of commentary and content does not lend itself to that as much. So I think that is one thing that I have going against me. Okay, that's definitely one thing I have going against me in a category like this. But having said that, I thought about a lot. I thought about this a lot. Like, what do I do? What do I bring to the table? And I was thinking, like, what do I bring to the table? Like, if we were looking at this seriously, right? If we're looking at this seriously, because, like, my immediate reaction was, I'm not going to win any of this shit, okay? Because, like, I don't have a very high view of myself. I think these guys are fucking brilliant. They're talented. They're incredible streamers. They're incredible content creators in general. And what I was thinking, like, what do I bring to the table is, like, yeah, what I do is very unique. And it's not very easy to replicate. And more importantly than that, like, this community has grown. And as it has grown, it has created a bunch of, community leaders, community organizers, labor union organizers. Like, there's so much influence that this community has in general that is not exactly replicable in any meaningful capacity. And also on top of that, like, we've raised hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of the past year on all of these important issues that I've talked about. So there's that too. You know what I mean? Like, there is definitely a lot of you and Hulal. There is certainly a lot of people that, I mean, there's certainly a lot that this community does. Like, there's certainly a lot that I bring to the table as a streamer that I think, like, you know, I understand why I would be on here. Russia has invaded Ukraine. This is what they linked it to. Oh my God. Everyone's going to get so fucking mad at that. Honestly, you're extremely consistent with your content. Your streams are never boring, but they're never, like, exceptional, I guess. Times when you brought some cool guests are, like, your peaks. Usually, BB No Money is a great example. But, like, when I have guests on, people don't actually fucking... when I have guests on, people don't even fucking appreciate that content, I don't think. I think you're selling yourself short. You got a lot of variety. Blacksmith, Coachella, cancellation streams, Anime Expo, TwitchCon, politics, gaming collabs, guests, True World Impact, fundraising, Among Just Chatting reacts. Yeah. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. But, you know, we got that. So international is a category that is tiny, in my opinion. Short form, DeMarcus Sean, Ian Boggs, Savannah Moss, Sheena Milwani, and the Cheeky Boyos. Individual awards, breakout character, Ben of the Week, Call Me Chris, Kristen Titus, Mr. Ballin, Ryan Trahan. I'm not entirely familiar with these guys. Breakout streamer, Emiru, I Show Speed, Cenk, K Katamina. Ooh, look at that. Myung mentioned. Nice. Cutie Cinderella. Nice. Collaboration, Ludwig, My Game Show Broke YouTube. Mr. Beast, Extreme $1 million Hide and Seek. Mark Rober. Just Dustin, Hacksmith Industries Unspeakable. First YouTuber to break the order wins 10K. Sam and Colby, Call Me Chris. Selena Spooky Boo, Our Inexplainable Night at Crescent Hotel. You don't even react to shows anymore, and I think that might help you in the awards. Creator for Social Good, Invisible People, Mr. Ballin, Mr. Beast and Mark Rober, hashtag Team C's, Ryan Tran, Feeding America, The Game Theorist, St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. Creator product they have, Happy Dad by Nelk, Holo Taco by friend of the show, Simply Nailogical, Prime Hydration, Popflex by Blogilates, and Feastables by Mr. Beast. Crossover, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Gordon Ramsay, Haley Road Bieber, Lily Reinhardt, Camila Mendez, and Madeline Pesht. and Post Malone. In first person, what does that mean? Why is Gideon on first person? We got just chatting streamers. In the category of just chatting, you have Bruce, drop M off. You have me, HasanAbi, once again. When you click on my name, it takes you to something that doesn't exist, though. That's interesting. Why don't they just like click? What? Okay. Kai Sinat, Quackity, and XQC. I mean, this is a fat list, dude. I'm going up against some fucking demons, dude. I mean, this is crazy. You got Quackity. Quackity has international appeal. Like, I mean, he's a brilliant content creator. Love him. You have Kai Sinat, also incredible, entertaining, unique. You have Bruce Dropamoff, same, incredibly entertaining, blowing up, great content creator. You have XQC, same with that. I mean, it's crazy that like these are some of the best content creators on the fucking planet that I have to go up against for just chatting. It's not, you know, I'm getting cooked on that. XQC doesn't even do just chatting. I don't know why the fuck they put him in that category. Like, he's a variety streamer. XQC is more of a variety streamer than any of these other streamers. Asmongold is on the variety list. Lyric, Ludwig, Moist Critical, and Valkyrie are going up against one another. On VTuber, you have Code Miko, Iron Mouse, Nyaners, Vebe, Zentria. On podcast, you got Caller Daddy, H3 Podcast, the most canceled podcast in America. Impulsive, Mr. Ballin Podcast, and On Purpose with Jay Shetty. On the scripted series, you have, oh my God, Darmon mention, I'm losing it. In Space with Markiplier, Jack Pop, Normal British Series, and RDC World. I really wish RDC World wins something on this one. They're so goated. Unscripted series, Challenge Accepted, Chicken Shop Date, I Spent the Day, Side Talk, Subject Awards, Animated, I'm skipping some of these. Beauty, Bailey, Syrian, Brad Mondo, Michaela Noguera, Miss Darcy, Nikki Tutorials. Comedy, Adrian Bliss, Call Me Chris, RDC World, Rich Black Guy, and the McFarlanes. Commentary, you got, Chad, Danny Gonzalez, Drew Gooden, Jarvis Johnson, and Legal Eagle. These are all, this lineup is stacked as fuck. Like all of my favorite content to react to. You know what I mean? Look at that. And competitive gaming side, that's a stacked ass list too. You got It's Timmy, Nick Merckx, Shroud, Taruk, and Tens. On dance, you got B-Dash, Enola Bedard. I don't know anything like here. Fashion and style, you got Gunner, Death the Rage, Ken's Lauren, Mina Lee, Nikita Dragon, Wisdom K. On food, Babish Culinary Universe, Cooking with Linja, Nick DiGiovanni, Side Surf Cake Studio, Uncle Roger, Gamer. Wait, what is this? There's like competitive gamer and then gamer. Afmao, Dream, Laserbeam, Markiplier, and Tommy Innit, Health and Wellness, Kids and Family, Learning and Education, Lifestyle. And then news is another category that I was nominated for. My management just texted me, actually, said I was nominated for 4. I don't know why. But Brian Tyler Cohen, Channel 5 with Andrew Callahan, Gay News with Josh Helfgott, me, HasanAbi, and the Philip DeFranco Show. I don't know what the 4th thing would be, though. Science and Engineering. Ooh, I Did a Thing is up. That's fire. That makes me happy. Sports, technology. Ooh, Linus Tech Tips. Cinematography, editing, visual and special effects, writing, brand of the year, agency of the year, brand management, and then the rest of this is just like brand shit. But I don't know. Influencer campaign, social impact campaign. What is the 4th one that I'm on? I think you need to realize that you're on a list with people you think are awesome because people think you are awesome. No, I'm on 3. I don't know why my management said 4. I'm on 3. Maybe they counted H3 podcast too because of the leftovers. I think. Or it's just like, you know, competitive gaming, I guess. But yeah, no, that makes me happy. It makes me happy. A lot of my friends are being recognized. You know, a lot of these incredible content creators are being recognized. Obviously, this kind of stuff always leaves some people behind, no matter what happens, right? There are plenty of people that also are more deserving of this. There are plenty of people that are also deserving of being mentioned. And unfortunately, if they don't get it, I mean, you know, don't worry. I'm not going to win anything, so it doesn't really matter. I would say, like, Germa. For example, in, like, you know, he's been, I think he's been very... He has made a lot of really unique content over this past year. You know what I mean? I think that that is like pretty important. But they didn't pay for it. Yeah, no, totally. Because I paid so much money to the streamies to make sure that I get nominated. You know? But I guess Germa was not nominated because he's not real. You know? I suspect that that's the main reason why he didn't get nominated. Like, you have to be like a real human, or because he's going to prison for murder. That could be another reason why. I wish he was, though. Politics? You made this up. That's not a real category. That'd be really funny if Matt Gaetz was on there, though. Last night, Goomba confirmed. Okay, I need to address something. Before we get to the news, I need to address something. Last night, I saw a tweet, and I wanted to call it out, okay? But before I show you the tweet here, we're going to juice this one more time. We're going to juice this tweet one more time, okay? Because, you know, it's like I said, I'm earlier than usual, which is, you know, not normal for Thursdays. So I suspect that people are not, you know, coming in. They don't fucking know that I'm live, okay? So anyway, Steven Crowder calls Kamala a whore. Nice. Classic. Yeah. Last night, you know, we did some dressing up. I was Colonel Mustard, okay? I was Colonel Mustard. And then I saw something on the website. On this fucking website, okay, on Twitch, or on Twitter, a website not famous for slander. I mean, not famous for lies, but famous for the truth. I saw something that hurt my soul, okay? I saw slanderous statements. You will be, Addy Online, you will be getting a call from my lawyers, okay? Not lawyer, lawyers, plural. Do you understand me? This person said, someone pointed this out and now I can't unsee it. And that's like, oh, what is that? It's a photo of just, you know, two best friends hanging out. What is that? What's that about? Oh, you think this is funny? Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's really funny, right? Isn't it? Really funny. It's not. It's not funny. Stop laughing at my normal-sized head. Yo, stop photoshopping photos. My head's already tiny. What the fuck's wrong with you? Megaphonics loves doxing himself. It's kind of crazy. I've never met someone who's like, please dox me. Like, why'd you send me that, Megaphonics? Why'd I even click on that? Like, God damn it. He's like, hey, this is my relative with his fucking Christian government name. Hello. What's wrong with you, bro? Stop sending me shit like that. Half the time I need to ban this motherfucker for his own good. Wait, what happened? Bro, you sent me text messages from your relative with your relative's like full Christian government name on there, brother. What's up? What's up with you? What is this poll? Do you think his small head is funny? Yes, no, but actually yes. What the fuck? There's a fucking mod mutiny in here. It's not funny. It's actually not funny. It is unfunny, okay? Not funny. Stop laughing. Stop laughing at my small head. I mean, my average sized head. This you? Yeah, that's me, man. That's the normal size of my head. The funniest part is I can't tell if this is Photoshop. No, this is not Photoshop. That's just how it looks, okay? That's just fucking how it looks in this photo. I'm sick and tired of this fucking slander, okay? Stop body shaming me. Only time motherfuckers vote is when there's a dumbass poll in the chat about whether they think my head is like comically small or not. That is fucked up, dude. That is actually fucked. You understand me? That's so fucked. Here's something to boost your ego in a completely normal sized head. Thank you. That helped, but there's only 44. Someone's at 14 FPS. Ego boost? I doubt that any of this is going to give me a fucking ego boost. Find out that Haas sperm is unable to fertilize because small head. Yeah, thanks for the ego boost, man. That was real funny. Can't believe they nominated Lud for this. Best cake. I destroy him. I destroy him. That's not even funny. That actually, okay. Small head stuff, funny. This is one area where I am so fucking confident in mine, dude. That's crazy. That's not even, you know. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, not a commentary on current events, developer says. Yeah, bro. No, for real. That's right. That's so true. Yeah, when they make you kill Soleimani with a fucking rocket and the guy looks exactly like Soleimani, they're just fucking around. That's just not a commentary on anything, really. But yeah, it's pretty cool. The streamy shit is pretty cool. Okay, we got Jack Wagner. We're going to talk about Kanye West and Hitler. We talked about Kai hitting the Luddy. This hot dude on Tinder left me hanging earlier this year, and now look who's come crawling back. Okay, awesome. Maybe we can go to a bar if you like. Yeah, I live near. A bar sounds exciting. I knew it was you on the HasanAbi stream. What the fuck? SDL. Unfortunately, you know, now that he's a Hasan fan, so he's back to a 0 out of 10. 300 likes? Who are these people? Like, they should be getting vaporized, okay? What a fucking psychotic take. Wait, is my title still No Leftovers Live soon? I feel like there's still a fucking community of motherfuckers who just like shit on me every time they have like an opportunity but like from the left. Anyway. What is that shit you drink every day? It's cold brew. Okay. Russia dirty bomb. I think SDL is a fan. Okay. Well, if I misunderstood it, then my bad. Okay. SDL's a pretty fascist retweets and Discord messages. So yeah, not left. I don't know. I don't care. People can change their minds. Stop saying ego boost and then linking me the dumbest shit. What is this? I'm so drunk at Hasan the Hun. Hasan. Okay. Juniper tweeted. Juniper got involved in the don't tell Hasan meta. She said, don't tell Hasan you went goblin mode. Every day we get one of these now, okay? Every day. Shouts out to Prezzo for destroying me, okay? Yet another instance where it's not even my fucking haters, it's my fans that are ruining me, okay? Ruining my fucking life. Anyone that wants to post a fucking selfie uses it as an opportunity to say I'm a fucking gay basher or a trans basher or just like an LGBT enemy, okay? It's ridiculous. Tucker Carlson's about to be like, what's going on? A new hero has risen through the ranks of the left. A person who's taken matters to his own hands, beating every trans person he can get his hands on. He calls himself an LGBT foe. And in modern America, that is something you can't do. But this man, Hasan Piker, has been able to achieve such impressive feats. It's a meme? No, yeah, it is a meme. I'm fucking around. Okay. If you don't like it, then stop attacking all these trans people. I can't stop myself. I can't stop myself, man. Yeah, Kanye West called his album, wanted to call his album Hitler. We're going to talk about that. We're going to finish the COD campaign. Also, COD Modern Warfare multiplayer is out today. We might do that as well. Funny vibes. This clip from Tucker last night with custom. Tucker last night was custom made for Hasan Rage Law. Okay, that's going to make me fucking go crazy. Emma Rips Cenk, the anti-establishment candidate, is the former Republican billionaire real estate tycoon. So many of these problems can be traced back to housing. Caruso will give real estate developers free reign. That can only exacerbate the conditions you describe. Yeah, 100%. That is, I mean, Emma put it perfectly. Rick Caruso literally has a fucking boulevard named after him at the Grove, okay? He is the real estate developer responsible for one of the most awful monstrosities in Los Angeles, also known as the Grove. I despise it. I have so much hate in my heart for the Grove. I go there every now and then because it has a movie theater in it, but like I do not like it, okay? Rick Caruso is a famous billionaire real estate developer and a lifelong Republican who is running for mayor in Los Angeles. He's running as a Democrat in Los Angeles, and he's been hosting a fuckload of meetings, okay? Closed-door meetings with, like, famous people, celebrities, rich people in general, as he tries to get them on his side, talking about fucking crime and homelessness, okay? Those are his two main focuses. Now, there is an issue with crime and homelessness in Los Angeles. Of course, the issue is caused by motherfuckers like Rick Caruso. It's wild to me that we're now at a stage where we're looking at a situation where it's like, oh yeah, I guess the only person that can solve crime and homelessness is the motherfucker causing it. Okay? We have homelessness because housing is insanely unaffordable. That is the main reason for homelessness. I've talked about this a million, gorillion fucking times. I don't know what else to say. There is so much evidence, okay? It is wild that people are still like, la, 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 can't hear you. Homelessness might be personal responsibility, something else. It's mental health. It's like, okay, we'll fix that then. No, won't do it. Crime is also a consequence of poverty, okay? And if your goal is to just continue pumping more funds into the multiple billion-dollar fund-receiving Los Angeles Police Department, as we have done for as long as we have been here, okay, as long as I've been in LA at least, if your goal to solve crime is not social programs, social safety nets, and to eviscerate poverty, but instead to fund more, police armored personnel carriers or whatever the fuck, so they can sit around in a crime scene and twiddle their goddamn thumbs and not really do anything and complain about the reason why they can't do their job is because they can't kill fucking 14-year-old Latino and black teenagers without scrutiny, then we're fucked. If you think the way to deal with homelessness is by over-policing homeless people, doing street sweeps, and then pushing them out to like other areas, okay? Just pushing them away. Just put all the homeless people in Skid Row. Then you're fucked. That's not going to fix the problem. There will always be a new supply of homeless people because people are getting priced out of housing. Why are they getting priced out of housing? Because real estate developers do not want affordable housing in Los Angeles. They do not want to increase the inventory of affordable housing in Los Angeles. Why? Because that means that their inventory of housing keeps going up in price. Therefore, they make more money. Their company's valuations go up. Their overall capital goes up. Why would you? Why would you push back against that? And the insanity is assuming that like Rick Caruso, a guy like Rick Caruso is going to fucking actually what is this? Oh, dude, what the fuck? Come get your uncle, dog. This constant whining to try to get Hasan to correct me is really dumb. I don't know what his position on Bass is. No, we've talked about it. I don't like Karen Bass. I told him. I think Karen Bass sucks. I think his criticisms of Karen Bass are valid, okay? Jake's criticisms of Karen Bass are valid. She's a fake progressive, okay? Bernie is endorsing her, okay? Bernie's endorsing her. Why? Because there's no other alternative. But if he likes her, I'm happy to do an 8-hour debate on that. This is not an endorsement of Caruso. This is me vomiting about how awful establishment Democrats are. I mean, that's true, but then he did kind of endorse him, right? He said, yes. Are you voting for Caruso? Yes. Karen Bass's main message seems to be that she's an establishment Democrat, no interest, who thinks things in LA are generally fine. They're not, and will work the system better. The problem is the system. There's nothing but incompetence and corruption here. We need change. And there's a very real problem here. I think that Cenk is genuine, okay? It's not like Jeffrey Katzenberg told him to fucking vote for Rick Caruso or whatever. You guys are so stupid if you think that that's the reason. No, there is another underlying reason there, okay? Cenk is a relatively rich person who is old and sees a lot of crime and sees how fucking corrupt the Democratic Party has been in California and thinks he can shake things up with who? A fucking psychotic Republican billionaire? Worst idea ever. Okay? But the problem here isn't just Cenk. The problem here isn't like trying to figure out the puzzle pieces to see if there's like any other reason why Cenk is doing this. No, the problem is there's a lot of people in Los Angeles like this. I've been talking about this for years, okay? I've been talking about this for the past couple of years. If you recognize, every time I talk about crime coverage, crime in Los Angeles coverage, I always talk about all the fucking rich Democrat motherfuckers I know and how fascist they get when they talk about homeless people. Okay? That is a consequence of all the fucking Instagram accounts that have propped up. That is a consequence of all the local media coverage. That's a consequence of the local media working in unison with the LAPD to make it seem like the LAPD is being shackled by the Democrats and these progressive DAs, right? Which is bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. Los Angeles Police Department is not doing its best. But also, if I'm going to be fucking honest about the Los Angeles Police Department, it's not their job. It shouldn't be the job of the police to fucking literally reduce crime. We have such a fucked up, weird, brain-broken understanding where like every American thinks like, no, crime fighting and vigilante justice is how you fucking solve crime. No, you solve crime at the systemic issues, okay? You can't fucking solve crime by throwing more money into a pile of fucking hot dog skinned potato sack dickheads that have guns and no accountability whatsoever. The real world is not like fucking Batman, dude.
Well, this is where...
Anyway, we'll continue on this, all right? Most people, even hella capitalists, fully know about the whole supply-demand scam that is the diamond industry and agree it sucks. Literally the same thing is happening with housing, so how come no one ever draws the similarities so that they maybe understand? Because there's a lot more... Diamonds are owned by like 8 fucking families, but housing is owned by every American. It's like the same concept of... It's the same concept as 401ks. 401ks have created a system where Americans care more about the fucking stock market than anything else because they're like, well, my 401k is down 30%. That's because of Brandon. 401ks have created a system where they believe that, where the average American believes that they have a genuine vested fucking interest in the stock market, and it's in improving the stock market. When in fact, your future should not be reliant on a 401k from the stock market. And the gains that are being made in the stock market are overwhelmingly going to the top 10% of wealth. And the losses are actually the only thing that socializes within the stock market. The gains are still held pretty fucking tightly. You're making like marginal improvements on your 401k. In the normal world, in the reality, and yet, no, you should still fucking contribute to your 401k. There's no other alternative. I will never tell you not to fucking have a comfortable nest egg for yourself. You should not have to work your entire life. You shouldn't work until you're fucking 75 because Social Security is clearly not going to cover it. Please do not misunderstand me. I've always talked about this. I've talked about this for years and years and years, okay? But there used to be a system. In a perfect world, there would be pensions, even though that is also a faulty system in and of itself because that's still employment-based. And also on top of that, you would have Social Security coverage, okay? Unions and union-backed pensions and Social Security should be able to help you retire. But because that's not enough, because that's completely inadequate, now instead of pensions, we have 401ks. Everything is privatized. Do you mean we shouldn't have police at all? I'm in the most respectful way possible. I'm just trying to see what you mean here. Do you mean we shouldn't have police at all and strictly deal with crime at a systemic level? I'm slightly confused at your take, and I'd like an elaboration. Sure, certainly. I believe that policing as an institution, if we think about it as a theory, a group of individuals that get together, have that maintain the presence of law and order and like solve crimes like detectives are supposed to do, all that shit, and maybe even in certain instances, make sure that certain antisocial people that are demonstrating violent antisocial urges need to stay away from the rest of society. That is valid. That has to exist. Okay? It does not matter if it's an anarchist, democratically organized formation of community watchers or whatever the fuck you want to call it. That has to still exist as a concept. I have always maintained that position. Okay? No matter what happens, you need some people to be like, hey, that's wrong. You can't do that. You know, don't break the rules. However, the way that policing works in the United States of America and globally, I would say, The way that policing works in a capitalist system is to side with the capital, to place the interests of capital over the interests of citizens. It says protect and serve, right? On the side of the fucking cop cars. But the real protecting and serving that is happening in the way that policing works under capitalism is protecting and serving the interests of capital. I am not the type of person who says like, no, I think our communities would be fine without any cops whatsoever. I've never maintained that position. I don't think that. There is, of course, going to be a place for people to maintain the presence of law and order. However, in a lot of black and brown communities and a lot of poor communities, the presence of police do not actually create a presence of law and order. It creates lawlessness and disorder. Okay, so that's one. In immediately, like off the bat, cops are not doing what they are theoretically supposed to do. Okay, but ultimately, the way to solve issues of violent crime, a lot of violent crime, property theft, grand larceny, these sorts of crimes, okay, or organized like retail theft or whatever the fuck, that is not, you don't solve that by making cops get better guns, okay? By giving cops better guns, giving cops better weapons, or allowing them to murder people on sight. You solve that at the systemic level because the root cause of crime is socioeconomic conditions, okay? Motherfuckers with more to lose are not going to fucking steal or do dumb shit. That's just the truth. It's the simplest way I can put it. If you have a bright future ahead of you, you are most likely not going to fuck shit up. If you're going to school and you're learning shit, you have, after school programs, you have friends, you have an opportunity to go to college, you have an opportunity to help your family and your community, you're not going to fuck that shit up. You are significantly less likely to go and fucking steal. You are significantly less likely to go and get a gun and do some crazy shit. It's super simple. And for some weird reason, we just cannot comprehend it. We think like, nah, you don't understand, bro. Like, nah, people are just like inherently violent, or it's rap music, or it's rap culture, or whatever the fuck. It's like, no, dude. There are people in enclaves in this fucking country living in third world developing nation conditions. There are places in Alabama where black communities do not have working sewage systems, okay? That is a disaster. That is an injustice that has not been solved, and it is directly a consequence of our white supremacist foundations, okay? It's insane. It's completely unacceptable, and we don't do anything about it. White collar crime is as if not more common than street crime, though the societal damages are much higher. The system just doesn't care about it for the reason you state, protecting the interests of capital. Yeah, wage theft is the largest percentage of theft that happens, okay, across the board. Like, when you look at actual theft in this country, you would think like, oh man, cars are being stolen at crazy rates, Grand Theft Auto, right? Or property crime is happening at an alarming rate. No, motherfucker, it's wage theft. And it impacts pretty much every single fucking person. And it's being done by pretty much every single employer. But because we live in a capital system, that is just completely cast aside. No one even thinks about it. It's like multiple X's too, like multipliers. So, Aaron Hernandez was a millionaire football player and killed people, right? He was well off and did bad shit. So I don't think it's 100% at all, but white supremacy, Lamont. Wait, what? Is that what you got out of what I just said to you? I understand that there's still motherfuckers who are going to do like antisocial, violent, psychopathic criminal shit. I'm not saying you eliminate serial killers by eliminating poverty, dumbass. Also, you're You're literally talking about a dude whose brain was fucking the size of a goddamn walnut as a consequence of being slammed into other 400-pound men for his entire adult life. The fuck are you talking about, dude? Why do you think he did that? Because that was his only way of upward social mobility, right? That's crazy. I can't believe this guy with demonstrable mental illness created by fucking concussions, as like wealthier billionaires fucking extract the gigantic chunk of his labor value, sit there and you know, keep adding more billions into their fucking wealth. That dude broke his fucking brain so hard he went and like did a shitload of psychotic violent crimes that are directly linked back to his CTE. So the example that you used is even worse than that. You could have just used like fucking, you know, any number of serial killers if that's what your argument is. If like, oh, well, you can't solve serial killers. I agree, you can't. Anyway. There's a lot of links as well between which groups in society are disenfranchised versus the ethnicity of the current combat sports champions. Back in the day, a lot of boxing champs were Jewish and Irish because they were so economically fucked. Yeah, we use the poorest people in our society as like gladiators for our own personal entertainment. I mean, that much is pretty obvious, right? Mr. HasanAbi, can you explain why yous dinna have pensions in America? That's crazy, dude. My man said, yous dinna have pensions in America. Capitalism. Anyway. That's the same reason why at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. That's the same reason why in order to avoid those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. Okay. Twitch Prime is free as long as you have an Amazon Prime account connected to your Twitch account where you get one free Prime subscription a month. That's the reason why you can also get lucky and get gifted a sub by those who are more fortunate than you in order to also avoid the ads. Okay. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. One Slice Gal, thank you for the 5 Tyrone gifted subs. So yeah, Cenk is talking about Karen Bass. This like made a lot of this had a lot of momentum because you know he is a very famous progressive liberal leftist, whatever you want to fuck call it. Not really a leftist all that much, but a social democrat. Talking about, you know, how much he despises Karen Bass. Yeeter Zeter, thank you for the 5, get the subs. And One Slice Gal and Sad Econ Major, thank you for the 5, get the subs. I think that crime and homelessness is a gigantic issue in Los Angeles. Okay? It is. It is a huge, huge issue. And I don't just mean like it's a huge issue in the sense that like it sucks that there are homeless people living on the streets. Obviously, first and foremost, that is the gigantic problem. Okay. But it's also an issue for everyone else. It's a matter of public safety, both for the homeless people that are do not have shelter, but it's a matter of public safety for a lot of the people that live around some of the homeless people that will then go and do crazy shit. I mean, the reality is like if you're devoid of shelter, if you haven't had shelter for years and years and years and years, yeah, your brain's gonna fucking break. Where'd you buy your headband from? It's a t-shirt whose I cut the sleeves off. It's a t-shirt sleeve. Okay? And it's happening everywhere. It's happening all around the motherfucking country. Okay? People are desperate, they're hungry, they're starving. Their mental health is like diminishing at an alarming rate. They're living in the fucking streets, they're eating trash, they're taking shits on the side of the fucking road. Yeah. That's not good. That's terrible. And it's happening in the wealthiest nation on the fucking planet. And there are places that have been able to eviscerate the homelessness problem, okay? And I don't mean in the fascist sense. I mean tackle the root cause. Okay? You need to have a housing first approach to homelessness. You need to put homeless people in homes. That's it. But that is unimaginable. Okay? That is fucking unimaginable. When I bring this up, people lose their minds. They're like, what? But they don't even realize, like, bro, that could be you one day. Okay? People think that that is just unimaginable and unjustifiable because people can imagine the end of the world before they can imagine the end of capitalism. Okay? Housing is a fundamental plank of wealth building in this country. We don't see homes as shelter, a necessary resource for survival. We see it as a leg up, a way to generate wealth for future generations. And that has created demonstrable problems. That is the reason why everyone with a home thinks, oh man, it sure is great that housing prices are constantly going up in my neighborhood, which is adding on to the wealth that I have because one day I might sell my house. But even if I don't sell my house, I can simply, take loans against it. It's collateral. I can take loans against it, and the more its price goes up in 10 years, the more loans I could take out against it, right? And for that reason, you just don't want more housing. You don't want more available. You don't want more availabilities. You don't want more inventory. Why do you think it hasn't at least been patched up for optics? Do you think it's a long-term strategy? Because under capitalism, it's about what you can get away with. Okay? Those who own capital will do everything in their power to continue squeezing as much as they possibly can. Your boss is always going to pay you as little as he possibly can and get the most work out of you for the least amount of pay. This contradiction is at the heart. This class contradiction is at the heart of capitalism. Your boss, your manager, operating at the behest of your boss, wants you to work as many hours as you physically, humanly can, while giving you the least amount of money he can get away with. You want to work the least amount of hours that you possibly could get away with and you want the most amount of pay you can get out of that. It's just normal, right? But of course, those with power, those with money, those with the consolidation of wealth and power at the top get to make those choices for you. They win that every time. And the same goes for the housing market. The same goes for every area where capital exists. Those who own houses want to make sure that their housing prices go up because that is their wealth. If there was more inventory of housing readily available, then all of a sudden, because there's not enough scarcity of this resource, your house as a commodity would lose its value. And if it started losing its value, you would lose money. It's like money out of your pocket. That's crazy. I was worth, my house is worth $3 million, but then next year it's all of a sudden it's only worth $2 million. No, I just lost $1 million. Like, it's theoretical money, but it's still money in the way that people understand it. It's not liquid. But do you get what I'm saying? It's insane. The housing market cools and builders are not building homes anymore, even though they could still make a decent profit. People are freaking the fuck out because their homes are worth 5% less than they were last year. Yeah. Meanwhile, their houses are already inflated 30% from like 5 years ago. So in that process, they work to make sure that the inventory is dry, and they make sure that they don't want any new fucking developments, because construction also is like disruptive. You know what I mean? If they're building if you live in a single family house, okay, and then all of a sudden they're building an apartment next door to you, what the fuck? There's construction, there's loud noise, it's disruptive. You don't want that. That's where you get the NIMBYs, the not in my backyarders, okay? That is one other reason why they don't want housing to be built. Okay? And lastly, when that happens, when these guys get together, real estate developers and the like, when they say, hey, we got to maintain the fucking, profit margins for our homes and all this shit, and they dictate policy, okay? They stop new housing from being built, or whenever new housing is being built, it's always like luxury condominiums and shit with like maybe 10% of that going to like affordable housing, but that's on a lottery system, and that's not actually filling anything. You know what I mean? That's not filling the need in a meaningful capacity. Affordable housing, neighborhoods that have affordable housing and old units are being fucking eviscerated and gentrified at a rapid, alarming clip. All of that is pushing people that live in those neighborhoods away, further and further away from the Los Angeles metropolitan area. But those people still have to work in the Los Angeles metropolitan area, but now their commute is longer. They're spending more money on gas. Their lives are becoming worse overall. It's becoming unmanageable for them until they ultimately fuck up for one reason or the other and maybe lose their job. And now you're jobless. Now you maybe can't even pay the fucking rent in the previously affordable neighborhood that you were living in that is less and less affordable now. Year over year, your landlord is increasing your rent, and now you're fucked. You can't pay for it. Boom. All of a sudden, you have housing insecurity. All of a sudden, you're either couch surfing or you're living out of your car, okay? That's what I call tier 3 homelessness, okay? You're in the, if the homelessness is like tiered and structured for people to understand, if you want to contextualize it a little bit better, I call that tier 3 homelessness. It's the first stage of homelessness. There's probably a lot of people in here there's probably some people in here that are living in that stage right now. You're housing insecure. You don't know, you don't have like sustainable, like 100% housing that you always know that you can live in. Okay. Once you get to living out of your car, things start going downhill, okay? Things start going downhill even further. It makes it harder for you to keep your job, okay? All of a sudden, you have to find a place where you can take showers, find a place where you can clean your clothes. These things that we take for granted in the form of real estate, in the form of like a shelter over our heads that we all take for granted, is actually something that can go away like that. Okay? These people are invisible homeless people, okay? You don't understand that they're homeless. There might be people in your lives that are living like this right now, and that starts taking a toll on their mental health. It makes it harder for them to keep a job. Then you move on to tier 2 homelessness, where it is basically the transitional state from like being a transitional state between like going from a car to an actual house to living on the streets. You lose your car, you can't make car payments. You lose your car because, you know, it gets impounded because it's criminalized. You can't live in your fucking car. Then all of a sudden you live on the streets. That is what you see. That's the visible homeless people that you see. That's tier 3 homelessness. Now, in tier 2, when you start living on the fucking streets, you have no shelter whatsoever. Now you're literally combating the elements day in, day out. Things have gotten much harder for you, okay? You start self-medicating because it is deeply traumatic as an existence, as an experience. So now what are you doing? You're taking drugs, okay? You start shooting up to deal with the pain every single fucking day. Now you start to develop an addiction. Your brain is fucking rotting every fucking day as a consequence of sleep deprivation, as a consequence of the trauma and the fear that you have, that you don't have shelter over your own fucking head. This is literally like animals have shelter. You know what I mean? They live in caves. Like now, as a human being, you are devoid of that. It is becoming harder and harder to maintain a job or to even find a job in general, okay? And you ultimately reach the last stage of homelessness, where it's the most visible homeless people that we see. People in tattered clothes, running around, very clearly haven't taken a shower in fucking years. People who have lost their minds pretty much. And the further you move down those tiers, the harder it gets for recovery, okay? Rehabilitation and recovery becomes infinitely harder at that stage. So when I talk about housing or housing first or more affordable housing inventory, I'm talking about a multi-pronged approach that tries to eliminate the tier 3 homeless people that are invisibly homeless, okay? Because so many of those people get to that point before they reach a point of no return. They get to that point as a consequence of, and the overwhelming majority of them get to that point as a consequence of not drugs, not mental health issues, although that could be a factor in some of these instances. But they get to that point because they are priced out of their housing. That's it. And the only way to tackle that is by increasing the availability of affordable housing, okay? And sure, that will probably ruin property values. But God damn it, it's significantly, in the short term, it might ruin property values, certainly. But that is significantly better than having people living on the fucking streets eating trash as you have to look aside, as you have to look the other direction. And that's the most empathetic thing you can do, okay? Nobody wants a dude who fucking jerks off in the middle of the goddamn street. Like, coming up to his fucking house and knocking on his door while cranking their fucking hog, okay? I don't want that. My mom lives with me. I don't want that shit. Let's be fucking real. Like, I'm not a psycho. I'm not going to sit here and act like, no, I love that. That's perfectly fine. Okay? Shut the fuck up, chatters. That seems specific? Yeah, it is specific. It's specific because it's fucking real. is real. It happened. It's my life, okay? It's a real thing. The city of Vienna put out a video I watched on my stream. It shows exactly how to run a housing market. Yeah, we've already watched this. Oh, maybe not the city of Vienna's own version of this, but we've watched so many affordable housing videos about Red Vienna here. And in the long term, yes, having comprehensive supporting housing services in your area reduces crime and increases property values. That is the other part of it. But capitalism is capitalism breaks people's brains into thinking only in short-term profits. So because of that reason, they don't even they can't think about it in any other way. They're like short-term profit only, short-term profit only. Like, no, you'll get better fucking returns. You'll have a better society overall, a healthier society overall, and also better returns on your fucking investment down the line. As long as you shut the fuck up and wait 5 to 10 years instead of try to flip your goddamn house in 2, okay? That's the problem. But motherfuckers are thinking in 1 year terms, okay? They're thinking in quarterly dividends. They're not thinking about a better future. That is capitalist thinking. Profits now, profits now, profits now. Holy shit. If my housing if there's more availability in housing, if there are more social safety nets as a consequence of higher taxes, that's more money out of my fucking pocket right now. Not thinking about what that means. Cleaner streets, a safer environment overall for everyone, including the homeless people and yourself and your children. I was furloughed from my job for 2 months and I was just brought back. The amount of debt I accumulated in just that amount of time and lack of support from the state of Texas, I would definitely be on the streets with almost impossible chance to get back on my feet had my girlfriend not let me move in with her. Exactly. Shut the fuck up and get to the damn news, you fucking dunce. Don't think that you understand the problems of the typical Norman. Don't speak about this like you know what it's truly like to struggle for shelter, who don't know where the next bite of food is coming from while having a fucking drug addiction. Stop. Your approach to this shit is so sideways, dog. I'm so sorry that your individual experience has not been entirely pleasant. Please tell me more about the homeless guy jagging in front of your multi-million-dollar mansion. Okay, bro, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if you're homeless or not right now, but like, I'm going to keep it $150. You're mentally ill, okay? So I hope you get the fucking treatment that you deserve. Like, if you just listen to me rant about how to fucking combat homelessness and you literally misunderstood every point that I just made, then your mental illness is unmanageable, okay? You are just literally going through a schizophrenic attack, I think. And it is manifesting by you watching me. Earlier today, it's pretty appalling how you rarely take a break from the news, though. It's got to be unhealthy at a certain point, right? Yeah, it's probably unhealthy for you, actually, Carlos, to watch me like this. Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway. As the downtown loop in Kansas City turns 50 this year, let's not forget how it turned a vibrant neighborhood into a parking lot. Yellow shows surface parking lots while green are garages. Holy fuck. Bro, I don't think people understand, like, the shit that I'm talking about. Most people at my fucking level of finances are talking about in the exact opposite direction. And those people have a lot of fucking power united, okay? They're constantly united. For me, I'm not saying that, like, it's the worst thing on the fucking planet that a homeless person is jerking off outside of my house. I'm talking about how it is first and foremost a matter of safety for that person, okay? That person does not have shelter. I described the steps that that person probably went through to get to this fucking horrifying condition, okay? And now I'm talking about the other side of it and how that impacts everyday fucking citizens as well, not just myself. It is so psychotic to just misunderstand every point that I just made and think I'm making the opposite fucking point because of so much anger in your heart, so much resentment that you feel towards me. What the fuck's wrong with you? Did you call the cops? Did you help the homeless guy get the help he needed? No, man, I didn't fucking call the cops. What are you, crazy? No, of course not. No, he just went away. He just knocks on my door and then he fucks off. But, like, I'm not a fucking social services person. Are you fucking stupid? This is what I think is, like, insane. Like, the expectation is, like, every fucking person, no matter what they're doing, no matter what they're going through, no matter what their job is, needs to fucking drop everything and become a social services worker for that fucking moment when someone is doing a sexual assault, dude. What the fuck kind of psychotic expectation is that? We have a society for a fucking reason. You brain dead, Connecticut McMansion living cocksucking motherfuckers do not understand this. It's like, bro, like, I don't get it. The trash, just pick it up yourself and take it to the dump yourself. No, dog. That's why we pay taxes. That's why there's a society. That's why people that work in sanitation should be paid adequately so they do this profoundly important fucking job. I hate how hyper-individualistic you dumb, non-capital owning, Honda Civic beater driving, poor, broke fucks are talking like you own a fucking factory. You own no capital. You are fucking broke, and yet you talk like you're the monopoly man. You're so hyper-individualistic, and you don't recognize that that attitude is how you get fucked. That attitude is why we have societal collapse. The reason why all of our fucking funds are broken, the reason why all of our social safety nets are broken is because of dumb motherfuckers like you riding or dying for the interest of the fucking multi-billionaires. Holy shit. You've been duped. You've been duped into thinking that we need to exist as like these hyper-individualized, atomized fucking people. It's so dumb. That's the reason why our roads are broken, idiot. Because you as an individual can't fill the fucking potholes. Someone needs to pay for it. We all need to get together and pay for it. We have to pay for the labor. We have to pay for the fucking commodities that go into it. And a government's sole purpose is to make that collective action happen. But you're so fucking stupid. And you don't see that. And it makes me so angry. Because you're also not rich. You're broke. And you're not going to be rich. And you shouldn't have to either. You should not have to be wealthy to live a life of dignity. That's the point. And it makes me so mad. Oh. I didn't see it that way. I do understand when the situation arises, it can be challenging when this appears at your doorstep, and the funding we pay in taxes divert of interest capitalist volleyball courts. You are relatable, and it's easy for those who criticize you to think they could be you and do what you do, but they don't. I asked 5 years ago about a human centipede emoji, and will pretty face go to hell? Did the other day? What? Just because you think you could do something doesn't mean you could do something. You should do something. What? Okay, I don't know what the fuck that was. Look, you say homelessness is my biggest blind spot as a leftist, I think. I've never called the cops or anything, and I'm mostly as kind as I can be, but I very rarely help. I definitely am pro everything you've been talking about and approve of the things on a macro level. I just don't ever take individual steps in my own life to help folks. Dude, you shouldn't have to. Homeless people should not exist. It's a societal fucking breakdown happening in front of our eyes. That's the point. There is an argument for socialism from a selfish perspective as well, okay? That's the point. Not everyone is capable of doing it. Not everyone is willing to do it. Not everyone is even good at being a social worker. That is the reason why we have social workers. They're profoundly empathetic individuals who do an incredible job. That's why we have division of labor, okay? It blows my mind that everyone is literally like, nah, dude. Like, it almost goes back to that same like fat shaming entitled attitude that we were talking about yesterday, where people present themselves a certain way that they are not, okay? People on the internet will be like, what? You don't open your home to every homeless person on the street? That's fucking fuck you. It's like, bitch, you never did that. And you shouldn't have to. That's the point. We have a structure that is faulty, that happens in the first place, that there is a need for that in the first place. A need for philanthropy, a need for charity indicates systemic failure. That shouldn't stop you from working with philanthropies, as I do all the fucking time, but I am very aware that need for it is precisely the fault of systemic failure. If capitalism fucking worked, you wouldn't have charity. You wouldn't have need for charity. Anarchists are weirdly individualist. I know. They're American. Most Americans are just like impossible to fucking deal with. American individualism is just such a fucking cancerous attitude that they have. They don't want to think about it. They don't want to think about it from the perspective of a collectivist attitude. They don't want to think about like collective action. They don't want to think about systemic solutions. It's impossible for them to envision a future where any of that happens. And that's how we arrive at this at the reinforcement of these same fucking structural problems over and over again. People aren't homeless due to people not buying them sandwiches or taking them in. They're homeless because the way our society works is broken. Individual action isn't adequate because the problem is systemic. Yes. Anarchists are extremely collective. What the fuck are you talking about? No, he's talking about like brain broken American anarchists who are literally like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You should drop everything and like dedicate your life to becoming a social worker instead.
Gentleman named Q lives. I spoke to him. He's quite happy to be here, but says he's planning to move soon. So this is the situation in 2022 in Los Angeles. You can basically build your own small wooden house right on Hollywood Boulevard, live in it, continue to refuse offers of city services, and most people around here are okay with it. Others say it has to go. It's a solid...
You literally mentioned most people are okay with it. Yeah, this is infinitely better than fucking living inside of a tent. Okay, this dude's hurting nobody. It's kind of nice. Good for him. You know what I mean? He's like combating the elements. Great. Yeah, like what? You want trash everywhere? You shouldn't even have to live like this. Like, he shouldn't have to live like this. You should live in a fucking home, okay? You should be able to live in a in actual shelter, permanent shelter. Would you be okay with that outside of your house? Hey, dumb motherfucker, I live in West Hollywood, okay? It's infinitely worse outside my house. This is like fucking one zip code down from me. You fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. You live in Arkansas. You don't know anything about homeless people. Dumb motherfuckers who are like 14, living literally in Arkansas, talking shit. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. I've had 4 Molotov cocktail tent burnings happen outside of my fucking house. 4! Shut the fuck up! People are so stupid. You think these people, you think this is normal? It's not. Obviously not in the same week. Well, 2 of them were in the same week, but people are terrified of cities. People are literally terrified of cities. They'll never live in a city. And then they try to tell a fucking city boy like me what it's like. Bro, they're cutting this news coverage like basically in my fucking backyard. What are you telling me? What are you talking about? Remember when the shit was happening, when the like organized retail theft was happening, and I was telling you, or the follow home robberies were happening, and I was like, guys, these are greatly overblown, and motherfuckers would be like, you don't understand, bro. I was like, what are you talking about? They're talking about my neighborhood. Like, why are you living in a Connecticut McMansion in the fucking suburbs telling me about what is going on apparently in my fucking backyard? You think you know better than me? Yeah, these are the motherfuckers in my chat. Conservative guy scared of cities. Saw that thing on the news. Too many of those people there. Can't park Ford Super Duty. Not scared, bro. Didn't that happen when that one dude stole your merch and then returned it? Yeah, it did happen. %, what you're saying and 100% real. What is this? Oh, yeah, it is. The funniest part about it is like when I say stuff like we need to deal with homelessness by having a housing first policy that will, in the short term, potentially lower the housing values in a particular marketplace, right? But ultimately will yield such positive, profoundly positive impacts, and people will be like, oh, nah, dog, you just don't want tent cities outside your house. Like, that's a fucking own, dude. Yeah, I don't. I literally don't. Do you? No. Why is that, like, somehow indecent? I don't want that because I don't want anyone to live in that situation. I don't want that because I also don't want to live in that situation either. Like, I don't get it. It's like you make it seem like it's indecent because I'm self-interested. Like, yeah, I am. I am self-interested. I don't want people, one, first and foremost, I don't want people living in fucking tents and eating trash, okay? I don't. But two, I also don't want people living in a tent and jerking off outside my fucking house. My mom is living with me. Yeah, I don't want that. I'm scared. I don't want that. Is that psychotic? No, I don't think so. It's just being a normal human being. That doesn't stop me from living where I want to live, obviously. I'm not one of these fucking freaks who's like, I'm moving into the suburbs, brother. Shit's going crazy out here. No, like, I understand. I grew up in cities my entire life, okay? When you live in a fucking big city, there's going to be crime. When you live in a big city, there's going to be homeless people. I wish that there wasn't, okay? And I know how to solve it, but we're never going to solve it. But that's not going to deter me from fucking living in a city. Because I'm not a pussy, okay? Motherfuckers be like, nah, dude, I'm such a good leftist. I want, you know, mentally ill people jerking off outside my house, actually. That's the best way to that's the best way to showcase how leftist you are, dog. By saying shit that you don't fucking believe in. That's how you become the best leftist. You say it on Twitter, okay? And then you get all the leftist brownie points. You're like, I'm the most leftist, dog. Like, I would let the homeless person jerk off in my mouth, actually. What the fuck? You should be catching those cummies with your mouth. That's what I would do. I'm the best, dude. I'm the fucking best, dog. It's like, meanwhile, you literally live in like some fucking wealthy white suburb in Idaho, and you're just saying that. You're just saying that on Twitter. And the reason why you live there is because your mom and dad are terrified of the fucking city life, okay? And you've never experienced it yourself, so you're just fucking tweeting about it. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and act like I don't have a personal, a personal vested interest in this. Everyone does, though. Okay, it's a win-win for everyone. I'm using the individualist argument for those who have no empathy in their fucking hearts.
Well-built wooden structure, propped up by metal carts and car batteries. A power cord unplugged trails down the sidewalk, which is piled high with assorted power tools and electronics. Reaction? Mixed. What do you think of that?
I don't like it. It's not good. It's bad.
It is a little out there, but he is safe and he doesn't have to worry about someone burning his tent down.
I don't even know like why or how, or I mean, it's crazy.
That shit happens so frequently, by the way. More frequently than the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the hour. I forgot to run it at the top of the hour last time, so I'm running it right now. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. Okay. You can also get gifted a sub. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. Look. The reason why he brought up fucking no one can burn his tent down is because that shit happens so frequently, by the way. That's another thing. It's like, there are tent fires more than once an hour, lol? No, dude, not more than once an hour. But it does, those certainly happen a lot. That's the other side of being homeless. On top of not having fucking shelter, there's sexual assaults that occur, okay? Especially inside of shelters where it happens more frequently than outside of shelters almost, okay? There's also like, you know, theft happening within the homeless community, okay? You get your shit stolen. You get your tents burned. I used to be a manager of the Walmart in Southgate, and the homeless camp behind our store caught on fire once a week at least. Yeah. Do you think there's inter-community bullying and bullies? Yeah, bro. Also, there's, you know, drug deals too. Like there is, you know, there's a little bit of that. There's cooking. But like I have seen, like I'm telling you, there's also, you know, violence that breaks out regularly.
Crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy, to say the least.
Is this okay?
It's not okay that it's gotten to this point. The fact that he's here, I don't see an issue with it.
Anybody home? After I called the city and the LAPD to see what, if anything, is being done to help or clean up.
What the fuck? Dude, what is wrong with this motherfucker, bro? What are you doing? The dude's trying to live, man. What the fuck?
Police did come and talk to the man. They've been here before. They described him as young, healthy. They offered to connect him with services. He declined. They left. Summing up the municipal code, the only enforcement is if a person is blocking the sidewalk on an active driveway or business. City Councilman Mitch O'Farrell says he hopes this can be resolved with what are called Care Plus teams, which pair comprehensive outreach with sanitation and cleaning services needed to make the public right-of-way safe and accessible.
I think it's pretty funny that we care about walkability on our sidewalks when it comes to homeless people. But like there are so many areas where there are just no sidewalks or sidewalks are in a state of fucking disrepair. Pretty cool that like the only time they care about, you know, walkability is when they can fucking kill homeless people. Awesome. Love that. Ironic because if they did genuinely care about walkability and had adequate public transit, that would lead to less homeless people because ease of access to a fucking job without having a fucking car allows you to, you know, be able to live further away in a cheaper house and still maintain your fucking profession, your job. Less likely to fucking lose your house all of a sudden. But, you know, it's all built. It's all interwoven. The entire system is built on this fucking weird contradiction. So when those contradictions become more apparent, you see more of these issues prop up left and right. If every homeless person had the desire to get a job, yeah, this kind of rhetoric is so fucking funny, man. Yeah, dude, it's because homeless people are like, man, I hate jobs. That's why I want to be homeless. Yeah, dude. Yeah, totally. Also, you're watching Twitch at 1:19 p.m. You either are in a comfortable job where you can do a work from home bullshit fucking thing because you have upper middle class family members that literally allowed you to be able to go to a fucking state college or something like that. And then you got a fucking nepotism hire job somewhere and you can do a work from home thing where you're literally fake fucking typing on your computer as you're watching me, or you're jobless. Okay. And your parents are keeping you afloat, and you're simultaneously talking shit on people saying, oh, man, these guys are homeless because they don't want to work. Am I right? Like, that's not how this works. Okay? We are all profoundly privileged in comparison to fucking homeless people that are suffering in the streets. God damn it, dude. There's nothing wrong with the things I just mentioned, by the way. But there is something wrong with fucking acting like homeless people are you know, would be in a better situation overall. They just can't fucking bootstrap themselves out of that.
Meantime, across the street where Jamila Ali and Rant Shaw run City Vibes Coffee, compassion is still on the menu.
He hasn't like bothered anyone, and honestly, I'm glad that it's right there because I honestly feel safer with him there. For some reason, I don't know why. It's just it feels like he's like he knows what he's doing and he's not here to like hurt anyone.
Unfortunately, they have to make us a little bit uncomfortable for them to be comfortable, and I think that's just like the problem in LA. No one realizes.
That's the funniest part, is that like that is the most empathetic liberal take. Is just like, yeah, we just got to be a little uncomfortable. It's like, no, man, no, you don't have to actually. There is a better future. And these people are very empathetic. And you know, these are not bad people, okay? These are good people. These are kind people. The reality, of course, is that like they're still kind within the boundaries of capitalism, within the confines of capitalism for most people. So they just think like, oh, we should be like cohabitating this space together. It's like, no, that's not No, they should not have to live outdoors. I promise. That's a thing. They should not have to live outdoors. They should live indoors in a house in permanent shelter. Not a homeless shelter, permanent residence, permanent shelter.
Realizes how much of a burden it can do to like our mentality and just the way we carry ourselves.
Q tells me he's from Kansas City. He's been in LA for about 3 years, been here for a few months. He says he's self-employed. He fixes bikes.
Who's paying for the permanent shelter? Not you, sons of Samedi. Me, motherfucker, me. Rich people like me. Okay, how about that? Is that better for you? Not you. Says you with a $2 billion house? Exactly. Troll face. Like, that's the thing. Like, I already pay for it. I just want to see some returns, man. If we're going to think about the government as a business, I want to see a return on my investment. Why the fuck is all the dollars that I'm funding the California state going directly into the pockets of the fucking police department? Let's fix some goddamn potholes and let's put some fucking permanent shelter out there. What the fuck is that about? I have a right to be mad. I have a right to be angry.
He wants to be a mechanical engineer and that he is an Army veteran. Saturday, Alex and Marla, the city tells me they're planning to clean this all up as part of this Care Plus program.
Yeah, they're called sweeps. That's what it is. They make it seem like they're doing something that's good when they're not doing something that's good. They're just fucking destroying someone's, like, shelter, pretty much.
It's had great success here in Hollywood. If you've been to the underpass and Gower on the 101 freeway, all cleaned up. So
just like
it's going to be interesting to see what, if anything, happens to this man. As I mentioned, he's perfectly happy being here, and most of the people around here are happy to have him. Live in Hollywood, I'm Phil Schumann.
You know, that, first up, how is he not blocking the sidewalk? And secondly, you know, is it...
Come on, Alex!
You know, it looks like a structure there. And these are, the business owners there have to spend a lot of money in taxes, have to go through permitting processes.
Come on, Alex. Like, these are like otherwise kind individuals, but like the moment you fucking see homeless people, they just like lose their minds, bro. I swear to God. Like, that's not good, okay? That is better than like tent cities, okay? But that's still not good. That is inadequate shelter, okay? Yes, I do know Alex. I do know him. I've been on a show multiple times. I've debated literally this issue in Los Angeles against Larry Elder, who ran for fucking governor. But liberals in California have lost their fucking goddamn minds. I've been telling you guys this for a year plus. I can't change people's attitudes, especially rich people's attitudes, okay? I try, but I can't. They just don't want to hear it. They think I'm seeing the problem right in front of my eyes and something needs to fucking change. And that is, I fear that that is a descent into way more reactionary policy provisions. Way more reactionary policy proposals.
Everybody around there that lives there have to pay property taxes.
Yeah.
Does he pay any property taxes?
Q, we're on live on Fox 11. Alex, nobody's saying this is a great idea. Hey, we're on live. Thanks for talking with us. What are you doing here, and how did this come to be?
Well, I was originally in a tent, and when the sanitation comes, you know, once every 2 weeks, they have you take the tent down and clear all your stuff out. Yeah. And so what I had an idea just to build something on wheels so that way I wouldn't have to
show us what you got here. Well, I mean, where did you get all the material and everything?
Well, I got most of the material from like construction sites that threw away old wood, and then some friends of mine that had some wood left.
No, they mentioned it. He's an Army veteran, by the way. Yeah, this is a veteran. By the way, remember, we love our vets. We love our vets, dude. Oh my God, we love our vets. We want to suck and fuck our vets. Except when they're homeless, then they're scum, right? Remember, they only think about homeless veterans when it comes to like shitting on undocumented immigrants that are coming into the country. Remember that, okay? Are they paying property taxes? No, they're not paying. There's not a property. Of course there's no property tax. Shut the fuck up. Dude, this man's net worth is like $3. And you're like, is he paying property taxes? For what, dude? As a first-generation Mexican American who was homeless as a kid for a little bit, living in car homeless, as a child, thought of it as camping. My older brothers and parents must have been so scared at night. In the 90s, when the commercial real estate market in Texas took a shit, my father lost his job. He worked construction. Like, how was he or my family lazy? Fucking weird chatters who can't muster any empathy. Exactly. These people are not lazy. Look at this guy. This dude is a fucking industrious person, okay? Look at him. He has made so much with so little. Given the adequate opportunities, given actual housing, that dude is crushing it, okay? That dude is turning his life around. But society does not offer that to him. Look at the way that they behave. Look at the way that they're fucking even, you know, this is a telegenic homeless person, right? He's a vet. He very clearly can work with his hands. He can work construction. Motherfuckers, though, look at him and go, oh, he's lazy. He built a fucking rust base, bro, on a corner on Hollywood Boulevard. Very clearly, if circumstances weren't dire, he'd be fine. And even in the most telegenic circumstance, when you see a homeless person, your empathy part of your brain just shuts off immediately. And you're like, well, why isn't he paying property taxes? Oh, what's going on?
Over, and then there was a shop across the street that had some old flooring.
You have electricity in there?
Yeah, I've got a generator over here.
So you've been offered housing, temporary housing from the city and other agencies?
Right.
But
yeah.
you prefer this, or?
Well, I kind of do prefer this because it kind of gives me empowerment. A lot of the housing, a lot of the housing programs they offer, they put you in like what seems like a concentration camp. And
so this is more.
He's right, by the way, straight up. Homeless shelters are so inadequate, dude. One, as a lack of funding, adequate funding, but like, he's right. Homeless shelters are unsafe. One, you can't take your shit with you. If you have an animal, you can't take your animal with you. You can't take your shit with you. They're constantly fucking putting you under drug tests. If you're like, you can't go cold turkey if you're addicted to something. I'm not saying he is, but that's one of the many reasons why people don't want to do it. And lastly, and perhaps the most important reason, it's unsafe. It is deeply unsafe. There's a lot of sexual assault that occurs. There's a lot of property theft that occurs inside of these shelters. There's a lot of fighting that happens. Okay? What they need is not shelters. What they need is not a concentration camp style temporary shelter. What they need is permanent shelter, a home. That is at the heart of. Not true about animals and drug tests. Wait, what? You're wrong about that, I think. Or maybe you're thinking about your own personal homeless shelter that you worked at or something. Shelters literally operate like a lot of shelters, especially in big cities, operate like institutionalized, like, you know, criminal centers, basically. Every homeless person I've talked to and every social worker I've talked to that works with homeless people talk about precisely animals and drug tests as like some of the primary reasons as to why shelters are not sustainable, on top of sexual assault and other forms of violence that occurs regularly. I was in a youth homeless shelter. My shit always got stolen. Fights 24/7. He's right, chatter. Shut the fuck up. So basically, get off your ass and stop being a homeless loser. Yeah, dude. Instead, you know, get on your ass and watch fucking twitch.tv and talk shit like a fucking idiot. So you think if shelters had no restrictions to them, all the issues you said about the dangers of it would disappear? Fuck no, dude. Because shelters are temporary. These people don't need temporary housing. They need permanent housing. Holy shit.
They out here saying, okay, get a job, go get a job. Okay, how? Explain to me how. I go into a shelter, 90% of all the shelters, you have a person off in the corner smoking a brookie and a staff member not doing nothing about it. You have other people while you're sleeping stealing your stuff. You have staff members sexually assaulting females inside the facilities. So most of them rather sleep outside in the danger and the cold than actually be in there, because when the reason why they left them or out on the street in the first place is because their mom or their dad or their brother or their uncle or someone in their family was either mentally, emotionally, physically, or sexually abusing them. So they're out here just because they'd rather not be in that environment. That's why you got so young kids out here. They out here.
Temporary housing would have to last for years for each of these people, let alone be decent to live in for those living there to have a chance to get their own home. Yeah. Waffle Poet says, kick you out 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. Required religious indoctrination. Can't stay with your spouse. No pets. Only a bag for personal property, all stolen, extensive violence, 1 meal at night. This only describes short-term housing. Long-term housing, no record of any kind, limited family availability, enormous waiting lists. Source, years homeless with and without a spouse. Yeah. And for the record, like I said, most jobs require that you have a home address. Exactly. Most jobs require you to shower and be able to clean your fucking clothes. Can't do that shit. That's why I get so goddamn triggered whenever I fucking see those YouTube videos of people being like, oh, I was homeless. And you know, here's how I capitalismed my way out of having 1 penny to my name. This shit's not a joke. It's not. It's just, it's so fucked up. Anyway, I mean, we know how people feel about homeless people. Reactionary people don't even fucking hide their disdain. And even liberals are incredibly fucking reactionary towards homeless people because, you know, they see what I've talked about already. Like the most visible homeless people are often going to be the ones that need help the most desperate. A lot of mental illness, a lot of drug addiction. And that's what you see. So you fucking think like you have this reactionary attitude towards it. You think like everyone is there. And then when your starting point is like this hyper capitalistic, super individualist attitude, you think like these people are there because of their own failures, because we think poverty is a moral failure. And a lot of us, especially NEETs, especially people that are fortunate enough to be in this Twitch community, or in any community on Twitch for the most part, have never had to experience that personally. I have never had to experience that personally. Let's be real. I've never been homeless. I've had the fear of losing housing, for sure. And it's a terrifying prospect. I had to live in a fucking kitchen of a frat house. But I've never been homeless. I've always been able to figure shit out. But until you live in that situation, like, you're never going to understand it, okay? But that was still permanent shelter, chat. That was a permanent shelter still, okay?
My truth is being homeless. It's kind of complicated, but it's pretty much It's not the same. But I'll tell you one truth. Being homeless is because of the economy, inflation.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
So I choose to stay on the streets because it's easier. The money lasts us that way. It's embarrassing, but you have to live in society in a way that is given to you rather than going against it or breaking it. So I am looking for housing. I do not have a drug problem or alcohol problem. Rent is just high and it's strictly unaffordable for me. And that's probably the main reason why I'm homeless. I have spent 6 years in the military when I was young. I got a other than honorable discharge, so that kind of limits me from my benefits from the military. I've pretty much been in Los Angeles all my life. I recently went to Arizona for a while, and I come back. Arizona is very expensive and hot, but I'm comfortable here because I know the land, I know the area. So if you're gonna be homeless, basically homeless, you know, where you know somebody or know places. So that's pretty much why I'm back in Los Angeles. I have a brother that doesn't care about me. My mother's dead, my father's dead, my aunties are dead. I have absolutely no one. And that's less worries, less stress. It hurts, only around holidays. But outside of that, it's not that bad. I am not competitive. Trust me, I'm humble. Nails like these will humble you. I am pretty humble. I appreciate you talking to me. At least I know that the world cares or you care. And that's pretty much made my day. If you see somebody in my situation, don't frown upon them. The best thing you can do is look at them and learn from them. Don't be afraid to ask them something because they're actually helping you not to be in that situation. So you can always learn from somebody. Whether you agree with it or not, or look at it as a negative or a positive, you still can learn. And I want anybody to learn from me so they don't end up like me. And you've been awesome for giving me a sandwich this morning. Cool. Appreciate that. I haven't given up. This is not giving up. This is called doing what you got to do, given the circumstances. And it'll get better. I know it's going to get better.
And unfortunately, there is very little coverage on homeless people as human beings, like the one you just saw. And the coverage is more so like this, antagonistic. That's what you see in local news. That's what you see in national news. And that's what your experience is if you're like terrified of people living in tents, especially when you see someone like the only type of homeless person that you see is one that is like very clearly going through like a mental outbreak or a mental breakdown in public. So then your attitude is like, paired up with your capitalist understanding of like of poverty being bred out of some kind of moral failing, you think like, oh, these people fucked up and they deserve to be in this situation and they're crazy and they're scary and I don't want to be around them. So you never actually think about policies that would help them. You never actually think about how this could happen to you. You never actually think about how this could happen to you or a loved one. When in fact, this is incredibly commonplace, okay? And it's getting even more commonplace. It's becoming more and more common. Why? And we're going to talk about the grandma who was arrested for feeding people in need in a second. This was an insane story, okay? It's happening because how the housing market is insane. %of Americans don't have $400 additional in emergency spending. 40% of Americans. That's one fucking trip to the hospital away from homelessness, and you're over here thinking like, you know, that you're fine and all your friends and all your family members are fine. They're not. Let's finish this
Or
video.
this is freedom for you?
Yes, yeah, it's for more freedom.
You got plants?
Yeah.
You got tapestry?
Yeah, I feel like I have more of a way to express my, artist nature and everything.
But Q, I mean, you have to understand that a lot of people don't think this belongs here. I mean, this is a public street.
Yeah.
You know, there are better options for you.
Yeah, yeah. There's probably a better places, than this. But I mean, I don't think that I'm bothering anyone here. This business isn't even in.
Yeah, it's an empty building.
So is he taking the power from the city?
I try to keep the
because he doesn't get a power bill.
Clean, and I sell bikes and I make motorbikes and electric scooters and stuff like that. I've fixed several people that live in the neighborhood. I fixed their scooters and stuff like that. So
are you happy?
Yeah, I feel good, man. I feel good. I feel like I'm kind of
like that lady is fucking insane. She's stealing power from the city. It's like, bro, this person has been fucked, okay? This person has been completely fucked by society. And even in that circumstance, you're like, well, what about the fairness? I have to pay for my bill. Like, how can you be such a bloodthirsty freak? I don't understand it. This is legitimately something that I do not understand. You look at a man who has tried to make the most of his circumstances and you feel anger. Not towards the system that has put him there, but you feel anger because he's been able to overcome at least some of the horrifying, destitute situation that he's been presented with. You feel angry. You're like, whoa, what about the injustice? What about me? Me. I have to pay for my electricity. Why is he not paying for his? That's fucking psychotic, dude. You are not a good person. You're a fucking bad person. I know he said he had a generator, but it doesn't matter. Even if he didn't have a fucking generator, even if he was stealing power from one of the businesses or stealing power from the city, who gives a fuck? He's literally, like, the alternative is this guy dies, okay?
Being an example for people that's in my situation, letting them know that, just because you are living on the streets doesn't mean that you have to just let go, give everything up,
Where do you get food and use the bathroom and stuff?
Well, I go to local stores and, while I'm out.
Let's walk this way, yeah.
Hey, Phil.
While I'm out and
I'm listening.
While I'm out and about, I use the restroom at, different stores and stuff like that. But
go ahead, Marla.
I'm just curious about, he has the generator and the power cord that you showed. He doesn't get a bill, so is he just milking it from the city?
I sell bikes and.
Yeah, no, he's not. No, he's not connected to the city. No, this is a generator with. Can we peek inside or no?
Okay.
I'd rather not, man. Yeah, because I don't have it cleaned up, and then it's not finished.
So people around here seem to like you.
Yeah.
You're a super friendly guy. Yeah. But there's other people that are watching this saying this is ridiculous.
Right. Well, I mean, I don't know, where they're coming from, or why they believe what they believe, but there was a fire.
Even the guy who, like, originally came in with the intention of, like, cutting fucking anti-homeless propaganda is like, shut the fuck up, bitch. Okay? No, he's not stealing power from the city. Like, even he was like, shut up. Like, calm the fuck down, okay? You fucking bloodthirsty freak. You monster. You demon of a human. Holy fuck! By the way, remember, this is a telegenic person, okay? Marginalized people do not have to be telegenic. They do not have to make the best victim, the perfect victim for you to understand the plight that they're going through. This is a person who is good on camera and well kept despite the circumstances that he's been dealing with his entire fucking life, okay? And even in that situation, she's still like, no, how do we murder him? I thought you were being hyperbolic when you said someone will run on turning homeless people into biomatter. I actually think that's serious, seeing these people's reactions. Yes, of course, dude. Jesus.
Around the corner right here, one of the guys' tents caught on fire. And so, you know, that probably puts a nasty stain on it.
All right. Well, thank you for talking with us and sharing some of your story. Go ahead, Marla.
Phil, my last question is, you said he was going to move soon. So does he literally roll it somewhere else? Where is he moving to?
Yeah, you were talking about moving and just like rolling this down the sidewalk? Or?
Yeah, I've got some dollies I'm going to put underneath and move it from out in front of the fence. I got to have this thing moved by tomorrow, or the police said they're going to take me to jail. So I got to move. So that's why all my stuff's outside right now.
So if an agency came to you and said, Q, we got an apartment for you in Hollywood, indoors, services, job training, health benefits, would you take it?
Well, I want to start my own business, but as far as the apartment situation, I don't know where I'm going to be able to store all my stuff, and then I do a lot of grinding and welding and stuff like that, so, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's not the best
solution for you.
Yeah, because my generators and my, you know, I kind of like that lifestyle anyway.
All right, Alex, Marla, slice of life.
Ugh, at the end, they have to make it seem like, first of all, they don't offer that, okay? But he's presenting an adequate problem. This is a person who has skill. This is a person who has power tools, who knows how to use those power tools. In an adequate society, they would not only offer him housing, but he would be able to use those tools in the way that he wants to and build his own fucking business and survive off of it.
Fair on the streets of Hollywood. We'll send it back to you.
He's resourceful.
That's fascinating, Phil. Yeah. Thank you.
How does this get fixed? Housing.
All right, San Diegans are frustrated and horrified at our growing homeless population, but it's not just us.
Yeah, people are finding themselves homeless across the entire state, and experts say it'll take years to get better. CBS 8.
Bro, look at that. Look at that. You think that shit's normal, dog? Wealthiest nation on the planet. California as a state is like the 4th largest economy. Is slated to become like the 4th largest economy on the planet, okay? We're about to pass Germany, motherfucker. This is craziness. Do you understand? This is craziness, bro. That shit's crazy. Capitalism. Motherfuckers will say liberal policies did this. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Liberal capitalist policies have done this. Okay? That's the point. That's the problem. Boyle Heights residents protest proposal to turn Sears building into homeless housing. Yeah, that shit sucks. I hate when people are like, we don't want this. It's disrespectful. They have no respect for us. Yeah, there you go. And the media will run with people that are fucking going off. The media will run with people going off on homeless people, like, because they're all local news is so right wing.
Use it as a bathroom. In the morning when the business owners come to open up, they have to try to deal with a homeless person literally blocking entrance to their business. And
bro, I mean, that's, you know. I can't believe you just filmed that and like put it on the fucking video there. Dude was taking a shit. Yeah, I know, man. Welcome to fucking living in a city, by the way, for the record. It is so dehumanizing to fucking film that, but also it's 100% a thing that happens. For all you suburb Andes out here who don't recognize that, like, no, that is definitely something that happens regularly, okay? You know why it happens? Because he doesn't have shelter. Where is he going to shit? How is he going to clean himself? He doesn't have shelter. That's it. What are you supposed to do? You can't use the bathrooms in stores. No public restrooms, okay? No social safety net. What do you do? And also, I mean, he is, you know, the final tier of homelessness. Like, it's obvious.
Then they have to deal with cleaning up hazardous waste right in front of their business, right in Sherman Oaks, right on Ventura Boulevard.
It's mostly the criminal aspect of the homeless and unhoused.
Theo Mavro is the owner of the Sherman, a restaurant bar. He says customers enjoying their meals are...
Oh, I've actually been there. I went on a date there one time many, many years ago. Holy shit. Didn't realize it was owned by that fucking guy.
...constantly harassed.
Literally come by and just grab something and carry on. That happens all the time.
And even more disturbing is the violence. Theo's host was recently involved in an incident.
So my manager had to step in the middle and get the person off of her, and he got hit, he got assaulted, and one of the guests got hit in the face. This happens.
While we were conducting interviews on Ventura Boulevard, we repeatedly offered to connect the unhoused with much-needed services. Do you need help?
Do you need help?
Eva, are you okay? Do you need any help? You're not interested in housing? No.
Oh, come on, dog. Are you fucking joking? Bro, what are you doing?
You're not interested in housing?
I mean, this is like, this is so aggro that it almost feels like it's like fake and made for like a comedy sketch to showcase how inhumane local news reporters are. You know what I mean? Except it's real and it's psychotic. Like YouTubers that do this shit, you'd be like, dog, that's way too far.
No. Okay, thank you, sir. Scrivano points to an obvious fact. Many unhoused people are in desperate need of mental health assistance. Scrivano says leaving them out on the streets like this is simply irresponsible, cruel, and dangerous for everyone. In your opinion, what's the solution?
The solution is that person who thinks he works for the FBI and who terrorizes my neighborhood is given the choice as to whether he wants housing or not.
That's not, wait, what is he, you think that person doesn't fucking, do you think that person wouldn't be in a situation where like, that person needs mental health treatment immediately, okay? What the fuck? These people act like homeless just love being homeless, have no desire to get home. Bro, that person has no autonomy, okay? His brain is fucking fried. If that was a relative of yours, you would help them out, okay? That's crazy. The solution is get him off the fucking street. That's crazy.
It's not a choice anymore. When people are suffering, you give them care. If they're really suffering, you pull them into care. Or you lose them.
These frustrated
I mean, I guess he's not wrong. He's just using like lib terms, so I misunderstood what he was saying, but he's right. Like that person should not be on the fucking street. That person's brain has been fried. Are you against putting these people in mental health facilities without their consent? Bro, that person cannot consent. Okay? If what he is saying is true, and there are plenty of people like that in the streets, that person is incapable of offering, like, informed consent. What are you talking about? That person does not have autonomy. He thinks he's a fucking FBI agent. And no, I'm not talking about Herschel Walker running for the fucking Senate seat, okay?
Business owners say they've repeatedly called police and city officials. They say their pleas for help have fallen on deaf ears.
There is anger in the community. It is palpable, and we want it addressed proactively, and we're going to do everything in our power to make sure that that happens, including leaning on any elected official.
LA City Councilwoman Nithya Raman represents the 4th District, which includes Sherman Oaks. Business owners say they have repeatedly called, emailed, and tagged her on social media posts. Scrivano sends her office videos of the homeless making threats and going to the bathroom on Ventura Boulevard. Scrivano says he was told to stop sending such graphic material.
Nithya Raman does not care. She does not care.
The reality is that people who are experiencing homelessness are still individuals who are there on the streets because they don't have a home.
We caught up with Councilwoman Raman at a public event after fruitless attempts to set up an interview.
The business owners are tired of having someone block their business.
Yes.
How would you like it if somebody threw feces at you?
I mean, I obviously would not like it, and to anybody who's experiencing these issues, I have the deepest.
She's trying to do an ambush interview with Nithya Raman, and like her first point is like, what if someone threw caca at you? You're an unhinged psychopath, dude. You're literally an unhinged psychopath. You need to get help, okay? If that's your fucking take, you need to get fucking help, okay? How do we help these people is entirely different than like, how do we melt the homeless? Is Nithya mid though? No, she's actually done some pretty fucking decent work with tackling a gigantic issue as best as she can. From what I understand, obviously, like, it's nearly impossible to fucking make changes as a singular council member, even though you have a profound amount of power. She's done a bunch of, not sweeps, but she has done a bunch of like long-term sustainable housing programs, like where it takes a very long time to actually come to fruition. Because if you take an empathetic approach that centers homeless people and their plight, and you actually get social workers to go in and convince homeless people to leave their encampments, to go into, first transitional housing and then sustainable housing, that is going to take a long time. Some people are not going to want to leave. There's already there's always going to be more issues that way. The other solution is to do sweeps immediately. Bring in the police, bring in sanitation, blow up the fucking encampments, clean them up, sweep it, force them elsewhere. Like, they have tents usually, so they're mobile, right? As mobile as you can get, I guess. Where they'll just like sweep one block and go, all right, fuck off, move on to the next city block until it becomes a problem again. Waiting on the crust punk weirdos to come in and take, like, well, if you end up homelessness, then you're ending homelessness culture, and that's tantamount to genocide. No, I don't think any crust punks have fucking chimed in on with a psychotic take like that. This is super serious. I don't even the trust fund crust punk anarchists are not chiming in with the I love being homeless actually takes at this moment.
Of sympathies and empathy. This issue is a humanitarian crisis, and it's a crisis for the entire city of Los Angeles.
Raman says the only way to solve this crisis is to fix the problem that leads to homelessness. And that, she says, is lack of housing.
No matter how many times you move them from one location, they are still people who don't have homes, and so they're simply going to move down the street.
He's right. She's literally talking about how sweeps don't work. Sweeps are not adequate, long-term, sustainable solutions to homelessness because you're just pushing the problem away, okay? You're not tackling the problem. You're avoiding it. Just like many of you want to avoid the top of the hour ad break, because at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break, and if you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or you can do for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay, not many are, but some are. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
Compassion. Where is the compassion in leaving someone on the
Está
street
igual de
when they
Brazil,
clearly
thank you.
cannot help themselves in any way?
And I don't believe that anyone who is suffering from mental illness should not be receiving the care that they deserve.
But with only one mental health outreach team in the San Fernando Valley, funded by the county.
Seems like that's an issue, right? Seems like that's a viable business. Here, capitalist brain, if you want to think about it. That seems like there's a lot of job opportunity there to find compassionate individuals who will provide compassionate care to those who desperately need it. Seems like there's an opportunity to grow a fucking viable industry if you want to think about it from a capitalist point of view.
Too many people are staying exactly where they are without any help.
The rights of the homeless cannot exceed the rights of the homeowners and the business owners.
The rights of the homeless cannot exceed the rights of the homeowners. Brother, on what planet are you living on? Are you living in fucking Mars, dude? What rights do homeless people have, dog? They have none. They have no rights. They're living in the fucking streets. Shut the fuck up.
There has to be a balance between those two rights, and right now that balance is tipping mightily.
Yeah, these motherfuckers are living on garbage, okay? They're literally living on a sustainable diet of eating garbage all day. And there's homies out here like, yeah, man, it's really fucked up how the homeless people have had it far too good for too long. You know what I mean? We got to stop this from happening.
In favor of the homeless to the detriment of the people that live here and work here. We're not insensitive to these issues, but it's gotten to the point where it's beyond control and something has got to give.
Councilman Rahman says that she's only been in office for a year and a half, and this problem has been around for many, many years. She says it cannot be solved with a magic wand. Alex?
Nobody talks about the plight of big homeless, dude. I mean, nobody talks about big homeless, dude. It's crazy.
Christine? Marla.
Gina, specifically, as we move forward from your reporting, did she say specifically what she's going to be doing to help those who are unhoused right there, and then also to help the business owners in the meantime?
Well, she says that her staff goes out on the streets and they go and talk to people. They try to get them into some sort of shelter. But she also puts the blame on the county. She says the county is responsible for providing mental health assistance to the homeless. And as I said in the story, there's only one group out there in the San Fernando Valley, and that's just not enough.
I mean, they see it. They see, like, okay, there's prevention. There's short-term homelessness is a crisis born out of capitalism. So obviously it's multifaceted and a very complex problem to deal with. And tackling it, in tackling a crisis such as this, there are so many different avenues that you need to hit it from, okay? You have the short-term immediate help, right? What she's describing is that there's only one group of individuals that are dealing with, crisis centers, one group of individuals that are dealing with it. They are underfunded, and they don't have enough people or enough funds to go out and, like, do outreach, okay? So that's number one. But then also the long-term sustainable solutions revolve around fixing the housing crisis so that there aren't more homeless people that are, becoming homeless, more people losing housing as a consequence of being priced out of the housing market. Okay? But of course, you can never solve this problem if you don't even think that these people are people to begin with. If you think that homeless people, if your attitude towards homeless people is like inherently violent because they think that they're fucking moral failures or animals or, something less than human, then you're not going to want to solve it. You just want it away. You want to push it away. That's your short-term solution, is just like, get them out, get them away. I don't care if they fucking die. And that's usually how people operate.
Gina, thank you. One more look at what is truly a crisis, and we hope that our viewers will go and search our documentary that...
Okay, Jesus Christ. Anyway, the project website says the center will include mental health services, education programs, job training, and job placement assistance. The fact is that 2,000 or 5,000 or 10,000 is just not acceptable in any place to give fair treatment to these people, said Reverend John Moretta of the Resurrection Catholic Church. These are people that need treatment. You just can't put them in an apartment and say that solves the problem. They need deep, deep help. No, you can. You should give them deep, deep help, but the help starts with an apartment. Opponents worry the plan would draw too many unhoused people into the neighborhood who would be ineligible for treatment of the facility and end up back on the street. We really want the public to understand that we know that we have a housing crisis. We do. We are not against the homeless. They also said their neighborhood has been neglected for too long and needs more economic opportunity and services. Yes, KTLA is owned by Nexstar. Yes, all local media is owned by right-wing, multi-billionaire corporations, corporations that are owned by right-wing multi-billionaires. Always. The proposal would have to be approved by city officials, among others. LA Councilman Kevin DeLeon, who represents Boyle Heights, told KTLA, until such time as a developer can prove to the community their concept meets the interests of Boyle Heights residents, I stand opposed. KTLA attempted to contact the developers, but so far not spoken to them. Here is another weird reality of living in the United States of America. There's a grandma in Arizona that was arrested for feeding people in need.
Well, I'm going to call my higher-ups and figure out how we're going to handle this, okay?
My name is Norma Thornton. I live in Bullhead City, Arizona.
Norma Thornton was donating her time and food to feed the hungry at a community park in Bullhead City, Arizona.
Full color front and back. Come see Aaron. Okay, so I've made contact with the lady and the gentleman that was here. I went up and talked to her. I said, what are you doing? She goes, I'm just bringing the transients some food. They're hungry.
Transients.
Yeah, so I just got I'm not on speakerphone, right?
They're humans. Transient is like such a red flag for me. The moment that I hear someone say vagrant or transient, I'm like, okay, I'm talking to a fucking guy who's like a freak, okay? And I hear it so goddamn frequently. Los Angeles libs love using those terms, okay?
Yeah, you are. I'll take you off.
Against his better judgment, this officer was instructed to arrest Norma and take her to the station to be fingerprinted.
I think this is a PR nightmare, but okay. Here's the bad news. Uh-oh. You're under arrest.
I am?
Yes, for violating the city ordinance. Good news is, all I'm going to do, get your fingerprints, all that stuff, and I will bring you right back here.
The city of Bullhead has made it.
By the way, remember, this is why people say ACAB, okay? This is why, like, that guy might be a good person overall. It seems like he is like, okay, this is a bit fucked up that we're arresting an old lady, but he still ended up arresting that old lady because that's your job. When you're a cop, you're supposed to arrest old ladies when your fucking bosses tell you got to arrest this old lady for the crime of fucking feeding homeless people.
A crime to feed the needy.
Technically, I'm supposed to be handcuffing you and everything too, but I'm not going to do that because I don't think you're a hardened criminal. I don't think you're out to hurt me. I'm not out to hurt anybody.
The officer issued Norma a citation to appear in court.
Just so you know, you are under arrest. This is an arrest. You must go to court. Do not come back into the park and feed people. If you do, you will definitely spend the night in the jail in Kingman. I had a restaurant for a very long time and I worked restaurant work for quite a bit. A friend of mine had been volunteering making food for the homeless.
Bro, these motherfuckers would kill Jesus, okay? Like, I mean, this is so Christ-like, I'm losing it, you know? You know they're like, this is the Christian way. You don't understand. That's what you're supposed to do as a Christian, brother.
And asked me would I please be interested in serving food one day a week. And I found it very exciting and so volunteered. This gave me purpose and a good way to use my skill and kind of spiraled to doing more and more. I started out a wonderful day. I had good food, made up for my for the people down at the park. I just finished up serving approximately 26 or 27 people. And the very last person that come through, I literally was scraping the bottom of my pants, finished off the food, gave him, and as he was walking away, these two police officers drove up, Bullhead City Police. Finally, the day came.
Can I just, dude, dude, United States, okay? A country where this statement has really happened. Norma was required to go to court for the crime of feeding the hungry. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Even when individuals take matters in their own hands to do the right thing, the system still's like, nah, fuck that. You can't do that, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. We're arresting you. We're throwing you in fucking jail. I'm losing my mind. And then people get mad at me for my statements about how America's a dog shit fucking piece of shit country. Oof. Jesus Christ. Crazy. Absolutely bananas.
Finally, the day came to come and talk to the prosecutor person. And then they would set a date for criminal court. So thought of people being hungry. I mean, I'm not making a big impact. It's not that much. But at least some people have enough food to survive. And I can't even imagine living in this country and being hungry. To be told that you cannot feed the hungry, regardless of what the circumstances are. It's sad, but it makes me really, really angry, to put it bluntly. After the court, this reporter sat down beside me because I was sitting right on the brink of tears, and he sat down, talked to me a little bit, and he said, may I take your picture? He asked me a few questions. The day after, the front page blasts across, grandmother arrested for feeding the homeless or something like that. I'm never gonna stop feeding them, never.
Not feeding the needy in a private alley, but is
I am
joining
still
with
able
IJ
to
fight
serve
back.
people. It's not ideal. There's no tables, there's no grass. They get their food and they just sit up against a fence that gives us some shade. When I was serving in the park, word would get out that I was serving, and it was much easier for people to get to me and to the food. We always kept.
Isn't the whole argument that we shouldn't do personal charities of the government helping people? Dude. I still do charity, okay? I criticize those who think it's the end of the problem. It is unimaginable that someone would prosecute someone who is purely out of the kindness of their heart, taking matters in their own hands and trying to help those less fortunate than they are. Charity and the existence of charity, or the necessity for charity, indicates systemic failure. But that doesn't mean you should stop doing it, okay? This is something that a lot of people do not understand. Yes, her actions will not solve homelessness in Arizona, clearly. No matter what happens, okay? Even if every single individual in Arizona was like, let's do our best. Let's fucking do our best to feed homeless people. You're still not going to you're still not going to solve homelessness in Arizona. Because homelessness is not happening because people are not offering food to the needy. It's happening because people are getting priced out of the housing market. And even this grandma recognizes that reality.
Kept the park clean so that the place is always left as clean or cleaner than we arrived. Nobody camped in the park, lived in the park. The city has made it very clear that I can have a party and host up to 100 people with no consequence at all, so long as I am not feeding the homeless.
Yeah, they've decided that the way to tackle homelessness in Arizona is by making it criminal to share food with them.
I am not enabling homelessness. I'm enabling these people to survive.
Yeah, they say that's their attitude. They say it's a public hazard because the more they eat, the more they poop. And also that you're enabling homelessness.
Political reporter Morgan Rynor breaks down the timeline of what's happening behind the scenes to try and fix us all.
The problem is like the idea that like homelessness will go away if you make it illegal is demonstrably a failure, because every single city that has experienced homelessness has created new provisions to make it harder to be homeless, right? Loitering laws and shit like that are created specifically to criminalize poverty and criminalize being homeless in public. However, homelessness is still growing. And the reason for why is not because our measures are not aggressive enough. The reason is something different. It must be something different. Well, we know what the reason is. It's because they don't have housing. It's because they're getting priced out of housing. The more you push the current homeless people aside and like push them further and further the outskirts of society, let's say, the more you think you're actually, solving the problem immediately for the real estate developers without harming anyone that truly matters, right? The real estate developers and the fucking wealthy voters and whatnot. Except, why is it still growing? Because there's new people becoming homeless. Why are they becoming homeless is not a question that people ever ask. People do not ever ask why homelessness is growing in this fucking country. Well, the ones that do ask that question oftentimes have shitty answers for it. What do they say? Well, they say it's because, mental health is becoming a bigger problem. Mental health's the reason. No, motherfucker, that's not the reason.
Right now, Morgan.
One homeless organization told me that's the million-dollar question. How long will it take to solve this issue? But the issue wasn't created overnight, and it's not going to be solved overnight. We are in this for the long haul. San Diego Mayor Todd Gloria said two things can be true at the same time.
We've increased shelter capacity in our city by 38%. We've done that largely by utilizing public facilities and properties.
The city is sheltering more homeless individuals, but more people are becoming homeless.
In the city of San Diego, our median rent is somewhere around $2,600 a month for an apartment. It's no surprise if you have rental rates of that nature that you're going to see more folks on the streets.
In part because of the high cost of living and mental health and drug addiction.
People continue to be extremely frustrated. They don't see the progress that they would expect to see with this all hands on deck effort.
From San Diego to Bakersfield.
We hear from businesses and residents who are experiencing the impact.
To Sacramento.
We saw about a 67% increase.
Statewide poll.
67% increase, bro. The more you support lazy people, the more they will take advantage of it. Why work when the government take care of you? Love that. Dude, you've solved it, my friend. You fucking solved it. That's right, dude. I've never heard that take before. Thanks so much. I know. That's the reason why I think, like, why is the government taking care of you by sending you to public school? You should actually learn by fucking continuing to hit your head into a wall and hoping that this information materializes in your brain, getting dumber and dumber and dumber. Okay? That's awesome, man. No, keep it up, brother. You're fucking killing it. You've solved it. Fucking cuck. That's why in places that have more, that's why in places where they have adequate shelter or adequate social safety nets, better social safety nets, people are literally just not working. I think of Finland and I'm always like, man, country famous for not working. Everyone is literally on the government dole, dude. Everyone's on the government dollar. It's crazy, dude. It's just 100% unemployment. Who knows how they survive? Nobody understands it. It's crazy. They've just built an entire economy while not working. Same with Germany. Same with all these other places like Austria, another famous place where people are just simply not working because they've gotten too lazy because the government's helping them out too much. How do they do it, I wonder? Dude, you are so cucked. Let me tell you something. You are not the Walton family. You are not the Koch family. You are not George Soros. You are not one of Sheldon Adelson's grandchildren. You are a worker. Your parents were a worker before you, and if you're lucky, you will continue to be a worker and not become homeless. Okay? Those guys get a fuckload of help from the government. They get subsidies. They're seen as productive people. They get tax breaks. They get more money back. They get help all the time. But you as a worker don't even want social safety nets for your other fellow workers because you think one day you'll be like him. But you are not him. You are not Himmy Neutron. Okay? You're not them. Shut the fuck up about government help and how it creates laziness. That is a lie that those who get the most government help, that get all the government help, have told you. So dumb motherfuckers like you who desperately need the government help, and in some instances this could just mean free healthcare, by the way, will repeat that lie over and over again because you got peasant brain. Okay? You're a goddamn peasant. You're living like a fucking medieval peasant right now, and you don't even recognize it.
Poll after poll says the same thing. People are frustrated.
There is no single bullet that's going to solve our problem overnight.
Lisa Bates runs Sacramento Steps Forward. They conduct the point-in-time count for the area. She says solutions are in the works. The governor signed several bills last month that will help streamline the process to build new affordable housing.
From a regulatory standpoint, they've done a lot. But, you know, housing takes time to build, to develop, to site.
Her organization worked with the city and county to come up with a 3-year local plan.
We need to do a lot more on the front end. We need to catch people early and prevent homelessness from occurring.
To address mental health, the governor passed Care Court to compel those with severe mental illness into treatment and housing. But again, that won't be implemented statewide for another few years.
We'll start to see the kinds of reductions in on-street visible homelessness amongst the severely mentally ill that I think is the most concerning to Californians.
When Newsom was running for office back in 2017, he pledged to build 3.5 million homes by 2025 because that's what experts predict that we need in order to address the shortage. But we are nowhere near that. Newsom recently admitted that it was a stretch goal. So instead, he changed that goal to 2.5 million homes by 2030. Again, from the local level to the state level, there are dozens of projects in the works, but all of them are going to take time.
That's crazy, man. We just can't be building houses out here, bro. It's wild. I wonder why we can't be building houses out here. And then when we do end up building houses, it's all fucking luxury condominiums that just are never full. I don't know who's buying the luxury condos, by the way. I haven't seen it, okay? I wish I knew. Those motherfuckers look so empty all the goddamn time. Dude, look at Culver City. Holy fuck, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know who's buying them? They're building it for someone. They're buying them. You know who's buying them? Investors, okay? Airbnb Andes, and also other investors. Anders. Oh, my God. Capitalists be like,
yeah, that'll show those poor. Why are you cheering, Fry? You're not rich.
True, but someday I might be rich, and then people like me better watch their step.
Yeah, that's what you sound like when you fucking when you advocate for the needs of the wealthy, for the better interests of the wealthy. Okay, let's talk about, this is the last thing we're going to cover here on this issue, on this matter. But as far as Cenk goes, yes, he's in the wrong, okay? He's in the wrong. I understand why so many fucking liberals' brains have been broken by seeing crime and fucking homelessness and all this shit, right? Cenk hates Karen Bass, understandably. Karen Bass sucks, but she's still, unfortunately, better than motherfucking Rick Caruso, who is like almost single-handedly responsible. If there's like a singular individual that has like reinforced structural oppression, okay, that has been a cause, almost personally been a cause to creating more homeless people in Los Angeles and in California in general, it's motherfuckers like Rick Caruso, bro. Okay? So here is what could be done.
Livable apartments have become a luxury in many large cities. Vienna, however, has deliberately chosen a different path.
By the way, this is directly a consequence of communists and socialists. I don't know what they're going to say, but like, yeah, no, it is literally communists and socialists that created the structure that has made it so that 65% of people living in Vienna live in public housing. It's not even a joke. It is.
For 100 years, we have considered affordable housing a public responsibility that is best met by an effective public housing sector.
To understand Vienna's unique housing situation, you have to know its history. At the beginning of the 20th century, it had more than 2 million inhabitants, a larger population size than in the present day. At that time, about 300,000 people in the city had no access to decent living space. Vienna was reputed to be the European capital with the worst housing. As a result, the Social Democratic Viennese government made concerted efforts to improve living standards after World War I. The dogma was, apartments are not goods. Having one is a right. In 1923, the foundation for the first large residential construction program was laid. A new municipal city council decree foresaw the construction of 25,000 apartments within 5 years, and another 30,000 from 1929 to 1933. Public housing projects were never limited to certain districts. They were implemented across Vienna, regardless of the social status of the area. Owing to this clear, long-standing policy, the social background of a person cannot be determined by their postal address. The most essential principles of the Austrian First Republic are still valid today. These include affordable, high-quality buildings, social cohesion, and a balanced social mix. As a result, social housing.
City planning impacts people's lives. And if you have mixed income housing, like they're describing here, and everyone gets the same nice housing readily available to them, you will have better social cohesion. It is a fundamental part of city building, okay? Yes, it is quite literally Soviet style. That's just how it works. That is true. But that's how it works. When your neighbors are from all different backgrounds, you have more social cohesion. This is how equal opportunity works, by the way. America will never do this, though, because they look at this and say, that's socialism, that's terrible.
Has a long and successful tradition that has now lasted for more than 100 years. It is this continuity which is unique. Nowadays, Vienna, Austria's capital, is home to 1.9 million inhabitants. Along with New York and Geneva, it is home to the United Nations and other important global diplomatic organizations. It is the 5th largest capital in the European Union and the 2nd largest city in the German-speaking world. Today, more than half of all Viennese live in subsidized apartments. These housing complexes are spread across the city, ensuring a positive social mix in each district. Vienna is the fastest growing city in the German-speaking world. Although the growth of population slowed down in recent years, it is still expanding at around 10,000 people per year. And this high ratio is expected to continue over the next few years.
I'll be back.
The pressure on the municipality to provide the population with attractive and affordable apartments in a healthy, safe and livable environment is huge. Hence, local government invests up to 400 million euros annually in housing construction and renovation of older buildings. Another 100 million euros is reserved for local residents who are unable to afford even subsidized rents. The subsidies are financed through federal taxes and the general income tax system. This funding through taxation creates a reliable basis for the planning of complex housing programs, which would be impossible under strictly market-dependent housing policies. The quota is regulated by a federal law and amounts to 0.5% of the gross income of employees and employers. On the basis of this tax, Vienna receives an annual amount of about 250 million euros for housing construction purposes from the federal state. Besides money, there are other important factors that help tenants sleep well at night. City dwellers enjoy a very strong tenancy law in Austria. Another essential factor is the Limited Profit Housing Act. This act provides the legal framework for all limited profit construction associations, whether organized as a cooperative or as a corporation. It defines not only the principles of the public good status, but also other issues, such as the handling of rents or the membership of a supervisory association. Another key factor for affordable housing was the establishment of the Vienna Land Distribution and Urban Renewal Fund in 1984 to provide land for state-subsidized housing construction and to supervise the renovation of old houses. As a non-profit organization, Wohnfonds Wien, as it is called today, coordinates property developers, house owners, municipal departments and service centers of the municipality of Vienna. Because of its land reserves and long-term planning, Wohnfonds Wien is still able to buy agricultural or brownfield land at good rates despite the increasing price of land. Recent years have seen land and real estate prices in many European cities spiraling out of control. To counteract this development, the city of Vienna amended its building code in November 2018 by introducing the subsidized housing zoning category. If land is thus classified as belonging to a subsidized housing zone, 2/3 of the usable floor space created for housing purposes must be taken up by subsidized dwellings. This caps rents and safeguards that affordable homes will continue to be constructed across the entire city, and again, ensures a good social mix all over Vienna. All these measures provide for an adequate supply of good housing in Vienna, as well as the rest of Austria. Last but not...
Is there a catch, or am I too American to think this is something that can happen without weird consequences? The consequence that's weird is that everyone has some level of housing, okay? Like almost every single person has adequate housing at that point. That it is a weird consequence if you're used to, you know, living in fucking filth as the system just constantly fucks you over. That it is weird. It's unimaginable if you're American, especially.
Not least, these benefits contribute to Vienna being continually voted the city with the highest standard of living in the world.
How is rent subsidized? I don't know, dog. What do you think taxes do? Like, people always are like, how are we going to pay for it? It's like, bro, you already pay for shit. It's just the American government decides to use your payments for a never-ending war machine, okay? And subsidies for mega corporations. We privatize everything.
Vienna was ranked as the most livable city worldwide 10 times in a row. This includes Quality of Living ranking 2019 by Mercer, as well as being classified as the best place to live worldwide by the Global Livability Index 2019 through The Economist. In comparison with other big cities, Vienna has rather moderate rent prices. To maintain this, even in times when the housing market is under great pressure due to the financial markets and the ever-increasing population, the city administration invests, as mentioned, annually roughly 400 million euros in housing construction and renovation of older buildings. With this funding budget, around 7,000 good-quality, affordable apartments are built every year, and over 5,000 apartments refurbished on average. Nowadays, the benchmark rent for a well-equipped municipal apartment is €5.81 per square meter.
Looked up some of the private housing protected by Vienna's policies, and even there, like $410 a month, utilities included, and that's private. Yeah, because when your housing market prices are dictated by affordable public housing, private housing owners and people who want to rent, people who want to become landlords, are going to have a much harder fucking time because the government has set the pricing that way. That's why people always talk about how they don't want the government to interfere with business. Okay? Why do you think they're always like, yo, don't let the government interfere in business, brother? The free market needs to do shit. Competition needs to thrive. The real reason why they don't want the government to interfere is because the government is always going to outcompete. The government is always going to fucking put the price ceiling at such a low point that all these private businesses and their profit margins are going to get fucking eviscerated, and they can suck my cock, especially when we're talking about a commodity that is a necessity for survival.
Excluding taxes and operating costs, the benchmark rent for a subsidized apartment is nearly the same. When we study how people live, we can determine that Vienna is a city of tenants. Over 3/4 of Vienna's population rent accommodation, with only around 20% living in flats or houses that they own. There are mainly two forms of affordable housing in Vienna: the municipal housing apartments owned by the city of Vienna, and the non-profit residential construction buildings owned and operated by non- or limited-profit cooperatives or associations. Already, since the 1950s, parallel to the social housing construction of the Viennese municipality, non-profit housing construction has been making a considerable contribution to apartment production. Responsible for the building management of the Viennese municipal housing complexes is Wiener Wohnen, Vienna's municipal housing company. With 4,000 employees, Wiener Wohnen is Europe's largest manager of municipal properties. Altogether, Wiener Wohnen looks after 1,800 housing complexes containing 220,000 apartments, more than 5,000 business premises or doctors' practices, and nearly 50,000 garages and outdoor parking spots. And although the city of Vienna recently decided to build another 4,000 new municipal housing units, most efforts have been made since the early 2000s to promote the concept of subsidized housing. This program is supported by non- or limited-profit construction associations, which are responsible for building, renovating, and administrating apartments for the benefit of the general public. These must be approved by the federal state government as charitable. Such building associations belong to a federation watchdog which regularly reviews their business activities. Non-profit building associations predominantly build dwellings that are subsidized according to the Housing Development Acts of the provinces. Therefore, for the rent or purchase of an apartment, the funding provisions must be complied with. To ensure that the quality of affordable housing in Vienna fulfills the highest quality standards, Vienna has a detailed planning process, including rigorous competitions for selecting developers and architects. This is called the 4 pillars process. Only those projects which provide the highest standards in the fields of economy, ecology, architecture, and social sustainability will be selected by an interdisciplinary panel of experts. For housing construction projects with a volume of at least 500 subsidized dwellings, developer competitions are mandatory. Smaller projects are evaluated by the Land Advisory
Chatter's about to become fluent in German. You might want to brush up so you can be a German streamer. Yeah, we're moving to Österreich.
Board, which is also a part of VODs.
It is kind of funny to consider that, like, a fucking European country, like, in this current day and age, has policies that literally seem unimaginable for America. Like, Americans look at this and go, that's utopian communism. You look to fucking, I don't know, half of the European social democracies and their healthcare system, their public education system is so well funded and operates so well, and you think that is utopian communism. None of this is, by the way, but dude, you know what I mean? Like, we are living in such dire circumstances here in the wealthiest nation on earth that, like, other countries have been able to manage all this shit, and we look at that and go, nah, dude, that's crazy. That will not happen. You're fucking bullshit. That would never happen, dude.
Both systems use similar criteria to determine eligibility for housing. You have to have a minimum age of 18.
They literally kept this going because they were scared of the socialists in the 20th century after World War II. Yes, the USSR's, perhaps the USSR's single most important contribution to humanity, aside from eviscerating the Nazi scourge, of course, was that its existence galvanized trade unionists, socialists, communists in all of these other Western nations that created a system, a mechanism of fear that led capitalists to concede. The only reason why so many of these countries have healthcare, so many of these countries have, like, viable and robust union systems, the only reason why these countries have public transit and all of these amenities that are impossible, that are seemingly like just, you know, a fucking unicorn or a dream in America, is because capital owners and capitalists in general were terrified of a communist revolution or a communist takeover or a trade unionist takeover, and therefore conceded. The last time this happened in America is when we got the New Deal, okay, under FDR. Same forces, similar forces of pressure created a system and an environment where even a social democrat or a relatively open-minded leader who was terrified of those formations coming in and seizing power and seizing control, decided to basically concede and cave and give in to those desires, those pressures.
Maximum monthly income must not be more than €3,410 after tax with a single person, €5,080.71 for a two-person household, and €5,750 for a three-person household. These relatively high income limits, 75% of the Viennese population earn less, provide that the middle class also has access to Vienna's subsidized housing. Everybody who wants to rent public housing must have lived in Vienna for at least 2 years. You have to be an Austrian citizen, come from a member state of the European Union, or have an equivalent status. To get one of the municipal housing flats, or a smart apartment, or a subsidized apartment with a procuration fee under €10,000, you also have to fulfill socially oriented allocation criteria. The long-standing history of affordable housing in Vienna and the ongoing political will and practice that maintains it makes Vienna a great place to live. Constantly providing its residents with affordable homes needs constant commitment and a wealth of action. As in the past, this action will ensure future generations have access to high-quality, affordable apartments.
Oh, fuck. I'm muted. I'm sorry. Okay. Yo, that shit goes hard on mute. You know what I'm saying? Dude, I was spitting too. I'll never spit again. I'll never say those incredible things I just said. You will never hear them again. That's it. That's the last time. It's the first and last time I'll spit so fucking hard, dude. I said some things that would have gotten me on Fox News again. Okay. Imagine actually investing the colonialism money into the poor. I mean, that's what Europe did. You know what I mean? A lot of Europe did. A lot of like European development hinges on quite literally that. You know what I mean? Except Britain. No, Britain did that too. What do you mean? They got the NHS and shit. Come on. Anyway, imagine being single making $3,400 a month with like $500 rent for housing. That will be privatized very soon. Don't say that. Don't say that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back to Pooty Poo. We're back to Pooty Poo. Vladimir Putin, not a good guy. Okay? Not a particularly good guy. Very bad guy. Recently said or made claims on top of the routine yearly ICBM testing military games that they played, which, of course, America was informed ahead of time. That was on schedule. Nothing too weird there, at least according to the U.S. State Department. But on top of that, he said something along the lines of Ukraine will perhaps use a dirty bomb. Would I call him a knucklehead? Oh, I don't know if I could go that far. That seems pretty rough, man. I mean, that's... I don't know. You know what? Why not? Yeah, he is. He is a big stinker. A knucklehead, that guy. Dude, it's over. I'm getting dosed with, like, radiated uranium.
Vladimir Putin, meantime, blaming the West for playing what he calls a dangerous, bloody and dirty game around the world. And... he says, for seeking global domination. The Russian president making these comments at an event going on as we speak in Moscow. He also said the West shouldn't tell Russia how to build its society, while adding that Russia does not consider itself an enemy of the West. And he had a prediction for Russia's future. Have a listen.
Of course, we have some problems, and first of all, our losses due to special military operation. But we have economic losses too. But we have massive gains. And what is happening, without any doubt, in the end of the day, and I want to emphasize, in the end of the day, will be for the good of Russia and its future.
To the situation on Ukraine's front lines, President Zelensky accusing Russian troops of, quote, craziness in the eastern Donetsk region. 3 civilians reportedly killed as Russian forces keep trying to take the city of Bakhmut. Now, that's been a months-long effort with only small gains. Mr. Zelensky mocked Russia for focusing so much firepower there with so little to show for it. While Ukraine's president also sounding very confident about the prospect of taking back the southern city of Kherson. He says his forces will besiege the Russians if they stay. One of his advisors earlier warning that the heaviest of battles against occupying Russian forces there is set to come. CNN's Fred Pleitkin reports from near the front lines close to that city.
Ukrainian forces trying to hit the Russians on all fronts. This mortar unit firing in the north of the country, while in the south, Kiev is continuing a counter-offensive trying to capture the Russian-occupied city of Kherson. We met up with an artillery unit on the battlefield. The soldiers tell us there's firing going on here pretty much every day, several times a day. The front line is not very far from where we are at all. It's a couple of kilometers in that direction, and right now there's not very much movement on that front line, but still, the situation is very dangerous. Ukraine's defense minister says Kiev's counter...
Do you think we should cancel Putin? Oh, man, I don't know. That seems like a bridge too far, man. Not deplatforming, I mean... Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we should cancel Putin.
Complicated by wet weather in the area. But the commander says he believes in the end they will oust the Russians.
I know one thing for sure. We will never step back from here. We have no other choice. Only forward. Ukraine has to get back all its territory and borders.
While Russia continues to mobilize hundreds of thousands for the war here, the Ukrainians say they found the Wagner private military company, founded by Putin ally Yevgeny Prigozhin, is sending Russian prisoners with diseases to the front line. The chief of Ukraine's military intelligence told CNN's Nick Robertson.
They put on them certain wristbands in blue, white, or red color. Every color signifies tuberculosis, hepatitis, or HIV. It's happening on a mass scale. Most of them who were taken prisoners or their dead bodies, which were found in the battlefield, had those wristbands.
CNN can't independently verify the...
Yeah, I don't believe that. I mean, but Wagner is Nazi shit. They're like the Blackwater of Russia. But also, no, I don't. That sounds unhinged. It doesn't really matter. Also, what the fuck is CNN doing? Like, you just reported on that while simultaneously being like, we cannot independently verify that. Okay, well then why'd you put that in there?
Those claims, as Russian forces continue to lose ground in Ukraine, the Kremlin conducting massive annual nuclear drills involving submarine-launched ballistic missiles and others launched from Russia's fleet of strategic bombers. While the Russians notified the U.S. about the drills well in advance, Russian President Vladimir Putin with a clear warning to Washington.
What they are trying to achieve, we see on the example of Ukraine, which has become an instrument of American foreign policy. The country has practically lost sovereignty.
CNN said, trust me, bro. Source, we don't know. He didn't even say, trust me, bro. CNN just literally said, we don't know about that. But, you know, maybe they're doing it. Which is crazy.
Sovereignty and is directly controlled from the United States.
But the Ukrainians on the front line say they are fighting for their own freedom, not for anybody else. Fred Pleitkin, CNN, Mykolaiv, Ukraine.
But we begin with new allegations against...
For the record, I'm not disagreeing with like whether Wagner is like recruiting prisoners or not. I'm talking about the biological warfare component of it. You know, because I don't think that's how that works. Like, I don't think you can conduct biological warfare like that. There is also another component of Ukraine and the Russia situation that I wanted to cover that I haven't been able to cover for a while, which was the Congressional Progressive Caucus. Now, the CPC, led by led by Jayapal. Jayapal. Fuck. Jayapal. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up a YouTube video of this as well. Decided to come out with a press release and decided to come out with a letter. Okay. The Congressional Progressive Caucus Chair statement on Ukraine letter. Now, they went back on it very quickly because people were incredibly unhinged about it. I didn't actually see their, hold on. I didn't even actually see their original take on the matter. But from what I understand, their original take on the matter was not like insane or anything like that. It was more so that we need to, here it is. People are furious. Jayapal withdraws letter on Ukraine policy amid Democratic anger. Now, the reason why I feel comfortable covering this, other than the fact that, because people are going to rip my asshole apart because they're just basically saying things that I've been saying for a while now, which is that, like, the aid is already conditional, and the conditions that the American aid hinges on is the continued effort of, like, fighting till every last Ukrainian. Some of the Ukrainians on the ground might want that, but ultimately that's not what's best for Ukraine in general. And the conditional aid should also come with the condition that, like, diplomatic ties should never be closed off, or some kind of treaty should never be fucking pushed aside, cast aside. I've not seen any American politicians come out and openly state this before. 30 members came out and said something. They wrote a fucking letter, and liberals became the most unhinged people on the fucking planet, immediately stating that these... Oh, fuck. Oh, no, I think Jack's here already. God damn it. You're right on fucking time. Fuck. Hold on. Let's watch this.
Stunning turn of events and a massive unforced error, really, right ahead of the midterm elections. Moments ago, liberal Democrats withdrew an open letter they sent to President Biden suggesting the U.S. tried to negotiate with Vladimir Putin to end his invasion in Ukraine. Now, that sparked fierce backlash within the party. Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss tweeting, quote, "This letter is an olive branch to a war criminal who's losing his war." The Congressional Progressive Caucus chairwoman Pramila Jayapal even defended the letter initially, but now she's saying it was sent by mistake. Let's get right to Manu Raju on Capitol Hill. Manu, what's going on here? What's the truth?
Yeah, a number of these members who actually signed this letter that was released this week were surprised. They said they were blindsided. I talked to some of them who...
So, where is it? Does anyone have the original letter? I need to know. I want to go through the original letter. So from what I understand, it was basically, from what I understand, it was basically just like, hey, we should always keep diplomatic avenues open, and that, obviously Russia is murderous, monstrous, but ultimately diplomatic avenues should be maintained with Russia. Here it is. Because ultimately all wars end in treaties, no matter what. Even if one side wins and the other side loses, ultimately who is losing is the working class of either side, and even other surrounding nations that rely on Ukraine for wheat, for example. House progressives float diplomatic path towards ending war in Ukraine, get annihilated, and quickly clarify. So the Progressive Caucus... and 30 members of the Congressional Progressive Caucus sent a letter to the White House that attempted to gingerly open a conversation about a potential diplomatic end to Russia's war on Ukraine. The door was slammed shut by the evening, met with enough fury to elicit a clarification in the form of a statement from the caucus chair, Pramila Jayapal. Okay? Let me be clear, Jayapal said in the statement issued before 7 p.m. We are united as Democrats in our unequivocal commitment to supporting Ukraine in their fight for their democracy and the freedom in the face of the illegal and outrageous Russian invasion, and nothing in the letter advocates for a change in that support. On Tuesday afternoon, Jayapal followed the clarification by fully withdrawing the letter, saying it was released by staff without vetting. So Jayapal threw her staff under the bus for a general suggestion of diplomacy to end a war, then pled guilty to the greatest crime of Washington today, giving the appearance of agreeing with the other party. Letter suggesting diplomacy was withdrawn. Unacceptable, unimaginable, shows everything that I've been talking about with respect to shows everything that I've been talking about with respect to how fucking bloodthirsty liberals are, especially in this day and age. We have now become little fucking lobbyists and talking persons for the American war machine on each side. Okay? Mind-boggling that you can't even fucking come out and say understandable, reasonable things. The letter itself also featured, if I'm not mistaken, the letter itself also featured statements about, of course, giving Ukrainians full autonomy in the treaty process and allowing them to make these decisions on their own. It was simply more to say, we should also be on the side of ending this quickly. Okay? That Monday morning, Washington Post reported that CPC members were urging President Joe Biden to dramatically shift his stance on the Ukraine war and pursue direct negotiations with Russia. The first time prominent members of his own party have pushed him to change his approach to Ukraine. Such diplomacy could ultimately end with Russia gaining territory by force, even as it's faltering on the battlefield. That the letter was met with fierce opposition is a measure of the space available for debate among congressional Democrats when it comes to support for the war and how it might be stopped before it turns nuclear. That is roughly zero. I voted for every defense package to Ukraine and stand firmly for Ukraine's sovereignty, says Representative Rokana, a letter signer. That's what he told The Intercept. It should not be controversial to say we need to explore every diplomatic avenue to seek a just peace to end the war, including the engagement of our allies to help with that. It's literally what I've been saying for fucking months. And, of course, predictably, the exact same way that people fucking shit on me and shove those sentiments down my goddamn throat, they shoved it down the Congressional Progressive Caucus throat as well, okay? And it got so fucking insane. The war-hungry, bloodthirsty, NATO-adjacent liberals and so-called progressives have gotten so out of pocket that they even lost the Pod Save crew. The fucking Pod Johns were critical of the reaction to Jayapal and the Congressional Progressive Caucus's, tiny little letter. Okay? Here.
You make the right point that what Biden's saying is, I won't negotiate around the settlement that Ukraine has to accept without them. That doesn't mean we don't have things to talk to the Russians about. It just means Biden's not going to sit there and say, well, maybe you can keep this part of Ukraine and not that part of Ukraine. That's not going to happen. But to your point, if you don't create any space for kind of debate in the center here around this policy, you know where all the concerns about the war are going to go? They're going to go to where Kevin McCarthy took it, right?
Totally.
Which is that like, hey, I'm getting uncomfortable here. There's nuclear threats. Let's cut off the Ukrainians, right?
It's a lot of money.
So, to some of you, like some of the Ukraine stands on Twitter or whatever who like just, pile.
Don't worry about it. That's why I said, like, chill while I eat and I cover this, and then I can bring you in. Jack Wagner's here, everybody, and we're going to talk about his latest podcast. But before we do that, I'm going to finish this up.
On this stuff, you might be creating the outcome you don't want, because by punishing anybody who says, let's have diplomacy, the only alternative to your position, is where Kevin McCarthy's going, which is like, hey, let's cut these, where Tucker Carlson is, basically.
Or, where Elon Musk. I mean, there's clearly a void of people.
There's a void of
and like
discussion.
Elon Musk is filling it, or that guy David Sachs, some like idiot tech investor, right-wing goober is filling it. It's like, why don't we have the CPC, the progressive in the House fill it, or at least try.
Well, that would be a very healthy place to fill it.
They're absolutely correct. I've said this time and time again about Tucker Carlson's prominence when he was the only voice in mainstream media that has that openly was talking about like workers' rights, even though that was just a vehicle for him to shove in white nationalist rhetoric. If you allow the only fucking people to talk about workers and workers' rights to be white nationalists and white supremacists in media, and you don't have any earnest and honest voices that care about the rights of laborers, you are going to lose ground, and you are going to allow right-wing populism to basically become the only reasonable voice in the room at a time when, the contradictions under capitalism are becoming more apparent and frustrating people.
Yeah, this letter if you read it, like it's literally just saying that we should be exploring diplomacy with Russia. There's nothing.
It's like a restatement of policy.
There's literally nothing objectionable in the letter whatsoever.
Yeah. Did Mr. Blowhard ask Ukrainians or Eastern Europeans what they want? Nope, it's never done. Paint them as stands. Meanwhile, the same rationale is never applied to issues in the general left completely ignore. Yeah. Great. Awesome. Yeah, you're right. We're not asking the Eastern. We're not asking the Eastern Europeans or the Ukrainians what they want. Bro, what are you talking about? We've given like fucking hundreds of billions of dollars of weapons. What the fuck do you mean? All wars now in a nuclearized military, nuclearized state, when we have mutually assured destruction, all wars either end with nuclear winter or some form of treaty, okay? That's it. There is already a point that we don't go past. Okay? And the point that we don't go past is invoking Article 5. The point that we don't go past is like actually putting boots on the ground and engaging people, engaging the Russian forces with our forces. Ukrainians want that, and we're not giving it to them. Why not? Because that is nuclear annihilation. So anyone that claims that they're like listening to the demands of the Ukrainians is fucking lying. That's not true. They're not. Anyway, it's insane to me that the Congressional Progressive Caucus came out with this letter and then immediately rescinded it. Especially considering that how milquetoast the letter was, especially considering that like the letter itself did not feature any sort of like unhinged idea. It was like pretty basic stuff. And even then they got bullied into fucking pulling back support. And the reason why I wanted to cover it is because it shows like how fucking crazy we have become, how bloodthirsty we are on the liberal side. Here, let me finish this out. And I'm
said they did
shove
not
as much food in my mouth as possible. But also at the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. I'm going to fucking run that ad really quickly as well. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Let's continue with the
Jayapal's office would release this letter this week. They, in fact, had signed this letter in June, pushing the Biden administration to pursue more diplomacy in the war, Russia's war with Ukraine. But some of them said that if they knew this was going to be released this week, they would never have released it they never would have signed on to it in the first place.
Wait,
one veteran Democratic member told me that Democrats were, quote, furious, including some members who were in difficult re-election races who did not want to open up a debate, an inter-party feud about how to deal with Ukraine when the party has united behind sending billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine at a time when Republicans are divided over this issue. So after backlash, Jayapal just announced moments ago that she would retract this letter that was sent to President Biden. She said in her statement, in part, that the idea that conflating the Democratic position with the Republican position, concerned about more aid, was, quote, nothing could be further from the truth about that. She said every war ends with diplomacy, and this one will too after Ukrainian victory. The letter sent yesterday, although restating that basic principle, has been conflated with GOP opposition to support for the Ukrainians' just defense of their national sovereignty. As such, it is a distraction at this time, and we withdraw the letter. Now, it has not been yet fully explained why this was released this week. We had asked Jayapal's office about that. They declined to comment about the reason, but after that initial backlash from when it was released on yesterday, she released a statement clarifying the position, saying they support the administration's position, but ultimately untenable as Democrats tried to push back, made clear that they wouldn't have signed on to this letter, forcing an embarrassing about-face from the leader of the Progressive Caucus, someone who has an eye on potentially elevating in the Democratic leadership in the next Congress. But nevertheless, Democrats are hoping to put this feud behind them and move on to the midterm elections, where they're focusing on other issues as they struggle to keep control of the House.
Wow, Manu Raju, thank you for that update. Let's discuss now.
Insanity, madness, you know, that's where we're at here. CNN witnesses Russia return body of American fighting for Ukraine. Oh, this is the guy that people were saying looks like me, right? All right. Well, Jack is here. I'm just gonna have him on. Fuck it. We'll get back to our news coverage in a little bit. Yeah. Here you go. I'm gonna be eating because I'm fucking rude. Okay.
I know.
Here, pull that in front of you.
What's up, guys?
All these. There you go. It's working, I think.
What are you eating?
I'm eating sweet green.
Okay, so I just want to say I brought you a pumpkin.
You gotta speak super close into the microphone, by the way.
I brought you a pumpkin. I don't expect you to do anything with it right now. You have a lot of food, but
why is this green?
It's from a real pumpkin patch that came from off the vine. So that's I believe that's an heirloom pumpkin.
Smells pretty
bought it
good
the other day. So that's my Halloween offering to you.
Did you not see the pumpkins that I carved outside in my door?
No, I missed those.
Wow.
What'd you carve?
Not a good start to how you're supposed to be the Mr. Spooky. Okay? You're supposed to be the
I mean, it would be really spooky if I knew what was outside of your house in advance.
That would be spooky,
but
100%.
I mean, you kind of like ran out, grabbed me, and I just sprinted in.
Yeah, sorry. I was still live, you know?
It's impressive to watch you work. I also have over there the first Otherworld hoodie of all time.
Oh, wow.
You get to have it.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay, yeah.
I even got one.
Get fucking wrecked,
I
Brace.
know, right?
Get absolutely cumstered, Brace Belden. He's CIA. I can't believe you went on the CIA podcast.
Is that a theory now?
That's all. I mean, who doesn't?
Brace is an asset.
Everyone is everyone.
It was fun. I spooky pilled them.
Okay,
I wish I could say orange pilled, but I guess like I was saying orange pilled to
orange pilled is
I guess
there's a different
Bitcoin,
reason,
right?
No, orange pilled is when you're like really into like European social democrats and you believe in like adequate public transit. It's not like the worst. Orange pilled is not
that even
just
like
bikes.
a pill to just want bike lanes or whatever. I feel like that's more natural. I don't know if you need a pill.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, but I guess it's also for Bitcoin too. I did not know that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's Jack Wagner.
How's it going, guys?
No
Hasan.
relation to the Wagner group or Wagner, the musician.
Thank you so much for having me on. Are you ready to talk ghosts and ghouls?
Yeah, tell us a little bit about what's going on first and foremost. You have a podcast, yeah, but still.
I haven't even really talked to you about this, have I?
Well, you just kind of said you have a new podcast.
Do you know anything about it? Should I give you the pitch, the full?
Well, I do know. You're interviewing. You interview people that have had like these life-changing spooky experiences, right?
Yeah, the backstory is I started doing this for Yeah But Still. I normally host a comedy podcast called Yeah But Still.
Yeah.
And like the first year, we've been doing it for 5 years. Brandon Wardell is the co-host, or I'm the co-host. We're both co-hosts. But I went rogue one Halloween, and I wanted to get a ghost story. I knew at least one person that had a funny ghost story to tell. So I was like, if I get one more, I'll do like a Patreon episode. And I did a tweet or something, and we were pretty small back then. So I did a tweet asking if anybody had one, and I got so many submissions, dude. And they were crazy. And I started to talk to these people, and it was like immediately not funny. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I wanted to get like silly stories because I didn't really think about it, but it was instantly like, I'll be talking to, there are listeners too, and there would be a lot of like intense stories that you could tell they affected people, and I've been doing it ever since. It got to the point where I definitely like needed to do my own show, or it needed to be something separate because like.
How many of them do you think were poisoned by carbon monoxide?
Zero. I mean, I don't put anything out there that I don't believe, and I grill people pretty hard. Hard.
So what's your assessment then? Like, these people have had like genuine life altering real interactions with
like,
jinn?
I've gotten The gin, I mean, the gin, I thought that was like just, I don't really know what's going on with him, but that was more of one. You're referring to this one where somebody wrote me an email that said they got jerked off by a gin. And it was
I was just talking, I know about that too, but I was literally just talking about, like as a Turkish person, I was talking about the gin. Like, that's
so
a
you're,
thing.
Oh, yeah, so you know about the gin.
Yeah, gin, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, so you're, okay. Not many people know about gin. You as a Turkish person would.
I was definitely a little bit afraid of it when I was growing up. I'll admit.
Yeah. So
I'm brave enough to say it.
Gins are like, I mean, you probably know better than me, dude. I've only know about this from people I've interviewed, but I only knew when I first learned about a gin, it was because a couple years ago somebody wrote me saying like they had a crazy story with their brother, and then they retracted it before the interview. They like sent me, they're very lighthearted at first, and then they sent me a cold email like, hey, I'm sorry, I can't speak about this anymore. I really apologize. Like some things came up. Goodbye. It was like the only time somebody reacted that way, aside from, there was one time a person hit me up about like a Native American reservation. He said he dug something up weird, and then he was like, hey, I spoke to the elders. We can't talk about this. I'm sorry, goodbye. And he's never responded to me again. But the gin was like the only thing that's happened a couple times with gin stuff. So that's how I knew about it. Like people are really afraid of it. And then somebody hit me up saying he got jerked off by a gin. And like, I mean, dude, it's like, yeah, but still, we joke around all the time. So I figured it was one of our listeners fucking with me. So I was like, next, like, you know, ignore the email, moved on.
What did he send you? Like a cum tribute? He was
I
like,
thought,
nah.
I mean, I thought it was just
like, nah,
like,
I really did.
It was such a low effort email, you know. It was like, I got sexually assaulted by a gin. It jerked me off till my penis hurt. Like, it is a true story. That was word for word the email. And then I go to a dinner. So I got invited to some dinner. I forget who invited me, but it was a bunch of media people. Taylor Lorenz was there.
Mm-hmm.
The NPR TikTok guy was there. Like, it was like just a bunch of media people, you know. I was super late, so I sat down and was like, didn't know anybody. And I sat down in the only seat left, and it ended up being next to this dude, Kareem, who I've like seen him online. He's like, I think he's friends with that dude, New York Nico, and he's an actor. But like, I've seen him just on the internet. So I was like, hey, dude, like, what's up, dude? Like, you know, we chatted, and then like 30 minutes into it, goofing around, he turns to me and he's like, hey, by the way, you never responded to my email. And I'm like, what email? Like, what are you talking about? And he's like, about the gin. I'm the guy that got jerked off by the gin. And we're like at a Mexican
Was he
restaurant.
fucking around?
No, I was like, I started choking on my food, dude. And I'm like,
the gin came for you.
I was like, are you kidding me? Like, you're Kareem? And he was like, yes. And then he had a serious look on his face. I'm like, is it a joke? Like, what happened? And he kind of told me about it. We were at this like loud dinner, but he was like telling me like, it was really scary. And I'm like, dude, we should just do the interview. We got to make it happen. So he's a good storyteller. But that one was weird, you know, but that was one where I'm like, I got to do this just because it was like a weird coincidence, you know?
So I'll tell you this much, like, I'm a big scaredy cat. And when you were talking about the marionette guy in the orb to Jack, or not to Jack, to Brace and them on the TrueAnon episode, I was alone in my house, and I had just thrown the trash outside, and I had heard some screams, and it's like, I don't know if it's just like, you know, a homeless person or something, or if just like people are fucking around, but I was already like geared up to be very fearful, so I literally had to stop the episode. I paused the podcast. I'm just setting this up so you understand, like, my level of like handling this sort of thing. I'm a huge pussy. Okay? I'm a gigantic pussy. I don't like being afraid. And yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. I literally could not handle listening to it.
I luckily have I'm curious enough, and like I enjoy good stories enough that it distracts me from being scared ever. But I will say that, and this is going to sound like I'm trying to do a put on to like get people to listen to my show, but I'm not. Last night was the only time I've been scared doing a story. I interviewed this girl for 3 hours, and her story's fucked up. Like, and I talked to her husband. Her husband was too scared to talk at first, but he called me after, and like, was kind of nervous at first, but then immediately started talking and telling me like more things. But it'll probably be the finale, but it's the only time that I've been really, really scared myself and like had to, I mean, I guess I'll just have to think about it down the line of just being like, well, I don't want to like actually make a scary show. I want it to be like, make people curious, but I don't want to like traumatize anybody.
So these people are serious. You believe that they're sincere at least, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it happened to them.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Yeah, I do, but I don't know what exactly it is yet. The show is called Otherworld. I see the comments.
Oh yeah.
Okay, yeah. While I have you guys, the show's called Otherworld. You should go subscribe to it right now while I have your attention. It's on all the podcast platforms. The logo is like a man jumping through a void. The logo.
Here, you gotta show it.
You can have the sweatshirt.
I'll wear it in a
second.
second.
First Otherworld sweatshirt, but the logo.
I love
like
it.
That. But yeah, seriously, go subscribe. And what was I saying?
You were talking about,
dude. I mean,
so you believe in like supernatural shit?
I wouldn't say believe. I wouldn't have said believe before, but now it's like just simply hard not to, dude. Like I know I probably sound
crazy.
I hope I don't, but last night was pretty wild. Last night, dude, I went straight to a bar.
So I don't believe in it, but
that's good. I don't need people to. That's fine.
No, but here's the thing though. But I'm still scared.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like I don't think ghosts are real. I don't think any of that stuff is real. I think there's like a logical explanation for all of it. But that doesn't stop me from being scared. Which is why I tense up when people tell me stories about the supernatural. And I don't know how else to describe. I don't know why. I have this weird duality in my mind.
I think no, that's one duality, and the duality that's like a theme of my show a lot is the opposite, where almost everybody I talk to, after they see something, they see like something in their face, like fucked up or just crazy, like something wild, and then immediately they go back to not believing. Like I think I've found that most people intentionally go back to not believing, like because it's just inconvenient to deal with all of those questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think my fear also stems from like I'm just worried that it'll happen to me if I offend, because I'm so superstitious in a weird way. Despite being like hyper rational and hyper logical, I'm still like a superstitious person because of my Turkish background, I guess. Yes. It's like hard for me to overcome that. So in a weird way, I don't want to like offend if there is a possibility that there's like jinns and shit out there. I'm like, I respect it. I respect it. I don't want to offend you, sirs and madams. Like, please don't haunt me.
That's a good way to look at it, because
please don't jerk me off until I come super hard and my penis hurts.
One of the reasons I made this show is because like I've always been interested in this, but all of the TV shows and shit are like fake. I mean, like, or like behave in a way where they like must think it's fake, because they all go like, all the shows are going into like the most fucked up place in the world and just being like, come out, you fucking pussy, like show yourself, like hit me. It's like doing things where it's like, all right, if you thought this was real, you would not be doing that. Like, you obviously don't think this is real.
Yeah.
Why would you do that? Like, that's just, if you think this is like a powerful thing you're messing with, that's like dangerous and disrespectful.
Well, I think they're coming from, maybe they're scared. I feel like I would do that. I would overact.
I'm too scared. But dude, another thing too is I realized like after entering this space, and I've only been in it for a little bit, but even like a lot of podcasts, like all my things I'm putting out, like I'm putting a lot of effort into making sure they're real, like a person's not lying. I'm realizing that now that like a lot of other paranormal podcasts, even that I like listen to, they're like knowingly putting out stuff that's like fake and like
what, like the Loch Ness Monster? Name some names, Jack.
Just like, well, like it's
call
not
them out.
I'm not naming names, but like not putting out fake stuff, but like, you know, storytellers is kind of like what I would say. would it be called? You know, where it's like somebody will come on and tell like a story, and it's like almost like an art form or whatever, but it's sort of like a, you know, like the type of shit your uncle tells you, where it's like wink, wink, like haha. It's
My
usually
uncle
like completely made up. But
my uncle tells me to vote for Rick Caruso over Karen Bass.
And you're gonna do it
very publicly. He has been doing it on Twitter, getting his ass blasted. Shouts out to Uncle Cenk.
Oh, is he?
Yeah,
he's a Rick guy.
Yeah, he's like I'm sick and tired of the crime in Los Angeles. Like someone needs to do something about it. And Karen Bass is like,
I miss this
fake progressive. Oh yeah, his ass has been getting eaten in the QRTs for the past 2 days.
Dude, he must love the Grove.
Oh my God!
I mean, look,
the absolute fucking worst place on the planet. I hate the Grove so much with a fucking
the Americana
passion.
though. The Americana at Christmas when the fake snow.
No, I hate all of that shit. I hate like. I don't know. I don't like it. Outdoor malls are far preferable to like indoor malls, certainly. Yeah. But even then, I just ugh.
For the listeners that don't know what this is, in LA, there's like these outdoor malls that are, how would you describe them? Disney-esque?
Yes.
Disney-esque.
But because we have no culture here in Los Angeles other than like fucking tar pits and shit and no robust history, I guess, or everything has been like paved over, we treat those as cultural landmarks. Like they are cultural landmarks.
Yeah, they're way too poppin'. And during Christmas, I don't know if they do it at the Grove, but I know at the Americana, they'll have like snow machines going. So in Los Angeles, it'll be like, 70 degrees out, but it's snowing at night in these outdoor malls. It's very funny. Oh, dude, but what was I was on a little bit of a rant about something. Oh, the fake
Your
stuff.
uncle tells you a fake story.
Oh, yeah. I mean, my whole thing is I'm trying to like, I'm only interested in it if I think it's real, and like I'm just trying to find as much as I can.
And even if you don't think, like you're saying, like, so what's happening in this interview process? Like they're kind of also convincing you that it's real. Like
I just
the people that you interview, they seem so sincere and they seem so shook up that like when you hear what they're telling you, you believe them.
I believe that like something happened clearly, That's why I say is like, I'm still pretty skeptical, but something is happening. Like something's happening to people. And like, there are so many submissions that I get. And dude, I mean, the creepiest thing, and honestly, this is inconvenient now. It's sort of like the one downside of the show having some success is that so many people are hitting me up like that I know in real life saying like, yo, I've experienced exactly what you were talking about in that last episode. Like, normal people, family, friends, like people coming out of the woodwork who have like these secret experiences.
It's like you won the lottery. Heavy. It's like you won the lottery.
I guess, but it's like I've already did an episode about the thing, so it's like sort of not helpful. It's just like I have to. I mean, I'm happy to do it, but it's like it freaks you out. How can it not? But I guess my point is like, even if everybody's crazy and hallucinating, it's a fucking shitload of people hallucinating in the same way. So it's like we need to figure that out too.
Yeah. So I have a question for you. Do you have a personal story?
I lived in not as good as the ones on the show, but I've had like little brushes with it. I'll tell this one because like
leak it.
It's not. Ooh, somebody's dropping the links. Love to see it. Oh, that's your bot.
Yeah,
I think.
It's my mods.
Hell yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I need to. This is an independent show, so I'm like out here trying to grow it. So a big theme of the show, like later on, I'm doing a lot of stuff about like clairvoyance, and I don't know how pilled you guys are, but an interesting hole I'm going to dive down is like some CIA experiments that were going down with like people who, like basically the CIA figuring out like if there are people that could use telepathic abilities to help them, and they're trying to turn it into a weapon of war, which is funny, but sort of exploring that stuff, even just like sort of like advanced intuition, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, one time, the most recent spooky thing that happened to me, and it's like, warning, this is not that spooky. It's like, I haven't had anything serious happen to me, but I used to be an avid runner. Like over COVID, I would run like every single morning. And if you get in the habit of running, it's just so automatic, like nothing, you almost like zone out. Like there's no variables. But this one day out of nowhere, I like get really, really nauseous in the middle of my run, like very nauseous. And my first reaction, I was pissed off because I thought it was like, I had gotten food poisoning in the, like, you know, a few months before eating a bad taco. And I was so pissed. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, dude, if I ate some other like bad shrimp, I'm going to be so mad. Like, this is the worst shit. Like, I'm like out here in the middle of nowhere. Like, I'm 4 miles from the house. Like, how am I going to get home at 6 a.m? I felt so bad. Heavy nausea. I was like, just, I don't know. I was pissed off. I'm like, dude, this is going to be a terrible 3 days. And I like, so I like stopped and I gather myself and I'm like, I guess I just got to fucking walk home somehow. So I start to try to walk home and I'm like one house away from a corner on the street. And it's like 6 a.m. The sun's coming up. I'm the only one there. I turn the corner and like 90 feet away from me, I see an ambulance and I see like a family and they're like crying or something. And out from this house, there are these 2 paramedics carrying out a dead body on the stretcher. And they're like 100 feet from me. And I'm still feel like I'm going to throw up. I couldn't see them on my run, but it hit me like probably like 100 feet before I turned the corner. And then I start having this like other moment where I'm like, dude, what the like, I'm like, if this has anything to do with what I'm seeing, like, I'll be more upset than if I have food poisoning. I'm like, I'm not fucking making this up. This is dead serious. This happened to me 2 years ago while I was working on Halloween episode. And so I'm like, so I was like,
it could have been either like you're saying it could have been your intuition that knew that like someone was dead.
I'm not even done.
Wait, okay.
So I'm like immediately more scared about that. I'm like, if I like walk away from this and I feel okay, I'm going to be freaked out. And so I like start walking down the street. I still feel terrible. I walk out of eye line of the body and I get like one house away and I like feel it like lift and I'm fine. I ran 3 more miles, completely fine. Never felt like I felt perfect. And
I have goosebumps, but
I was immediately like, dude, I was so freaked. I was like, I don't want that to ever happen again.
Okay, so even though like I immediately am thinking like, oh well, it probably happened because like your brain registered something without you noticing while you were running, or it could be Jack in the Box that you had the night before, or some shit like that.
It could have been probably.
Like even though I feel like there's probably a logical explanation for it, I'm still scared of it. I don't like it.
There could be. I mean, it really doesn't matter either way because, like, I immediately didn't want to believe it myself because I, like, what am I going to do with that? Like, what am I going to do with that if I'm able to, like, sense the presence of death, like, 50 feet away from before I see it anyway? It's, like, not a useful...
People in the chat are saying that, there's, like, there's a presence. I've been a caregiver to dying people, and there's an actual pressure and weight in the environment of someone who's dead or dying.
Yeah. No, I mean, and if you talk to paramedics, like... or people who work in hospitals, they usually say something like that. But I'm telling you, it was like, I couldn't see it. It was around the corner. And it was just like a heavy, it almost felt like I just was able to sense the weight of either the death or like the family's sorrow almost. It felt like I was overcome with this horrible feeling, dude. And I just like basically was like, yo, I need to I'm putting that in a mental box and like trying to forget about that forever.
Yeah, I'm actually very scared now. I don't like this. Okay, all right. Well, that's fucking spooky. So what do you think it is?
I mean, I don't want to go that deep because I could get real deep, dude. I don't know.
Get real deep. Get real deep.
That's the thing. That's the thing. Well, okay. I guess like my theories changed though, because like part of me, I don't want to get like way into the deep theories of it, but part of me at a certain point, because I like hear all these stories, like I just like listen to anybody that has a story that seems credible and sounds like a good story, and they're from all different cultures and perspectives, different countries, like different languages, and like the weird thing is you start to notice like a theme. You notice like little themes in it, even like from different countries and people that think it's different stuff. Like sometimes like between these stories, I'm like, that kind of sounds a lot like this other one I heard, or like something that happens a lot. Like I have a couple of stories where water like floods up out of the pipes, and that's just a weird little detail. But anyway, you start to notice this and you're like, maybe there's some sort of like unifying thing to all of this that we'll understand someday, and it won't be that crazy. And part of me wonders if it has to do with like our brain being able to perceive things that exist in a different dimension, basically, that we normally can't perceive. Like some animals are able to see in infrared, and like they could just simply see things that we can't, you know?
Like dogs that fucking bark at like random shit.
Yeah.
Or even cats. And you're like, what the fuck are you barking at?
So I think that if maybe that would explain some things, and like I'm going to get deeper into that with a few like big episodes I have coming up, talking to this clairvoyant that I've been hanging out with a clairvoyant a lot, dude.
Oh my God.
There's like, I have new people in my life.
That's not good.
I witnessed, bro, it gets weird.
All right, tell me about this clairvoyant. What is a clairvoyant, first of all?
Well, she doesn't, okay, I should be clear, because she doesn't even consider herself a clairvoyant. She doesn't like to call herself anything, but a clairvoyant would be able to like, it's kind of like a medium. They can like perceive things, otherworldly things, and like sometimes it's something from the past or future, like they're just getting information from somebody else. But so, dude, I met this girl. I don't want to spoil some episodes. So like these are banger episodes coming up. So
I mean, just leak. But like leak pieces of it so people will go watch it.
So
you don't want to spoil episodes.
Well, these are good ones. So I met this girl. This was like really early on.
How are you going to spoil it? It's a long ass episode. People are going to want to hear more of it.
This is a lot. So I meet this girl through work, and like she knows what I'm doing. And I hear her talking about like a clairvoyant at the end of the meeting. And like, they know I'm working on this podcast. This is pretty early on into making it. And I'm like, what's like this clairvoyant? And she's talking to the coworker, and she's like, oh yeah. Like I see a clairvoyant. Sometimes it's not a big deal. I'm like, and dude, by the way, I've been very skeptical of psychics my whole life. I think they're mostly like con artists, basically. And probably a lot of them are for the most part. And I've done one before, dude. I went to a psychic. They had one at like a birthday party or a graduation party. And I'm like, okay, whenever they ask me a question, I'm going to lie and just like see what they do. So like the first thing they said was, how old are you? And I lied and I said I was like 19 or something. And they basically, the whole reading was them like describing a college student. And I was not in college. They're like, oh, you're so worried about class and like blah, blah, blah. So that's why like I've always been like, yeah, these
That was a bad one. That was a bad one.
Or a fake one, yeah. But anyway,
well,
so I've never had interest. So okay, so anyway, this girl's like, I see a clairvoyant sometimes, and the guy in the room with her is
okay,
like,
wait, I gotta pause here for a second. I'm pausing my guest in real life. You have a friend that's like, I see a clairvoyant sometimes, like regularly, like a therapist. Like, what would it? Where? Why would she need to see a clairvoyant?
I mean, you're sounding exactly like I sounded in the moment, right? So imagine, if you will, like I just finished like a 3-hour meeting with these people, and they know I work on this show and I talk about it all the time. So that's when I was like, wait, like you're holding out at me. How do you not mention this? But they get like weirdly cagey, and they're both like, it's a guy and a girl. They're both like, oh, it's not a big deal. And I'm like, okay, like I'm the more curious now, like what's going on? The guy eventually tells me, he's like, well, the clairvoyant actually predicted you meeting you. And I'm like, already like, dude, what the fuck are you talking? I'm like, literally like, are you guys crazy? And I'm like, all right. He's like, I'm like, all right, man, like, whatever. Like, and he's like, I have an audio recording of it actually. And I'm like, okay, like, he's like, I'll send it to you later. I'm like, all right. And I like didn't even get time to process that. So I like turned to the girl and I'm like, what's your story with this clairvoyant? Like, what's the deal? And she's like, well, it's a long story. And I'm like, what's the short version of the story? And she was like, well, my dad had a lot of very weird girlfriends and like wives through his life. She's like, basically like, I have had a crazy childhood.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, and I had a really bad stepmom. And like, basically I went to this clairvoyant, and the clairvoyant told me that my dad's going to die soon because this woman's poisoning him. And she was like,
What?
She's like, 3 days later, the police raided his house and she was trying to kill him. She was poisoning him with benzos and like all this shit. And I was like, I'm like, are you fucking serious? And like, so I was like, we were about to leave. So I'm like, let me walk you to your car. And so like, I started getting this story from her and I like, it took a couple weeks of convincing her to like talk about it. Cause it's like a traumatic thing, but
is your friend Michaela Peterson?
No.
You can come out and admit it if that's
no,
who we're
no,
talking
no,
about.
no.
The benzo murderer is Michaela Peterson's mother, and the guy who almost died is Jordan Peterson.
So, also the stepmom's like currently on the run from the police. She's like a wanted criminal for doing this.
How does that even like you can do that?
It was in Florida.
Yeah, they're pretty bad out there.
if
They're
that
pretty
explains-
they're pretty incompetent.
So I talk her into doing an interview. And then it was crazy. It was a 5-hour long interview. It took forever to edit. But obviously I wanted to talk to the clairvoyant too, because I'm like, who is this woman? Like, you know, I want to like get her to confirm some things. And she tells me who she is. Like it took a long time to like kind of get to this woman, if that makes sense. Like I tried to talk to the clairvoyant's daughter and be like, hey, like this is what I'm doing. It took a long time. And
What if she was playing hard to get?
It was just like, I needed to figure out the right approach.
I think a lot of these people are like very perceptive to how humans are and how they behave. I think that in order to be very good, even if it's a con, in order to be very good at like doing con shit like that, a better psychic, for example, that would have immediately noticed that you were lying either from your body language or the way you look, or had done the research prior, and would have been able to call you out on your bullshit, which would have probably changed your perception of the original psychic that you had a bad experience with.
Yeah.
So I think that a lot of these people, like, even from a rational perspective, when you look at it, like, they're still...
What are you saying? I can't take this serious.
They're still achieving very impressive feats, is what I'm saying.
All psychics are cons. Dude, I'm pretty much with you. I don't, like, this is not, to be clear, this person's not a psychic that I'm doing a story about. This is literally like a mom who does this for her friends, is who the story's about. This is not like a psychic. And she does not consider herself a psychic. It's going to be a pretty interesting episode, but I ended up actually going to her and, like, it worked out that, like, the best way for me to actually meet the woman was to go get read myself. So I just, I signed up like anonymously to go see her. And
okay, but she's fucking clairvoyant. Like, you can't, she knew you were coming. She must.
Well, yeah, but I wanted to like test it a little bit because, I mean, obviously like do my due diligence, but I was like, all right, I'm not going to like, I'm just going to sign up anonymously and try to not give any information. And then my plan was like, when she does this reading, like whatever it was, like just to not respond really, like if she was asking like questions, I would try not to like give her anything, if that makes sense. So I go in, like her husband answers the door and is just like very nonchalant, just like sits you down as you meditate. He like teaches you to meditate, and then you kind of like get in this meditative state, and then she comes in and she starts just like, she does a little thing, but then she like starts reading you, and she's like in this like trance almost, and she's hitting it like fast, nailing it, like about things that like, I mean, she immediately figures out what I'm doing. Like, by the way, at this point, like Otherworld's secret, like nobody even knows I'm doing it. And she's like, you host some kind of show, but you have a new show. That's weird. And she's like, you're doing like a weirder new show. And she's like, won't stop talking about it. She's describes like my dad in like crazy specifics. Some other weird shit, but it was just like interesting. Anyway, I was like able to meet her through that. I wasn't even completely sold on that, but
you know
like
who else does this? Nardwar.
Oh yeah,
the human
exactly.
serviette.
She does not research people. There's no way that she has time to do this. And like, if she researched me, she would have been able to say much more interesting stuff. But anyway, she's just an interesting person. So I have a few episodes on her, but dude, just to remind people, like my goal of this pod is not, I'm not trying to like convert anybody to this stuff, you know, like I don't really care if people believe or not. They're like, I'm just interested. Like, yeah. It's fascinating. But I've seen her read other people, and I've had some weird adventures with this woman. She's a very interesting character. She's like Belinda the Good Witch. It's wild. And she sees a lot of people secretly. I've since found out. Some famous people too on the low.
Wait, really?
Yep.
Who's the most famous person?
A major pop star that I'm not going to name.
I mean, they believe in a lot of crazy shit, to be honest.
I was going to ask, like, how pilled is your...
My audience is super skeptical, for sure. I mean, these are all like, listen, we're on Twitch. There's a lot of Reddit Andes
not Taylor
here.
Swift.
There's a lot of Reddit Andes in here. There's a lot of, r/atheism guys in here. There's
Dude,
a lot of
worst.
like logic and reasoning guys in here. I yell at them all the time. But I myself am very skeptical.
I used to be more
person.
like that. But
I'm a very skeptical person. I'm not a very spiritual person, but I'm still fucking super superstitious and like still kind of worried about it. Like it's the Turkish in me where I'm like, I'm on. You know, I don't want to disrupt the delicate flow. If it's out there, don't fuck with me, okay? I don't want it. Stay away.
You can't write. There's certain things you can't completely write off. It would be silly to if a huge amount of people are experiencing the same thing, even if you don't think it's paranormal, it's like something's still happening. It's worth looking into. I mean,
yeah, like Havana syndrome. Like I think that, you know, it's not real. I think that it's just like mass hysteria.
Yeah,
shit like that happens all the time.
Imagine if instead of like a few CIA agents, that was like hundreds of thousands of people around the world.
Yeah,
you know, I mean,
well, look here's what I'll tell you. Have you gotten any alien stories?
Yes.
So one thing that I get really frustrated by, right, is whenever motherfuckers in Idaho are like, "Oh, dude, the aliens came to our fucking like corn crops, came for our corn crops or whatever. Like that's where they landed." It's like, no, they did it. Like if you're going somewhere, if you're gonna land somewhere, and you're like this fucking, you know, this being. First of all, I don't believe that aliens could like take physical form that we could comprehend. I think it's like more of an interdimensional thing.
I kind of am with you there recently.
Yeah,
but
like I don't think they're like fucking, anatomically similar to humans in any meaningful capacity, but like gray or whatever. I think that's bullshit. I think that's like man being so nearsighted and so selfish and self-entitled that we think that like aliens would resemble us in any meaningful capacity. I think we can't comprehend them even. Like they're not even like colors and shapes, right? So that's number one. Number two, I hate when motherfuckers are like, "Oh no, they came to Idaho." No, they didn't. Even if they were anatomically like similar to humans or whatever, and they had like obviously brain processing capabilities enough to literally like travel through space and time, okay, to get the planet Earth, they're going to New York. They're not going to Idaho.
Coastal elite about the UFOs.
100%.
They're going to Times Square.
No, they're going exactly. No,
they're going to clandestinos.
Here's why. Because, like, to aliens, we're like ants, right?
Yeah.
Like, if they have that level of technology, we're like ants. They didn't accidentally stumble across our planet. They already have, like, incredible technological capabilities, right? They probably have, like, civilization-destroying weapons, like, that they could easily use or whatever. But even if they didn't have any of that shit, they would still go towards the form of light where all the light is, or where all the human beings are. Like, if they have a processing power to figure out, like, where the living, breathing organisms are, they would go to an area where everyone is at. They wouldn't go to a fucking cornfield in the Midwest because no motherfucker lives there. And if the argument is like, well, they're trying to hide themselves, right? They're trying to hide themselves from like the rest of the population. It's like, well, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Like they're so powerful. Like you don't want to hide yourself from an ant. You don't give a shit.
Or maybe there's like a reason they're there that we just don't know. Like, I mean,
oh yeah.
Well, no, I mean like they seem to be like, I've heard that they concentrate around like nuclear facilities. Like,
ooh, I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that,
I mean,
I'll work with
like,
that.
There could be. I mean, we don't know where. There's probably secret military like nuclear facilities we don't know about. Theoretically, I mean, shouldn't there be? Like, it would be kind of bad if everybody knows where they are. But I mean, that would be interesting. Also, it would be a little comforting because it's like they're probably concerned. Like, they're probably checking in and be like, have they blown themselves up yet?
UFO sightings are likely to be a cultural phenomena. Here's a map of all the reported UFO sightings from 1906 to 2014.
That's stupid. Do you think? Look at that. That's just like.
It's just mostly America.
Well, I mean, I think this is more of a question of like what data is being recorded, you know? Do you think in like rural Africa, they're like documenting this stuff as well as in like the Eastern United States?
I mean,
think,
they
like,
have done it a little bit. They've done it enough, but not enough
to
to
like way more here. But I don't know.
What is this? What's possible with ARCGIS? Learn how about the mapping of the historic UFO sightings to make an out-of-this-world visualization. Whoa, that's sick. So 1906, I predict that War of the Worlds comes out and UFO sightings go bananas. Okay, are you ready? I predict that.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Actually, it wasn't that crazy. It wasn't as crazy as I thought it was going to be. Roswell UFO incident really kicks it up a notch. There's also more. Yep, this is a good point. There's a lot more shit flying around too that people will mistake as well.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way, like for all of this stuff, like most of it is not actually what people think, you know? Like most times it's not a ghost. Most times it's not a UFO. I comb through a lot of stuff that isn't before getting something that is. But I mean, do you believe in that there's life outside of?
Yeah. Like I just said, I 100%, 100% believe that, like, yes, I wouldn't say like aliens in the way that we understand it, but I do think that of course there are beings that we cannot comprehend. I just don't think that they either A, have the technology to get here, or B, even if they do have the technology to get here, aren't fucking around with us, or C, even if they got here, we would not be able to fucking comprehend it with our basic human minds and our human comprehension in our eyes.
I think it's stupid to think that there's not something out there that we will be discovering that currently seems completely insane and paranormal to us right now. You know, it's happened over and over again through history. Something that just would have sounded made up, completely science fiction. It's bound to happen. And I think like a lot of this stuff like wouldn't be that, if we figured it out, it wouldn't be that crazy. It might open up way more questions depending on what it is, but I'm interested in it. So I think like that's like the only type of person that kind of gets on my nerves is the ones that like completely shut it out like 100%. Also because it's just like, dude, who cares? Like,
no, I think completely
about UFOs. Who cares?
No, I think completely shutting it out is again like the limit to the processing power of the human brain, where they're like, it's selfish. You want to be the only living, breathing life on the planet. You want to be the most important, special thing. We have that in our hearts as human beings. We all want to be the most significant thing on the entire universe. That's where it comes from.
I think this is fun. It is funny. I just had like a little bit of an out of body moment where I'm like, damn, like I've kind of evolved. Like here I am on your stream, like fully pilled talking about this stuff. And I've never been like that before, but I guess this is my new life now.
Yeah. You're now
I'm a little too deep in it, but it's fun. And also you should just see the stuff that's like, I'm inundated with every single day now that I've like started doing the show.
Okay, well, I mean, don't lose yourself in the sauce. We don't want you.
No, I'm not in the sauce. You got to keep a level head with this because it's like, dude, there's so much nonsense
spooky
out
pill.
there.
You're spooky pill. You're not.
But there's so much nonsense out there. A lot of shit I do not believe.
Like okay, what are some things that you don't believe? Let's hear it.
I'm kind of like, I don't think like
Loch Ness Monster,
the Skinwalker Ranch stuff. I'm not.
Okay,
That's a really popular thing but I will say that like
Skinwalker,
dude, it's this ranch. Sorry, I keep kicking your trash can.
Yeah.
There's a ranch in Utah that has, I mean, it's really cool. Like the lore of it. It's like basically supposed to be like the most evil place, like a mix between like Native American spirits, like wild UFO activity, cattle decapitations, like mutilation. Like there's some books about it where it was basically the guy who originally took care of the land had like so many experiences, and then this billionaire bought it, and now this billionaire bought it who like to research it. He's like a spooky pilled billionaire, and he has all these guys out there in like trench coats. They have a TV show, and they like have it like wired up hidden cameras everywhere. I've been hit up, like, so I can't like really like say who this is, but somebody I know, their dad just got to go there. Their dad's like famous, and they invited him to come.
Famous for what? Like,
I can't say.
Famous for
like not.
No, but famous for related. Like, is he like a cryptozoologist or something?
Music.
Okay,
He's a
never
famous
mind.
Musician.
Okay, yeah.
And they hit him up to go because they're like, well, I didn't know why they hit him up, but we were kind of laughing after because they're like using his music to talk. I don't know. This is kind of. I don't think I'm supposed to be telling anybody about this.
So
but
here's Homestead too. I'm gonna walk around.
It's funny just because I was like, bro, I think they're just fans of your dad, bro. Like, I think they just
Yeah.
wanted to have him out there. Like, there's no reason.
Stories
but
about this.
They have a show and like
place.
Dude, basically it's like
Let's go ahead and
there's
go in.
so much stuff that they claim to have happened, and unfortunately the only source for the only witness is like the original guy who like ran the farm. And now there's these new guys running it, and like if they find some evidence, that would be really sick. But as far as I know, like I think they might have had some like spooky moments on the show, but I don't know.
Wait, so when I said I literally worked on the Skinwalker Ranch show, and we made shit up. It's completely faked, exaggerated, or embellished.
Bro, there's so much. That's funny. I kind of want to take a picture of that actually.
What, him saying that?
Yeah.
There you go. Well, so you don't believe this anyway? You think that it's like exaggerated?
Their show, and like I read the book. There's a book by this dude Colm Kelleher. So like there's a few people who have had control of this ranch, but at some point a different group owned it that was like trying to do real paranormal scientific research. Supposedly, they went there for a month or something and like did all this research in like the 80s or something like that. I forget when. There's a book from this scientist who is supposedly a skeptic and like all the things he witnessed. And throughout the book, they're talking about like all the cameras they bought, all the audio equipment or stuff. And like, I'm reading this book and there's no pictures. And I'm like, bro, where's the pictures of the cows?
Let's see some
like,
fucking shit. Yeah.
I'm like Googling like to find a single picture from these guys that were there. I'm like, you went there to get data and take pictures. You didn't take, like, literally.
Why didn't they do that?
Give me a picture of you on the farm. I don't know. I mean, if there's somebody in the chat who's seen it, like, I tried looking. I'm like, I couldn't find it. So that's like when I was like, all right, this seems fake. Like, I don't, you know, like you would think, and I know that like, you know, I don't think like a photograph is necessary to prove things or whatever. Some things like you can't take a picture of.
Okay, you want to look through this a little bit?
You could give them a taste.
I mean, this shit's creepy as fuck already.
Creepy.
I
It's
don't
a
like
creepy
this.
ranch.
Why'd they go at night? I don't like that.
Yeah.
See, this is what I'm saying. It's like I don't even want to look at it because it's like, why would you go at night?
I heard a thump over here.
Oh, this guy's creepy as hell. What the fuck?
Yeah. I don't mean to put him on blast, but like that's an example. I'm just trying to say that like I don't believe in everything. And like honestly, dude, a lot of the podcasts that I've always been interested in this stuff, but like everything I listen to, it's like somebody either like reading a Wikipedia page verbatim in a spooky voice or like
creepypastas. I mean, they
or
pop
telling
off.
stories that like
they pop off though, like for
they
sure.
pop off, but like telling stories that just like are completely unbelievable. Or putting stuff out there where it's just like clearly a mentally ill person, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, all right, you guys.
Ghost at 40? Wait, what?
Creepy.
What
Did you hear
ghost?
that?
I feel like he did
here.
that.
So
You went-
over
Did you hear
there, I
that?
heard a thump,
That's all of these shows are like that, dude.
and I just heard it again.
What?
I swear to God, I keep hearing it. What?
Is this a skinwalker, right?
Michael Hudson says, when I lived in Guam, I saw a humanoid creature after sunfall with glowing eyes. And the next day told our Chamorro neighbor, and she said those spirits are called Tao Tao Monas. I was a kid, but it fucked with me.
Whoa.
M-Hud.
Michael lived in Guam?
I don't know if he's making it up or not,
Or
but
is that might be creepypasta? I don't know.
M-Hud.
Be serious, that's really cool.
Yeah, he said yeah for 2 years.
Shout out Michael Hudson. I believe him.
Yeah, I believe him too.
And the other Hudson, Andrew, is a nurse, and I think might have some spooky stories.
He draws a bunch of spooky shit.
Yeah.
So
nurses have all seen weird stuff.
Probably in the chat too.
Nurses have all experienced crazy stuff. That's like a dream episode of mine, is to talk to like as many nurses as I can, and then kind of like, you know, do like hundreds of interviews and then just see if there's any pattern, you know.
FYI, this guy's a right-winger New York Post reporter who's hell-bent on making UFO stuff look ridiculous. I just want to say he's biased. See, you got some people in here that are like UFO truthers and shit.
Oh, are you talking about the Skinwalker guy?
This guy.
Oh.
UFOs, poltergeists, and all kinds of monsters. But no evidence to support any of this has ever been presented. In 2016, Bigelow sold the ranch to another real estate millionaire with a passion for the paranormal.
Objectively,
Brandon Fugel.
Objectively sick. These guys, they seem to fly helicopters a lot, like whether or not it's necessary. They're definitely showing the money. It's funny.
So like this guy believes it is what you're saying. This is a passion project.
So,
for him.
But it's like, here's the thing, and this is the kind of conundrum with like all of this stuff for me, is like, if you believe Skinwalker Ranch, it's supposed to be not only like the most evil place in the world where like Native Americans would never step foot on it because it's cursed lands. It's also this UFO hotbed and home to possible skinwalkers, which
what the fuck is a skinwalker?
Shape-shifting Native American spirit, like an evil spirit that could shapeshift and take the form of many things, anything that it has like the fur of, essentially. And there's stories from like people seeing skinwalkers like run alongside a car, keeping pace at like 45 miles per hour. Like, this is the stories of those are not limited to that ranch, but all of that to say, like, if you believe this stuff, this would be like the last place you would want to go. You'd think, right? It's terrifying. So
you got to stop saying the name. Wait, what? Do you invoke them?
Yeah, I'm sorry for saying it. Like,
what the
I think it is actually like disrespectful if you're. I mean, it might be a little superstitious. I don't know the full history, but yeah, I think if I remember correctly, I think Native people might avoid saying the word in general.
Okay.
Like, don't even talk about it.
Okay, that's like me and Jin, which I said again, but dude, this is not good, man. At night, I'm just gonna fucking hear any noise I hear now. Any noise I hear now is automatic. I'm thinking ghosts.
Don't be. I mean, you shouldn't have to be afraid.
I feel like the brain. If someone calls your name, don't answer. What the fuck? Stop. Okay, listen. I'm in spook mode. Okay, I am fully spook pilled now because. Here's the thing. I feel like our brains are incredibly powerful, right? I mean, after all, look at the dreams, look at like, sleep paralysis, stuff like that. So we do have the capacity to fucking see things, right? And I do sometimes think like when you're fully spooky pilled, you're kind of allowing your brain to unlock a part of it that is like hallucination, is hallucinating these like incredibly powerful visual images that, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I feel like I'm bringing it on myself.
It's interesting to learn about either way. I mean, and worth exploring, and especially with like Native cultures. That's another thing when I'm like, when you see that map, and I know that was just with UFOs, but like in many cultures, this stuff there's not paranormal. There's not like a word. It's just like a thing. Like, it's a known thing, you know? It's not like, it's not paranormal to them. There are, in many other cultures, spirits are just normal. It's not paranormal. So I don't think there'd be like sightings kept track for this, you know? Every culture is different. And I think there's just a lot to be learned, you know, and it's even worth exploring. If you're just interested from a perspective of learning about different cultures.
This guy looks creepy.
He's the man. He definitely has some like fedora. There are fedoras at Skinwalker Ranch, and I don't mean that in a mean way. I think I just saw one right there, honestly.
Proof. Evidence. He produces a reality TV show on the History Channel called The Secret of Skinwalker Ranch. It claims to show...
I mean, there's no fucking way they're making enough money off that show to justify flying helicopters.
I forget, he's a billionaire. Maybe we should look up how he got his money.
Brandon Fugel? He is not frugal.
Dude, shout out to being a millionaire named Brandon.
Yeah. Let's go,
I
Brandon.
feel like that's not like. I think of that as like a young person's name. Let's see. Co-owner.
Like, how did he make his money? He's an American business leader and investor who's been recognized by EY Entrepreneur of the Year. Fugel is co-owner of Utah-based real estate firm Colliers International and is known for owning Skinwalker Ranch. Oh, he's like I bet he's like a Mormon fucking, you know.
There's no way he's Mormon, I think.
Oh, he's only worth $500 million, broke boy? Oh,
Estimated?
shit.
Wait, I thought he was a billionaire. Maybe he spent it all on Skinwalker.
Yeah, broke boy, dude?
Wait,
what
Texas
the fuck?
Growth Fund. No, he's way too goth to be a Mormon.
Fugel began his career working as a senior vice president of Utah Realty Group in 1994. He also worked as the chairman of Coldwell Banker Commercial. What are you looking at?
I was just burping off mic, but then I was kind of trying to read.
In 2016, he co-founded the Texas Growth Fund, IIC. 4 years later, he joined Zenergy IRC LLC as a strategic advisor.
I don't know what any of this means.
He has a massive fortune. I don't know either.
Damn.
Dan and Jill Fugel.
I feel bad. Like, I'm not trying to pick on Skinwalker Ranch because I do think it would be cool to go hang out there one time if I am crazy enough to do it.
Yeah,
But
don't
I want to learn more, but like, I just based on everything I know, I have no reason to believe this. It would be great.
What do you think about the UFO disclaimers? Or like, well, they changed it now, right? What is it? UAP?
UAP, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think about the UAP? Yeah. Why did they do that? Why did the government change the name from a UFO to UAP while also simultaneously like doing the biggest data leak, dump of UFO
that's when you're
shit?
really pilled. Is you're like, wait, why are they letting us know now?
Yeah. Maybe
But-
does that make you feel like it's fake?
I don't know, but I will say, like, once you start, like, now that I'm doing this, like, I also get told, like, stuff that I can't really, like, talk about on the show or repeat on here or anything, but, like, I'll hear, like, whisperings from, like, you know, relatives of people.
Yeah,
where it's
like Alex Jones style. You know, I know someone who's a Navy helicopter pilot.
But higher up than that, I've heard some stuff that's, like, pretty credible from, like, people high up in the government that, like, they're like, yeah, my grandpa was taken to a place and shown things.
I feel like no, because I feel like if that's the case, like,
I'll tell you who it is off stream.
There are too many moving parts to keep that a secret. Like, even something as powerful as the American government is not going to be able to fucking maintain that as basically a secret. What are you going to show? Are you going to show me?
I'll show you who it is, but you cannot say it.
Okay. Because, like, there are a lot of instances of, like, the government doing fuck shit, like MK Ultra, you know, documented things that certainly are weird, crazy, whatever, right? That's crazy. Okay, that actually, whoa. What the fuck?
And it came like, that was not like a telephone game.
That is straight from the mouth? Straight from the source?
Yep.
That's pretty wild. Okay, never mind.
I know. I go all over the place.
I mean, I don't know. I still don't know. Maybe they were fucking around, like, with their
Wait, you want to see some real weird shit? Actually, I could show you some weird shit. Like, would it be easier if I need to give you a link?
Okay.
What's the best way to do it?
Twitter DMs, and then I can just like
Twitter
immediately
DM.
pull it up.
So I'll shut up my friend Ty, who sent me this stuff. Oh, bro, I have some. The funny thing about doing this pod is now I have like all these funny characters in my life that I talk to.
I'm not gonna leak.
I have this like Harvard guy that I've got this like Harvard physicist that like is down to help me out, where he just explains things to me that I'm too dumb to understand. He like,
wait, you have a Harvard guy that is also into this stuff?
Well, I have an episode where it was like, I have a really weird episode that this couple, they don't even know if it's paranormal, but they had this weird thing happen to them. They're like, we were moving out of our cabin. We had like some wine together. We drank them out of We drank them out of mason jars, went to bed, like, cheers, like, we're going to miss the cabin or whatever. And they woke up, and the glasses, like, just the bottom of the wine glass was left. And there were no shards of glass anywhere. It got turned to dust. These glasses got turned to dust, and they found the dust in, like, these piles around the windows, like, on the windowsills. And the windowsills were higher than the glass. Like, everything about it, dude, they found one in the bathroom, a little pile in the bathroom that was around, like, 2 corners. And they're like, we don't know if this was paranormal. We don't know, like, what it was. And I was just, like, asking a million questions, like, what was the weather? Like, was other glass, like, destroyed in the house? Like, they're like, no. I was literally stumped. And I'm like, I feel like there might be a crazy scientific explanation for it. Like, I should let somebody try to solve it. So I sent it to University of Texas, and I sent it to this guy at Harvard. And University of Texas, dude, I think has some theories, but he's like, I don't know. It's a stretch. Like, we'll have to see. So I might be linking them up to ask them some questions, but we'll see. It's not like a very spooky thing. It was just like, these people weren't even scared. They're just like, we have no idea what happened. This is weird. So there are some things, if I think there's a scientific explanation, I will try to do that, you know? But anyway, you want to get into some weird stuff? Let me find these links for you.
Okay.
I was going to talk about this on TrueAnon, but didn't get around to it. So basically, like, my friend Ty showed me these. The Navy has these patents on some stuff that are just like, it's just really weird. Like,
was it if the Harvard professor is Avi Loeb, he's not credible?
No. Oh yeah, Twitter DM. And I don't even know what this is, but, like, basically you could go down a little bit of a rabbit hole of, like, these patents that the Navy holds for technology that's like almost like UFO technology.
Watch your phone screen. It's showing.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's the real demon right there.
What happens?
Okay, so
why don't you do that? Like, what happens if they see your phone screen?
Oh, I don't know. They could just, like, you could be leaking shit without realizing.
Oh, okay. It's just like my own wallpaper is a picture of my own penis.
Oh,
it embarrasses myself.
Oh shit. Well, that would I would get banned if that was the case.
Oh, that too. Okay.
Okay. So what is this? Craft using an inertial mass reduction device. A craft using an inertial mass reduction device comprised of an inner resonant cavity wall, an outer resonant cavity, and microwave emitters. The electricity. What is it? The electrically charged outer resonant cavity wall and the electrically insulated inner resonant cavity wall form a resonant cavity. So, like, what is this?
I'm too dumb to understand it, but it's basically like, is there somebody?
It's a patent for a spaceship, is what you're saying.
I mean, it's like, to be honest with you, I haven't even, like, had time to fully dive into this.
Okay, so
I thought it would be fun to look at it together.
So this is the best place to look at it because there's 32,700 people in here, and there are actual engineers, astrophysicists, and shit like that in this chat.
That's why I thought it'd be fun. I have not had time to look at this. By the way, hosting this show now, people just send me crazy shit, and I'll be, like, just busy trying to get through my day, and I'll be hit with, like, the wildest information where I'm like, all right, like, I have to just fucking compartmentalize that.
So my first question when I hear something like this is it normal for the American government or for anyone in general to, like, hold on to patents for things that have not been created yet? Like, things that they haven't actually, things that they think they could create in the future that they're working on.
Possibly. But
so that's number one. Number two, how easy it is to maintain or take a patent like this. If it's super easy, then, like, why wouldn't they do it? Number three is, like, you know, I like, does this have to be something that's real? I guess.
I don't know. Well, and I don't even know if it would be real, but it's like, yeah, I'm going to send you a couple more links. There was an article about it, I think.
This is recent UFO NASA. Oh, NASA has announced in October 21st. Wow, this is fucking literally, bro, look at this. This is 6 days ago. NASA announces unidentified aerial phenomena study team members.
Wow.
So they're actually putting, like, actual NASA scientists to investigate UAPs now.
My friend got these from, like, an article. There are some other patents. I'm trying to find them, like, where I had the links. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't come prepared with this, but I sent you another article.
That's literally my dad's NASA team, Lamau. Your dad is looking at UAPs at NASA? What the fuck?
But you could kind of dive into the patents that U.S. Navy has. Like the internal mass reduction device is pretty wild. Like that's close to like what a lot of people think these crafts would be powered by.
But it's impossible for this to exist.
With
our current understanding of technology.
Somebody smarter than me in the comments probably knows, but like, I don't think we're anywhere close to being able to like reduce mass of an object.
This person violates the first law of thermodynamics. It's fake as fuck.
I mean, the Navy has the patent, so I don't.
I'm very well versed on space propulsion. This doesn't work. Don't ignore. This is an internal ass reduction device. You put it on your butt to float. Okay, shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'm with that. I mean, like, I don't like fake. I don't think that word is even useful in the situation, right? Like, this is a real patent from the Navy. It's from the patent office. It's a real patent.
One of the things I've heard very commonly from a lot of other people as well, and it kind of goes along with what I believe too, is that like they released the UAP stuff because the military is like always experimenting with new technology that they don't want to reveal.
Yeah.
So that if people accidentally end up seeing something that's like super weird, they could just be like, oh, it's a UFO. It's a UAP, actually. Oh, yeah, it must be aliens. Like they would rather protect.
That could be real too.
They would rather protect IP that they are working on and testing, and as a matter of national security, and make people believe in aliens than fucking reveal that they're working on shit. Is what.
That being said, based on like the stuff that people have been seeing lately, it would be wild what they would have. I mean,
okay, this is a scientist that discovered anti-gravity, then disappeared completely.
What? As well includes how a wide variety of grifters get involved in it. There appears to at least be some seed of truth to some of the claims of UAP, UFOs, and anti-gravity manipulative tech.
Oh.
In particular,
boom. Wait, this is the guy? That's the guy, bro? The guy that did the patent?
I don't know. See, I'm telling you, I haven't even had time to dive into this yet.
Bro, we're diving into it right now, Jack. Buckle the fuck up, okay?
Let's
Inventor,
go.
Salvatore Caesar Pace. And he worked for the U.S. Department of Navy. It says worldwide applications of the patent. And it was filed in 2016.
So even if he was crazy, it's weird that the Navy's getting the patent on it.
Bro, I'm not trying to disappear.
When it comes to government-funded research. And as a bit of a disclaimer, because I know this subject matter draws out an absolute array of opinions, and just know my goal here isn't to change your beliefs, but more.
Jack's getting ready to buckle up. He just ripped his fucking. He ripped his fucking pump cover off.
I actually ripped it off in half.
Yeah, he's excited.
More so, just tell you what I found and entertain you. So let's get into it. As we are going to discuss the disappearance of one particular scientist by the name of Dr. Ning Li.
Wait, when's the last time Barely Sociable posted? Did they post this video and disappear too? No. Okay, 1 year ago they posted this, and then okay, never mind.
By the way, shout out to my editor Theo Schaefer is texting me right now saying, "Bro, you better say my name on the stream." So shout out to Theo. He's helped me a lot.
Now this story obviously begins with one particular physicist by the name of Dr. Ning Li, who was working at the Center for Space Plasma and Aeronomic Research and the University of Alabama Huntsville in the 1990s. Ning Li's main claim to fame here seemed to come from a variety of her peer-reviewed papers that she published during this time, in which a theory of hers predicted a practical way to create an anti-gravity effect.
I think the theory already hold there, they published it through the review process. Then that's very controversial. I know a lot of people criticize it. But fortunately, nobody found any mistake in my papers. So just about no mistake, but people don't believe it. I know until I got an experimental result, I can show people.
And before I try to explain any of her research,
listen, you can reduce.
Is a woman?
Yeah. Oh, you don't believe it now? Not credible. Chat.
No, shout out.
Yeah, no.
Women in STEM.
The real mystery. The real mystery is how she got there. Oh, no. The real mystery is avoiding the top of the hour ad break. At the top of the hour, there's a 6-second ad break. It's coming right now. I forgot to run it at 4 because I got really deeply invested into these stories. And If you no longer want to see those ads, you know, you don't need a saucer or a Navy patent. All you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account or by getting gifted a sub. If you're lucky, here's a woman ad right now. Boom. Has your guest been to space? No, dude.
I want to make clear that when I'm referring to anti-gravity, I'm essentially referring to gravity manipulation, as gravity is a fundamental force of nature. And in regards to Ning Li's research, the core idea included in her papers seemed to stem from one core concept, that being things called superconductors, which are essentially a substance that can conduct electricity with no resistance, meaning that no energy is lost from point A to point B. Now, generally the state of superconductivity is achieved when a substance cools to a particular critical temperature, and generally one of the cooler side effects, no pun intended, for achieving this critical temperature is the expulsion of the substance's magnetic field, and that's what you're witnessing right now. Now, this is obviously one example from a broad, sweeping concept that could be applied to the future of superconductors. And as you can
Wait, why'd you say superconductors are 100% fake? Is it? Dude, what the fuck? 157 shadows rated as segue, average of 4.71 out of 10. Good attempt, Hasi. Wide people said, what the fuck? Chat, stop rating me so low, dude. What is this shit?
Wait, what does that mean?
So, as a contractual obligation by Amazon, I run ads on my stream.
Okay.
Okay, and I run 1 minute of ads per hour. So I usually have gamified it. I asked my stream, I was like, should we make this like, should I just auto run these ads and then like it just, you know, you just boom, get hit in the face with an ad? Or should I gamify it and like I bake it into my commentary so that like it's more fun, and then I like kind of pause the comment, you know, I pause it too so like people don't miss out on the stream. And they decided it's better to just like stop and, you know, do a segue, do what we call a debate. So then someone built a bot that tallies what people's ratings are, if my segue was good or not.
Oh, wow. Okay, so they're reviewing the segue.
But it's just yet another example that democracy doesn't work, because everybody always like fucks over the, even Nim has more ad density than you. Yeah, my ad density is going to fucking go up a lot too. Don't worry.
Dude, I just got a funny text update that Chelsea, my fiance, said that like my mother-in-law just texted her saying that like I tried listening to the recent episode of Jack's podcast and turned it off to it was too scary, and she's telling her other family members not to listen to my podcast.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, it's not for everybody. It's not for everybody.
Wait, but this is like a concern. I mean, dude, this thing I recorded last night is fucked up. Like, I'm kind of curious. I have all these people at the disposal now. Like, is really scary like good, or will that be like bad for the show ultimately?
I don't know.
I want this to be mainstream big. But
last night, my friend Will said something that I consider to be brilliant, where he was like, spicy food is like scary movies. You know, you like ramp yourself up to it. And I love spicy food. I hate scary movies, but I totally get it. Like at first you might not like it. At first you might not appreciate it, but over time, the more you fucking build a tolerance for it, the more you want, you know.
I don't even think the episode she's talking about is scary, even. Like, I think it's spooky and weird. Like, it's the jack-off one. The gin. That's what she turned off.
I mean, it is spooky.
I guess Chelsea is Egyptian, but...
Yeah,
But her mom isn't, so...
Oh, I was going to say, we don't fuck with that shit, but... Okay, let's continue.
Imagine having incredibly efficient electricity would be highly useful for a number of reasons, beyond just the gravitomagnetic effect. But on that same note, one of the main problems with superconductors is that you need incredibly cold temperatures to achieve this. This has led to an interest in high-temperature superconductors, which is actually referring to substances that superconduct above negative 196 Celsius. And realistically, for these things to probably...
Yeah, one thing you could do is make the episodes progressively spookier and scarier throughout the entire season, so you're like slowly spooky pilling everybody.
That's what I'm doing, and there's going to be some nice ones coming up. Like, there's like... some funny ones and a couple really nice ones. I think some of them I'm most excited about are like sweet. Like, well, there's one of the sweet ones that's like sad too, but it's there's some nice ones. Like, there's some cool ones, and there's some that are just like fun. Like, I don't know how to explain it, you know.
Okay.
But and then and there's gonna be some crazy ones. But dude, honestly, I think the world is ready for it. Like, I think everybody's too wrapped up in like NPR brained neoliberalism, you know? It's like
no, there's definitely a hella right wing audience.
No, I
ready
know.
for fucking demon time because they believe that like demons exist in the murals of 13-year-old girls and shit.
But like the left doesn't have that much of an option outside of like Sedona, Arizona, and that's kind of like laughed off of like the the new age ant. But I think that's like there needs to be room for that.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't like adequate like conspiracy theory left content before TrueAnon, I think. So you fill another void there.
Yeah, where it's like, people that could believe in something or suspend disbelief at least, but why let them have all the fun? Is what I say.
My girlfriend's dad is a pastor, and he has witnessed exorcisms in India. Demons exist. Okay, bro.
Dude.
Anyway, all right, let's continue with this.
Change our day-to-day lives, such as the ever so elusive hoverboard. There's definitely going to be a need for a room temperature superconductor, which has yet to be discovered yet. And while I will note last year the first room temperature superconductor was found, the only problem with it is that it only existed under extreme levels of pressure, making it really unusable for the average person. But all of that being said, where Dr. Ning Li fits into this is her creation and claim that a high-temperature superconducting disk...
Okay, I'm sorry, but the moment that I see, like, an old-ass website that you're pulling with this font and shit, the credibility is shaken a little bit. I'm a big aesthetics guy when it comes to this sort of stuff because I don't have the science background to comprehend whether this is, like, possible or not. So I look at the optics a little bit, and the moment I see Comic Sans with this, like, 3D
that
print...
kind of fire, though. Some of the UFO stuff is all like 1999. Like if you go into the Area 51 stuff, you'll find some of the coolest website aesthetics because it's all like 99, early web guys that made like UFO blogs that are still up.
Yeah.
It's surprising which ones are like still up. I think these dudes paid like for 30-year contracts for like their web pages,
Yeah, back when the internet was cheap.
Like the Space Jam site. Remember how that was up for a long time? I think they finally...
Oh, really?
The original Space Jam site, they finally took it down, but at one point, if you went to spacejam.com, I think it was like the original website, but now they have that new movie, so they replaced it. There's like a few that are still up, some funny ones. Wait, so are you believing this?
Developing and could essentially create a force field-like effect. The first notable paper here was Effects of Gravitomagnetic Field on Pure Superconductors, and it was published in 1991. A year later, she would publish another paper by the name of Gravitational Effects on the Magnetic Attenuation of Superconductors, and in a subsequent paper just a year later called Gravitoelectric Electric Coupling via Superconductivity was also peer-reviewed and published. Now, I'm not a physics channel, but I will include links to these papers that you can check out for yourself. But to summarize Ning Li's theory...
Yeah, I'm sure there's like physicist people who will check it out.
She essentially noted that rotating ions spinning in a perpendicular field to their spin axis would create an anti-gravity effect if a large number of ions could be aligned in something called a Bose-Einstein condensate, which is essentially an exotic state of matter in which all of the atoms act as one, where she theorized that this alignment may be possible by trapping superconductor ions in a lattice structure in a high-temperature superconducting disk, which in turn led to the development of a 12...
I've already tuned out. Like, it just sounds like nerd science shit. And I'm like, it's probably true. It's on Wikipedia. Seems about right.
That's why
that's as far as my brain can go. I'm like, Bose-Einstein super megaphonic conductorism is like, I don't know what the fuck that is.
That's why I have the Harvard dude, and I'll need to probably get a couple more guys like that. Because also, like, I don't have the patience to, like, I'm not a good researcher. I like doing the interviewing people, firsthand encounters, but I start to zone out, dude. I have ADHD. It's bad.
Me too. I have no idea what the fuck's going on.
The kind where you like get sent home for biting kids in elementary school kind.
You bit kids? You had a demon in you, dude.
Maybe it was a demon.
Murat's not a physicist, guys. He's a aerospace and mechanical engineer. He built satellites.
Who?
My brother.
Oh, that's
I think you met him.
He probably knows some things, dude.
Yeah. Well, I went to the Boeing facility where they like open it up once every like 20 years or something for a civilian population to come and like look at what they're doing. And I yelled at every scientist there. I was like, tell me the truth about flat Earth. I was like fucking around.
I think,
but
dude, have you
I was testing them. I was like,
I haven't had the time to look into it, but like there's a bunch of spooky stuff relating to Jet Propulsion Lab up in Pasadena. Like there's the NASA, I think it's the Jet Propulsion Lab, but also I think Aleister Crowley was doing a bunch of weird like satanic, like Hollywood
I do think
stuff out
okay.
there in the
So
60s.
here's the thing. I do think that a lot of these fucking scientists are goofy as fuck. Like I think their brains are warped by looking at numbers too much, and I do think that they believe in a lot of weird ass shit. And can also have like, personal mental health complications. So
I was exaggerating about biting people in elementary school. I didn't bite people.
A couple of years ago, there was a Mexican radio show called La Mano Peluda, where the radio host named Juan Ramos Sanz, who would have people that call in to tell paranormal experience stories. One of the last stories he had on ultimately led to his unusual and sudden death. What?
That's wild.
Jack, you fucking protect yourself, dude.
That's another episode I'm doing. I'm gonna take a picture of that to look into it.
Dude, you are such a fucking
Spanish
boomer.
language episode this year.
I love that you're just taking photos on your phone of the chat.
It's just the easiest way. I mean, what am I, dude? Do you really want me texting you? Be like, hey, send those screenshots, bro.
No, yeah, there's no shot I'd be able to pull that anyway.
No. No, I'm doing Mexico has some crazy ghost stories, and I have one from Venezuela this year that's in Spanish. I do not speak Spanish, so I had to have other people help me with that. Palma, a famous poster / of Seeking Derangements. You know that podcast?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's been helping me translate and edit Spanish stuff.
Wait, Jack Parsons, founder of JPL and Thelemite, who knew Aleister Crowley personally and did a sex ritual with L. Ron Hubbard and Marjorie Cameron.
There we go. See, I knew.
What?
Like, I haven't looked into this stuff yet, but that's something that people have told me.
L. Ron Hubbard was like a science fiction writer.
I also heard there's like some weird plaques out there, and you know what's funny is that it's just so pretty in that area. It's like Pasadena. I like to hike over there. It's between Pasadena and like La Cañada Flint Ridge. I think is up there.
What the fuck is this, bro? In the spring of 1946, L. Ron Hubbard and John W. Parsons performed a series of magical rituals with the aim of incarnating the Thelemic goddess Babylon in a human being. Hubbard's cooperation with Parsons, known as the Babylon Working, remains one of the most controversial events in Hubbard's pre-Scientology days. This article sets out to describe the content of the magical rituals as well as their purpose. It is argued that in order to fully understand these events, it is necessary to approach the Babylon Working from the study of Western esotericism in general and the study of Enochian magic in particular. What?
Where is this? Also, it's behind a $35 paywall. What?
Yeah, this is like a fucking, what is this, a Brill Scholarly Journal? What the fuck is that?
What is that?
God, L. Ron Hubbard is so fucking crazy. Newman?
Doesn't that? It just reminds me of like the Nixium cult. It looks a lot like the Nixium logo.
Or like Dave's Vault guys do shit like that too sometimes.
But so. Wait, John Parsons founded the Jet Propulsion Lab. NASA Jet Propulsion Lab. Is that who that is?
I don't.
I don't know anything about this. People come up to me and they'd be like, "You gotta look into this," like whatever.
Please have a fucking Thelemite on, please. Lon Milo Duquette is in California. You sound like a goober talking about magic in Babylon and Thelema. Holy shit, please. Wait, what?
What?
What the fuck is a Thelemite, dog? Why are you writing in all caps like I am a goober. This motherfucker said like, you don't know about my Dungeons and Dragon group, you fucking loser. Like basically to me. Wow, what a fucking loser you are, dude. You don't know about the fucking D&D sessions we host?
It's so hard to read the comments. Trying to read the flow. It's like reading the Matrix. You're able to do it though.
Yeah, I mean,
ritual magic. So this is freaky. I've never explored this, but if you ever get the chance to hang out around the places where there's either like any kind of aerospace or remote Air Force base, it's very spooky even in like non-paranormal ways. Like Mojave, California is in the middle of the desert, like the actual town of Mojave. It's where a lot of private space companies are. It's also very near an Air Force base, and then also they bring planes there to like repair them, I believe. There's like almost like a plane graveyard. But I've been up there a couple times for work, and it's also just like kind of a road trip stop that makes sense for camping, but there's very limited businesses there, and it's like all of these like engineers that work there, mostly men. And so you go into like the two places in town you could eat are McDonald's or like this Thai restaurant, and you go in there and everybody has a lanyard. It's always like these like men, these like 45-year-old men eating together. And you know, it's just so spooky. Like all of these guys are working on like weird top secret stuff. And same with Jet Propulsion Lab. When you go around there, you'll like start clocking the guys that work there because they like go by themselves and like drink at these bars after to unwind. But they always have like a lanyard and just kind of like odd dudes.
Yeah, they're always weirdos. Like always, I know. Like, weird, I mean, my brother's a fucking weirdo too.
You could clock them
also,
like, from a mile away.
Also, this dude looks like my sleep paralysis demon. What the fuck?
Wait, who is that?
Aleister Crowley.
Oh yeah, well he's the founder of Satanism, right?
What the fuck? Yeah, you popped the top off too early, man.
Yeah. Wow, he's
Esoterica on YouTube is credible for stuff on Western esotericism. Rick Owens looking motherfucker. Yeah, bro, he's on that Rick.
Undeniable drip.
Yeah,
that elven
for sure.
drip.
Unspoken Riz too, apparently.
Yeah. I mean, that's freaky. Who else was at that meetup?
I don't know.
Early
The Thelemic
clout shit.
Pantheon, a collection of gods and goddesses who either literally exist or serve as symbolic archetypes and metaphors, includes a number of deities. It's time for another one of these dudes, though. I think the environment is like ripe for that because, like, we are going back. I mean, this is like Chapo's take, which I agree with, but like we do behave like a lot of like upper middle class Americans behave like fucking medieval peasants at this point. So we do need someone to guide that, like the sheep, the flock.
We need another Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh my God. I think we have enough.
Bro, don't go down this rabbit
minutes.
hole. You know how the Satanists get in chat? I know. They do get fucking annoying as shit. They can't help themselves.
Some people believe we already have a satanic leader. I'm not naming a name.
What, Joe Brandon?
No, well, maybe. I haven't kept tabs. I haven't kept tabs on what Q is theorizing.
Yeah, that's true. It's insane how motherfuckers want to be on Cardi dick. They dress just like him, copy his flow bar by bar. Most sane r/Cardi user.
It is kind of sad.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He's biting Cardi.
It's fucked up.
Man, that's wild. It's kind of sad.
What,
dude? That's spooky stuff. I mean, that's kind of like, to be clear, if I'm, you know,
this is a patent that dumbed down so that if anyone has a patent, wouldn't figure it out or get any info from a release to public. So even if you have it, you won't have any idea what it was. So people are trying to figure out probably what.
I don't know.
Bro, you literally did the worst job of explaining this, dude. What the fuck? Okay, let's get back to this fucking thing.
Prototype that you
by the way, someone already destroyed this and said, like, no, this lady actually died, like, last year.
Maybe. I don't know.
On the picture earlier. And to quote an article from October 1st, 1999, which is done by a publication by the name of Popular Mechanics, the first thing to understand about Lee's device is that it is neither an anti-gravity machine nor a gravitational shield, says Jonathan Campbell, a scientist at the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center who has worked with Lee. It does not modify gravity, rather it produces a gravity-like field that may be either attractive or repulsive. Lee describes her device as a method of generating a never-before-seen force field that acts in a way that is similar to gravity. Since it may be either repulsive or attractive, she calls it a C-gravity. It adds to or counteracts or redirects gravity, explains Larry Smalley, the former chairman of the University of Alabama at Huntsville, UAH Physics Department. And it's also worth noting, for her device to work, it would require one other component, that being a rotating motor for the individual ions. As the next section read, although Lee's theory has passed through scientific quality control process called peer review, and a high-temperature superconducting disk has been constructed, important technical unknowns remain. This summer, Lee left UAH. She and several colleagues are striking out on their own to commercialize devices based on her theory and a proprietary high-temperature superconducting disk fabrication technique. Lee's next step is to raise the several $1 million needed to build the induction motor that individually spins the ions in the high-temperature superconducting disk. It will take at least 2 years to simulate the machine on a computer, says Smalley, who plans to join Lee's as yet unnamed company after he retires from UAH. And it's worth noting in the final statement given by Lee in this article, she states, investors want control over the technology. She says this is too important. It should belong to all the American people. Now, with all that being said, I am not a physics channel, and I can't really comment on the paper herself or her experimental results that she claimed to observe in and around this time. But what is worth noting...
I'm already losing my mind imagining this is the amount of math that they had to do to figure this shit out.
This is like not worth me even like looking at, because I just don't know what any of this means also.
The more I stare at these things and the more I try to comprehend what's going on here, the more likely I am to believe every spooky story you tell me. I'm just letting you know.
Well, also, like, to be clear, like my show, I'm not a research show. Like there's a lot of shows out there that like read Wikipedia articles and like just like basically do that on the podcast. I only talk to people who have firsthand encounters. They saw something with their own eyes, and we talk about that. And I'm mostly exploring what they do after that, right? Like after you see something that changes your understanding of the world, like how do you just go back to working at your job, and like what do you do with that information, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what I'm really doing. I don't really need to get people to believe or not believe.
Yeah,
you know,
I feel you.
And I'm not like a expert. Disclaimer. But so I only focus on like firsthand encounters.
Okay, this is the other guy, Eugene Pokletno.
But what is rather bizarre about that article we just read was the fact that it was in 1999, and just 2 years prior, a final experiment that she did showed that little to no effect was present at all in her theory, stating this result put new limits on strength and range of the proposed coupling between superconductors and gravity. But despite this fact, sometime after this final paper had been published, she would still continue to leave her position at the college and would leave to start a company called AC Gravity LLC. And the other professor that Ning Li was working alongside, that man by the name of Douglas Torr, would go on to found his own company by the name of Phase Space Time LLC. I should say it's rather bizarre that if you truly believed that this theory was a dead end, then why would you then leave your job and start a company off that theory that supposedly didn't work? Or if we take this particular abstract at face value, why would you quit your job to study something that just had severe limits imposed on it? That seems like a risky idea to base your entire career off of. And I must say, one of the common themes that I came across when researching this particular topic is the frequent...
Wait, why is he being like skeptical of the researcher's findings when she's not offering like what he wants to be real?
I don't know. Also, this guy's way of speaking is like, some people, the way they talk just trigger my brain to shut off. Like my ADD is kicking in heavy when he talks.
Yeah, the way he's describing it is
like
it's
like immediately
it's like almost too pleasant. I don't know how to describe it.
Or he's maybe putting me in some kind of trance, but it'll be like 10 seconds of me listening to it, and then I'm like, oh shit, I'm out. I'm reading the comments. That's definitely not helping either.
What are we covering next? The guy who got killed for inventing a water-powered car? Yeah, isn't that's a classic one, isn't it? Even I know about that one. The government killed him, brother.
I mean, how pilled is the audience is my question.
No, dude, this is... I mean, look, this is a big audience, right? So there's always going to be like...
How many people we got in here right now?
Only around 30,000, 30,560.
Everybody take out your phone and go subscribe to Otherworld, please.
Well, I mean, we did that when there was like 35,000, so don't worry.
Hell, wait, they left? What made them leave? I scared them off. I didn't even start talking about gnomes yet, dude.
Yeah, the lack of
I didn't even start talking about... I didn't gnome pill anybody.
They're not pilled enough.
You want to get some real crazy shit?
What, gnomes?
Bro, I interviewed these Romanis. I don't know if you guys know about the Romani people. Like,
yeah,
the gypsies.
They know.
Like, is like what the, you know.
Not the proper.
I know, but
he said the G word. It's time to cancel, Jack.
But historically, people know Romani people to be by that name. So, but they're actually a race of people that we didn't know the true origin until recently. I think it's traced back to India, actually.
Oh, really? I thought it was like the Roman like empire.
Well, they were in Europe a lot, but basically it's a nomadic group of people, and like they traveled around. And I think a lot of people think of like a fortune teller or like performers. And I mean, there's a lot of stereotypes and they're very misunderstood. But one thing about them is that they're very spiritual people. And some of the earliest like psychics were Romani. And so I interviewed these two 5th generation psychics. Like no matter what you think about it, I've always been fascinated with the Romani people. just from like the perspective of a fascinating group. I mean, they're like these nomadic people who have never had a home and like for the most part like hide. Also, a lot of them were killed in the Holocaust, and that's not talked about that much either. But there were a ton of Romanis killed and, targeted.
And there's still a lot of resentment towards them in Europe, especially. Like they fucking hate Europeans. Hate
and like
Romani people. Like they hate them.
Stereotype. A lot of Romani people pretend to be Greek. Like they'll just lie like their entire life, but they have very interesting cultures. So anyway, I wanted to interview these people anyway. They hit me up with this story, but secretly I was like, I also think they'll be interesting. And I thought it would be cool to like talk to them about what it's like being Romani and like dealing with these stereotypes. And also like they mentioned something about like TikTok witches and being annoyed by it. So I thought it'd be funny and like interesting. And it was. They basically run a psychic shop where they like people come in and they just try to help them with whatever they come in with. But they are saying that like a big problem that they deal with now is like all of the TikTok people that like basically like witchcraft or like experimenting with that realm is like it'll be trending on TikTok and like all these people start fucking around with it and then something will happen to them and then they get scared and then they come into their psychic shop and like want help and it annoys them. And also I think these people feel like there's cultural appropriation going on or something. But anyway, they tell me a bunch of crazy stories and I start asking them about what. And you guys, like, for the skeptical people in this crowd, like, just brace yourself because this is about to get a little weird. But
a little weird. Yo, dude, are you kidding me?
Bro.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. Like half the chat's already like they're like, okay, but like not really believing in it. If it's gonna get wilder than that, okay, let's hear it. I want to hear it though.
Well, and this is wild to me too. But you'll be okay. So they tell me all sorts of stuff. Mind you, I start this interview on Zoom during the day, and like by the end of the interview, it's like pitch black. I'm like sitting in the dark where I like realize I'm like, oh fuck, I gotta turn my light on. Like that much time has passed. I'm talking to these people. I'm like, what else comes into your shop? Like people come in with nutty stuff, right? Like, you know, no matter what you believe it in this stuff, like I'm sure there's really interesting people coming in there seeking help. And like I asked them, you know, if anything stood out, and they're like, well, you know, one of the worst is gnomes. And I'm like, no, like I literally start laughing, like, and they're like, and they start laughing too. They're like, people have worshipped gnomes and they come to us. Like, I'm like, what are you talking about? Like a garden gnome? And like, I think this is the funniest thing ever. Like this actually kind of like ended that interview almost because I started getting too distracted and like laughing. But
like Keemstar, like what are we talking?
Bro, like literally worshiping like a classic gnome. And I'm laughing because I was like, wait, are gnomes real? Like I thought we made those up. Like I'm like, is that like, dude, I thought it was just like something you put in your yard or whatever, like that, like worshiping that.
Yeah.
So,
bro,
dude,
there's so much more that you could worship than this thing.
No,
dude.
Okay, so like they finally, and this will be an episode eventually, but
these are American gnomes because they have guns.
Dude, so it did eventually spook me because they're laughing too. They're like, I know, it's crazy. They're like, but believe it or not, 3 people have like come to us with this, but what they ended up telling me, and it's still so funny to me, but what did kind of like spook me is they're like, I guess there is kind of like a weird tradition of this and like people worshiping like fairies back in the day or things like that. But they're just saying that like basically what they tried to explain to me is that like if you start worshiping something and you're making offerings to something, like it may not be a gnome, but like there might be something that's going to like be on the other side ready to be worshipped, you know, or pretend to be the gnome essentially. And so they've like had to deal with these people who like started worshiping a gnome and like got really into it to the point where like the gnome is asking them to do horrible things in order to be rewarded. And
like
then,
what?
Like, they told me, and like, I'm not saying I believe this or not. It's just what they told me. They told me that the gnome eventually asks for your firstborn son. And they've told me that
what the fuck?
They've seen it happen where the gnome has taken a firstborn son and they don't know if it was like given. Dude, they've told me, and this will be in a thing, like they've told me like This has happened 3 times with them. And it became like, it's one of those things where it became like, I don't know if this is funny or horrifying or like what. It was like dizzying. But the spooky thing, I think, is like, you know.
No, the spooky thing is what you just said, dog.
Yeah.
Not what? Firstborn?
I know. And I guess they say it starts with like just a little thing, like putting out like
that,
like a little snack or something.
Look at that.
Oh, and it's not like a gnome running around. To be clear, like they never said that there was like a gnome like running around. It's like a statue, and then from what I understand, it would be like they would hear the gnome ask for something, be like, that was good. Can I have a cake next time? And then like the person will like bring the gnome a cake, and then the next time it wants a bed, and then the next time it wants a wife, and like eventually the gnome starts giving them stuff, usually money.
Why would you fucking give the gnome anything?
That's a confusing part. Is
Look
like
at this.
why?
Look at this one. Look at this one. Look.
Oh my god, dude! This title: 5 scary gnomes caught on camera.
Don't laugh too hard, bro. Before you know
That's
it, the
so
gnome's
sick.
gonna fucking visit you and be like, "Give me your firstborn."
Those people like they know it's funny. Like they're laughing with me. They're like, I know you think it's funny, but like, and it seems crazy, but like we have to deal with this. But I don't know. But to be clear, like on what they told me is that it's not like a gnome running around. It's like something's talking to them. And I also asked them, like, do you think there's that gnomes exist? And they're like, it doesn't really matter. They're basically saying that like, if you're putting that out there, they compared it to a 1-900 number. Like, you know, those old like party chat lines, like you would like call this number and like talk to like somebody sexy, like a horny person, like in your area. And it would like link you with somebody. They're like saying it's like one of those hotlines where like, if you're reaching out, like something's going to pick up, but you don't know what it's going to be. And it's probably going to be bad.
This person says the hubris of people who have never experienced paranormal shit is honestly just funny to me. It's easy to be condescending about it when you have had to deal with that kind of fear and confusion firsthand. Epic Reddit atheist shit is just really a coping mechanism. It's easy to dismiss it as schizo shit and believe that stuff wouldn't happen until you experience it, especially when there's others around to corroborate it.
Dude, I agree with that 100%. That's why the Neil deGrasse Tyson stuff like bothers me. But I mean, it's mostly because I've talked to so many people, like so many like quote unquote normal people who have just had like a specific experience in their life that's unexplainable and terrifying. And it's like, it affects their life a lot of times. So it's weird to just like completely invalidate it from that position. It's annoying. And usually like useless. It's like, man, like if you don't believe it, like that's fine. Like go do something else. Who cares?
I think if you have a lot of motivation to see shit, you're gonna see it. That's what I think. And I don't know if it means it's real or not.
Don't worship gnomes. My number one. That's also Ouija boards is like the number one thing I've heard never to do.
Top 10 scary ghost videos to ruin sleepy time.
Oh my God. Dude, the shit on YouTube is so funny, so fake too. I mean, obviously, but like
nothing paranormal or supernatural.
Over the reverse lights. So I'm going to show you what the stock reverse lights look like, and then I'm going to uncover.
Okay, I don't even want to look at it. It is going to ruin my sleepy time.
No, dude, that shit
it's gonna ruin my sleepy time, and I don't want to ruin it.
And that stuff makes me mad too, because it's like when there's so much fake stuff out there. Like most stuff put out there is like fake clickbait. You know, it like for anybody that does experience something, it just makes them feel more crazy. You know, that's like they never talk about it.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm just more so afraid that I'm gonna start fucking believing in it, and then I'm gonna be motivated to see it. And like I've gone for 31 years without like having these scary ghost sightings or anything like that.
Well, don't be scared. There's nothing to worry about.
Bro, what do you mean? Of course I'm fucking worried. Like I'm worried that I'm gonna start seeing shit. You know,
it can't hurt you. That's how to not be scared.
That's what you think.
Every expert I've talked to says it can't hurt you. It can only like deceive you into hurting yourself.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. I'm just like, I don't
know if I'm telling that to you or the chat or who needs it more, you know?
I definitely need it too. I definitely need it. VFX artists debunk Pentagon UFO videos. Ooh.
What is that dot? It could be anything. This is interesting, but you can immediately tell what's going on. It could be an alien. I could literally make you that shot in After Effects, and it would look exactly the same.
Bro. So what are you telling me, Jamie? There's a UFO yesterday?
Yeah. What does the U.S. government know about UFOs?
Newly leaked video allegedly shows one of the U.S. Navy.
I like the Corridor Digital guys, though. I think they're great.
I didn't say any. I'm glad I didn't say anything.
Stealth ships tracking an unknown object in the sky.
There's stuff flying in our airspace. We don't know what it is. We need to find out.
If the whole video though is being like,
the Pentagon released a series of
UFO
videos.
80 pixels.
We have footage of things flying. We don't know what they
Yeah,
are.
but doesn't that make it?
It's
Doesn't that make it
a
way
100p video?
I know, but like, doesn't that make it less credible almost? Like, it's just fucking. I don't know. What is this? I've walked out of locations with marks all over me. They can hurt you. What? Stop, dude. Fucking chill, chat. Jesus Christ.
But I mean, but scratching and stuff is not.
UFOs is not aliens. UFO stands for unidentified flying object. I'm sure a bunch of people know that, but it's become synonymous with like flying saucers and aliens. What they did though is they were like,
let's see what these guys' evidence are.
Let's call them UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomenon. It's totally more accurate because sometimes like what you're filming isn't a physical
Dude, does anybody in the chat have a good story?
A trick of light or a shadow.
Maybe, okay, like actually comment if you've experienced something yourself.
A sensor
it could even be a yes.
Reacts to light.
Yes, yes.
We wanted to take our
That's a lot of yes.
artist eye and apply it to these videos because we spend a lot of time analyzing footage, analyzing pixels, trying to figure out what makes things look
fake. Can you do a poll on here?
A big part of our time is spent trying to replicate
I'd
what
say
an
there's
image
more yeses.
looks like once it's passed through a lens and a camera.
Okay, they're also saying
that's what
never
visual text
trust the chat.
Truly are. It's not just going, oh, does something look real? It's no, does this look like the image was captured with a real camera?
Hasan's going to the bathroom.
I haven't seen any of these videos. And
I will say that Hasan has a very nice,
screenshot of one. I'm like, okay,
respectable
same
bathroom.
Old thing, you know, here's a
he
dot,
has the bathroom
you know,
of a man, not a boy.
Mass Effect.
I was very impressed. Okay, if you haven't, I'm gonna take this time to tell everybody to go subscribe to Otherworld.
So what does it say? Is it a flying triangle alien?
Also,
well, it seems to grow in strength.
If you want to
like
follow the socials, it's
or something like that.
at Otherworld Pod.
Like, okay, so this is guy.
Funny
the guy
enough,
literally held his phone up to his.
Get something else. I had the wrong link in my Twitter for I don't know how long, but at least a couple days. I was doing heavy promotion and linking to some other podcast called Otherworld. It was called like Otherworld Fiction Podcast. And I don't know how long I had the wrong link in my Twitter bio, but like, shout out to anybody who listened to the wrong podcast and were like, I don't even know if it's good. I don't know if it's good or bad. So I don't know what experience, but I imagine it was like probably different than what they expected. And also to the hosts of that podcast, you're welcome if you got some extra listeners. Hasan, is there a way to do a poll? I think that's what we need to do. I asked them. Oh, yeah, I love those. Those are all great flavors. I'll do the grape. Thank you.
Yo, don't touch the computer? Wait, why?
What? Smoked hella DMT. I want to do an episode about DMT as well. There's
Have you ever done it?
I haven't. But
all right, what do you want to poll?
People that if people have experienced something firsthand that they consider paranormal.
What's up? All right.
The most basic level.
Wait, a poll's already active.
Oh,
one of my mods already made it. I voted no.
41% is a lot.
I mean, but like, what do they define as like paranormal?
I know. I mean, I made it pretty broad. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of people that keep stuff. That's the thing. Like, and people have told me like diet versions of things until they trust me, and then they tell me like the real version. That's usually more extreme. That happens a lot.
Ghost encounter. I went to sleep super horny and woke up with cum all over me several times. I think there's a ghost sucking my dick.
Bro. Don't ask questions.
Okay, 38% says yes, 62% say no.
That's pretty good.
I have a trope, or I guess a HasanAbiism that I routinely mention, which is that 30% of Americans will agree to anything, no matter how insane it is. Like, you can get 30% of Americans to believe and agree to anything, minimum. So,
what's the craziest thing you believe in, you think?
I don't know.
Is there anything that's like fringe where you're like, that you think you're weird for believing in? Like, part of what I am into in doing this is that, like, I think having fringe beliefs got co-opted by the right, sort of, like, to the point where, like, jokes are getting censored on Instagram now, you know, where you can't even, like, literally, like, post funny content because it's, like, they're fact-checking everything. But it got co-opted by the right, and I think it's, like, perfectly healthy to be able to believe in some weird stuff. I think, like, all of this is, like, perfectly normal to believe in and totally fine. But we got to this, like, place where we've gone so far to the opposite, where everything has to be so grounded in what you would, like, define as reality. I think it's just not fun.
I don't believe every indigenous person is Turkish, okay? I don't believe that. Some.
Nothing else?
I can't think of anything that I think is like, I mean, these people would know.
I've seen UFOs, somebody said.
No, I don't think, I think Epstein being murdered by the government is not a fringe take at all.
I mean, no, I didn't mean to sound like censorship rooting comedy, but I mean, you've seen it, dude. Like Josh Citarella, you should, are you friends with Josh?
I've had him on the broadcast many, many years ago.
Dude, you should, if he's in town, he would be a great guest on this. I love Josh Citarella. Shout out, big shout out to Josh Citarella.
He's a mewing advocate, which I think is like, that I don't agree
He's gotten
with.
too buff.
Yeah, he's getting...
Okay, so you guys, if you don't know
he
Josh
went from,
Citarella...
He went from, like, gym maxing, like, covering gym maxers to becoming a bit of a gym maxer, which scares me a little bit.
For anybody who doesn't know Josh, like, he's an artist who... I was a fan of his art before, and he was partnered with Brad Trammell. They did a lot of work together. But then he started kind of studying politogram, like, you know, and, like, memes as an expression for, like, very young politicized people. But then from there, he started to do funnier stuff. And one of them was that he was like studying. I think it got started with like he started making like he started ironically looking into incel shit and like gym maxing. But like I know for a fact he gets like Fulham gum. It's a Turkish gum. Fulham. Oh, he's huge on that.
Yeah, and he does
Fulham, yeah.
he does do mewing, which I think is like kind of crazy.
Well, okay, so what he did, I think it started with he realized that like the Goop powder had the same ingredients as like the Alex Jones like alpha male powder, like from both had the exact same ingredients, and I think he was like mixing them and like taking them as like a joke. And then he did this like sort of like art project experiment where he tested all of the alpha male like advice, you know, the fringe.
Yeah, but he started living
advice. Yeah, he did it for a month or two and he started having results, but he was doing all of the craziest stuff at once. And I was laughing at him because I'm like, bro, if any of this works, like, you're not going to be able to tell which one did it. And so he was like...
Yeah, but like, the main thing is, like, he did just start going to the gym.
No, yeah.
And hitting like the fucking weights, and he got jacked. He is insanely jacked now.
And, yeah, he did not stop. The experiment's been long over.
Can you pull the trash over here? Yeah, no, he hasn't stopped. He's still doing mewing. Like I said, that was the only thing that I was like, dude, what? Like, you actually think mewing works? Like, here, I'll show you guys, Joshua.
And he was not touching receipts, like a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I think he started believing.
Oh, another experiment he was doing was like, I mean,
Bro, I think he started believing in it. That's what I'm saying.
No, yeah, I mean, I think a lot, he was telling me a lot of it's worked.
Look, so
Josh is also behind.
He used to look like this.
Another Josh experiment was the Mark Fisher memes. Like he was trying to make Mark Fisher into a meme to try to get people to read it.
Yeah,
and I think that worked. Like the capitalist realism memes. Oh yeah, he's
torqued now.
He's
it's
torqued.
crazy.
It's insane. This is a nerd. Like this is like a skinny
He's like a
nerd.
nerdy art kid that started doing like started
Very
experimenting with like incel memes and like following the advice, and then literally became this.
Yeah, and I just love everything Josh does. Also, he's been very supportive and helpful along the way of like making this show. In that Washington Post article, they interviewed him, and he gave some very insightful thoughts in a way that's much smarter than anything I would have said.
Mewing, for those of you who keep asking, mewing is the idea that like if you chew really strong gum, fulham, it's a Turkish gum that's like flavorless as a matter. Well, it's not flavorless, but it's not sweet.
It tastes like chewed gum.
Yeah, you chew it. If you chew, it's a really strong gum. If you chew that all the time, you'll have a better jawline. That's a lot of incels will self-report in my chat, as a matter of fact, because I'm always chewing gum nonstop every day because I have nicotine gum that I chew all day every day. So a lot of no, mewing is correct tongue posture. No, I thought it was like also the chat. It's everything that you do. Correct tongue posture and also chewing fucking really strong gum to get like.
Yeah. You're building like these muscles in there. It does work. I mean, if you try, I mean, I have the gum too. It tastes terrible, so I didn't really get hooked to it. But
that's not mewing. That's jazzercise.
Josh always said mewing, so I'm going with mewing.
Yeah, I think mewing is like the comprehensive. It's like the overarching fucking. They call everything. How is mewing incel? Ha ha ha. That is literally just correcting your tongue posture.
I mean, this is all like forum. The whole thing is that Josh was taking all of the stuff from like the fringe incel forums and things like that, like the crazy fringe workout stuff. Like, who's that dude?
People also claim it can help with sleep apnea, sinusitis, and other conditions. The idea behind mewing came from the work of British orthodontist John Mew, who is now in his 90s. He and his son, fellow orthodontist Michael Mew, promote a form of orthodontics they call orthotropics that focuses on jaw posture, including retaining the position of the tongue. Britain's General Dental Council recently stripped the elder Mew of his dental license. Ooh, that's...
Sucks for him.
Yeah. But basically what Josh did here is called looks maxing. That is the umbrella term for that, like gym maxing and whatever. Like incels just literally can't do anything normal. They have to unironically turn everything into like a video game where it's like, oh, I'm looks maxing. It's like, no, you're just going to the gym. You're living a healthy lifestyle, okay?
I think I originally brought him up, though, because I think Josh is an interesting example of, like, he had a lot of problems with Instagram's, like, new policies. And Josh was shadow banned for, like, a year and a half for just, like, posting art and things like that, just, like, his research. It ruined his ability to, like, grow his audience. He was wildly shadow banned. And Brad Trammell was for a while, too. I don't know if anybody of you, like, in the chat is a fan of Brad, but all of them for making, like, just funny political art and like, or even like reposting content that they're like reporting on. But dude, I think Josh did a lecture. Josh actually got banned on Twitch, I believe.
Oh, I remember,
because he was doing an art lecture where he was like literally Renaissance paintings.
Yeah, that was
showing
ridiculous.
Renaissance paintings.
No,
it was
that's
like a nude woman.
Because here's the real reason why that happened. Okay. First of all, that was ridiculous that Twitch did that. I remember when it happened. The reason is because he has like a very interesting audience of people who like are really into this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of those like are fucking incel weirdos and they mass report like crazy. Like just for fun. They're trolls, you know what I mean? So like half the time they're doing that shit specifically to like watch the world burn or try to turn someone into a lol cow or whatever. So
I love that we have like Josh Buff on the stream. capture this moment.
This dude seems cool and chill. Don't take this the wrong way, but I feel like this is the beginning of a right wing pipeline. No, I don't think he's like gonna turn into that.
No
at all.
way.
But I do think that he believes in some like
not Josh.
He I do believe that he's like believes in some fringe stuff now. Basically,
Josh is really cool because he's just very open minded to I don't know how to describe him. Like I think what his thing is that like you can't write off everything completely. You know, like. He did an interesting episode where he was talking about like things that Alex Jones was like actually like right about.
Oh, like frogs turning gay?
Yeah, like that it was.
But they're not gay; they're trans.
Yeah, something like that, and then also just microplastics, the amount of hormone disruptors we have in like all of the products, like everything we use is like hormone disruptors. It's terrible for us. Like this is just there's objectively bad things in like everything we use.
Yeah,
and like. He did some stuff where he's kind of like looking into that and just realizing like, okay, like,
no, I don't disagree.
People are reporting on things that are not invalid, basically.
I don't disagree with. I mean, okay, Alex Jones was also correct about mass surveillance by the federal government, but like, you know,
yeah.
But he was like,
it's not Alex Jones defending, but it's like, okay, we shouldn't be so quick to write off everything related to like certain topics, you know, because we'll easily. You know, toss in some important things with that.
That's why I say Alex Jones is CIA. Like
he might be, dude.
If Alex Jones didn't exist, the CIA would create him. It's true the things that it's the true things that make him useful. Exactly, because when someone is talking about like 10% truths, like that no one else is talking about, but 90% psychotic, unhinged shit like interdimensional vampires, vampiric pedophiles that are operating out of a basement of a fucking.
Well, that stuff's true.
You know, well, yeah, that. Well, it's just a little embellished,
dude,
right?
Have you heard the This American Life episode about Alex Jones from like a couple of years ago?
No.
Oh my God. Has anybody in the chat heard this? I'm surprised that like it's not talked about more. Somebody, and I don't remember it enough. Maybe somebody could find it and put a link to it in the description. But when I heard it, I was like, oh, this is going to be like big news. And then just nobody talked about it. Somebody did this really amazing story about Alex Jones in high school. And it's like the origin story. Like Alex Jones tells his own origin story, and like this person like figured out the real one, and it's wild. It's like you kind of like.
What do you mean his origin story?
I don't remember it enough. But it
wasn't
was like,
his dad like a dentist for the CIA or something?
He was like a bully. I guess he was like a bully. I think it was that like he tells people that he was bullied and like had to become a tough guy, but like beware the Jabberwocky or the Jabberwock. Was that the episode?
I guess Alex Jones spread the idea that Sandy Hook was a hoax on his radio show and website for years after the shooting. He's probably the country's most famous conspiracy theorist. He even had Donald Trump on the show. Reporter John Ronson. Oh, John Ronson. No way. Wait, isn't John Ronson the psychopath test guy? Or is that Ron Johnson? No, John Ronson. He is the psychopath test guy. I like that guy. I like him a lot.
Look at the summary again. Because I actually even forget.
That's cool that he did this. I like him a lot.
Everybody should listen. I mean,
and his producer, Lena Mizitz's originally created version of the story for Audible. They also produced John's latest series, The Long Form, The Last Days of August, Never Before Stole. Oh,
it's a really interesting look at Alex Jones when he was growing up, from like people that knew him, his childhood friends.
Yeah,
it's wild. I mean, I'm surprised it's not talked about more, but it was a great episode. This book is crazy. With Alex Jones.
John Ronson also wrote Men Who Stare at Goats. I love John Ronson. I'm a fan of a lot. I've read all of his books.
Is also similar to like some of the stuff I'm working on here.
Yeah. My biggest issue is the coastal socialite art people delving into politics is that there's a natural shift towards more reactionary ideas as a reflex of the liberal hegemony and just an overall desire to be subversive. I think a lot of people get lost in the sauce of it all and come out the other end full-blown reactionaries and end up adopting super right-wing politics. Okay, this is the person who was upset about this is the person who was originally upset about like people making fun of experiences. People making fun of like people that like belittle others who have had these like, you know, once in a lifetime life-changing experiences, but he is right about this. I do think that a lot of people yes, have an overall desire to be subversive. A lot of art people. That's how you arrive at the
Josh though. He's like
No, I don't know if he's like that. I'm just saying that but like that's how you arrive at the fucking tradcaths and the Catholic converts within, liberal arts PhD people that live in fucking Brooklyn and, smoke Virginia Slims.
Yeah, and Josh is off the far right or fringe like workout routines. Now he's just regularly working out.
Yeah.
Like he's just like a gym rat now. But I think he's off all of the experiments. What else was he doing? I think he was not jerking off. I think he was doing the no fap.
Yeah,
he was drinking like a certain amount of eggs. He would not touch receipts or use plastic of any kind, like avoiding xenoestrogens, basically. That's a big one, like in the fringe workout community, is like xenoestrogens. They say that basically like everything gives you estrogen and prevents your gains.
Yeah, I think that that's dumb. I mean, I think that microplastics is real, but I think that like your exposure to like receipt touching is so marginal, and it's like literally, what is it, fomide or it's just like, I don't think your body is like sucking in receipts enough that you're like turning or you're producing more estrogen as a consequence of that. Microplastics I do believe in though.
It is funny. Yeah, the microplastic stuff is scary. But yeah, I love Josh. I'm actually very happy that we're talking about him so much right now because I just love supporting him. He's like doing really interesting stuff. Also, as long as I'm getting Josh plugs off, he has this really cool thing called Do Not Research. His Discord is like his Twitch is like a mix between like this unofficial college course almost. Like he was a professor. He's stopped being a professor to do this. But he'll like teach these courses almost on Twitch. And then his Discord like formed this art co-op almost. And they've like published a book together. They've like done an art show together. Like his Discord community is like organized enough that they've like done this group show. It's pretty wild. It's called Do Not Research. And I think they got shadow banned too, but
yeah.
But it's really cool. I mean, I don't know. I get stoked every time I see, communities forming online and doing something in the real world.
Yeah. By the way, here's another reason why the estrogen thing is not true. I know, and this is not this is a trans person in the chat is saying it. I've heard other trans people also tell stories about this as well, thinking that like the soy will turn them more feminine. If that was real, like trans people be doing that shit non-fucking stop. As a matter of fact, a lot of trans people, before they get on HRT, unironically try that shit. Kind of traumatic when you think about it, but like I have talked to a bunch of trans people who've told me like they've tried all of those things to try to be feminized.
I don't know that it's like how much it affects workouts, but I do believe that there's a lot of research that there are hormone disruptors in a lot of products, just like as a fact. How much it affects you, I'm not sure, but it sucks we have such an unregulated system. Like, there's a lot of shit that's in our products that is just completely banned in Europe. This is too much conspiracy. This isn't even a conspiracy.
No. The stuff that the stuff that we're talking about with respect to microplastics or like American food.
It's just
American food
sucks.
Regulation or lack of regulation is not a conspiracy. I'm telling you what a conspiracy is. Like the idea that you can become forcibly feminized by drinking too much soy is false. That's not real.
Yeah.
I also don't believe that you can like you can get cancer if you're like constantly licking your fingers and touching receipts and shit over the course of like a very long period of time. If you're doing it for like 4 or 5, 6 years, maybe. But even then it's like the exposure needs to be incredibly fucking high, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a bunch of chemicals in receipts and everything else that could harm you, certainly. But even then it's unique. But I don't think you can like touch a receipt one time and then you fucking literally become feminized. Like I don't think that that's how that works.
Yeah. I mean, it's good to think about this stuff either way. And that's the same with the paranormal shit. It's like thinking and like having an imagination and thinking outside of the box is good for the brain. Like it's good to be considering. I mean, there's definitely certain things that probably aren't good to dive down into, but I think there's like some healthy exploration to be doing, especially after the last few years we lived through. We're completely fucked.
I think I've eaten a receipt before. It's too late. You're done. The receipt
gas
thing
station
was true.
cashier here.
If the receipt thing was true, there would be no
cancer.
Yeah.
Yeah, but post a gains pic. Let's see. is it affecting the gains?
Favor the people in the back. Isoflavone and soy does not disrupt your endocrine system. Yeah, I don't know. I think
I'm not talking about soy. But
I think a lot of that came from 4chan. A bunch of that shit came from 4chan. All right. Well,
I'm not the expert on that either way. I think like it was just funny Josh experimenting with it. I'm not even like pilled on that stuff, to be clear.
Okay. Well, Jack,
what do you think?
Well, what I think is the top of the hour is upon us once again. And I'm gonna run an ad, and then I'm probably gonna get back to some news coverage and
I
play.
should probably take off soon too.
And go do some war crimes on Call of Duty.
Oh, please. Hey, I want to say thank you so much for. Are they hearing me right now? Or is there an ad?
No, I haven't run it yet.
Okay.
Plus, most people are subscribed.
Dude, thank you guys for having me. I hope you don't. I know I probably sound crazy, but that's only because I'm in the middle of making this podcast and my third eye open. But no, I'm not. You know, I'm in pilled mode right now. Otherwise, I'm pretty normal. Thank you for having me, though. Thanks for getting weird.
Yeah, no, this was great. This was wonderful. Where can people find you? Otherworld Pod. Yeah, but still.
Pod. Yeah, but still. My Instagram is at Versace Tamagotchi.
I think you had an episode with BB No Money as well.
He was just on the pod. He was cool.
Yeah, he's the man. Love him.
Was he on here?
Yeah, he was here. I had him on my pod as well. I've had him on the stream as well.
He was very candid and like nice, you know. For a person that we weren't friends with before, it's always interesting meeting somebody that's like, you know, fairly famous, just seeing how they behave.
No, he's not
super chill, the nicest dude. So
he's not a weird guy at all.
No. Shout out to BB No Money.
All right. Well,
yo, thanks for having me, Hasan. Enjoy the pumpkin.
All right, I will carve yet another one of these bad boys.
Look at that.
I'm so good. I'm so good at fucking. Wait, is it? It's good. I like the handle of this one.
I know, right? It's a very classic looking.
It's a good one. It's just I wish it wasn't so green. Why is it so green?
I like the green. I picked that on purpose for you.
Oh, okay.
I didn't just randomly.
Oh, you picked a good one.
I picked this on purpose for you, but I guess I picked wrong.
No, it's fine. Green is cool. I've just never. This is the first time I ever carved a pumpkin like this week.
I want to go see it now.
It's outside.
Is it good? What did you carve?
I just carved a face. It wasn't like that crazy.
Classic
yeah,
mode? That's good.
Scary face.
I'm sure somebody will carve a pumpkin for you if it hasn't been done already.
The green will ripen away. Oh, okay. That means it's like okay.
See, I actually knew that, and I was planning ahead.
Jack got it from a pumpkin gnome. Be careful. Oh no.
I got it from a real pumpkin patch in Solvang, California. Pumpkins were still on the vine.
Love that.
Cutting them off the vine. Guys, thank you for having me. Listen to Otherworld and be on the lookout. I have some wild stuff coming up. We'll see.
All right.
If I ever disappear, you'll know why.
Now we know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on record. Investigate me if I ever disappear.
All right, we'll do.
Yo, thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming on. I got to open the door for you because it's broken at this moment. Yeah, no problem. Hold on. All right, chat. I'm going to run the 1 minute ad break here. Let me fix this up real quick. And I'm going to get Jack out of here. On. There it is. Okay. Alex Jones makes sense if you think about him as a gnome. Yeah, I agree. Alex Jones just makes sense. Okay, let me. Alex Jones said this a few days ago. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to run a video here. Here.
There's no question
start off with this.
that America is becoming more and more polarized. And it has a lot of people wondering, could this division turn into violence? Well, we sent Jordan Klepper to find out for another episode of Fingers the Pulse.
When you've been to as many rallies as I have, you get used to hearing things you don't encounter in everyday life, like, go to hell and Klepper's a bitch. But lately, the crowds have been coalescing around one particular idea that nobody wants to hear. Civil War?
Civil War.
Civil War.
Civil War.
Civil War.
The Civil War, our country's bitter attempt at divorce that ended with mom and dad back together in a state of constant resentment. 43% of Americans think it's very likely there's a civil war in the next decade.
Okay, I'm going to be perfectly straight up and honest. It's going to happen much sooner than that.
How soon? Because I have an Airbnb rented in the Outer Banks. But it turns out a lot of Americans think this way. And not just your uncle who has been hoarding weapons and Vienna sausages in his basement bunker. Even sitting members of Congress like January 6th committee member Adam Kinzinger. How close are we to another civil war?
I think we're closer than we'd like to think. And I used to be afraid to talk about it. Now I think it's important for us to talk about it.
To talk about a civil war?
Yeah, because I think we have to be aware of where we're at. I don't think it's going to be north and south with large marching armies. You know, if I live in Illinois...
That's a wild thing for Adam Kinzinger to be saying.
There's going to be Republicans and Democrats in Illinois. I do think it could get violent easily.
I mean, that's scary.
It is scary.
If a sitting representative like Kinzinger thinks a second civil war is possible, it's something we need to take seriously. So I decided to gather Americans in one of our most sacred traditions of civic unity, the corporate focus group, bringing together conservatives and liberals in Purple, Arizona, who all think civil war is a real possibility. The civil war is tomorrow. What is the skill set you bring to the battlefield?
Well, I'm good with a gun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. James?
I have survival skills. I was in the military. I know how to shoot a weapon, hand-to-hand combat if I have to. I could stick you with a knife and not, you know, cry about it.
We're laughing.
Is always veterans always look like this. The ones that talk this shit literally always look like this, bro.
About sticking people with a knife, but okay. Lansing, what skills?
Leadership.
Leadership?
Yeah, I just feel there's going to need to be some leaders.
Bo, what skills do you have?
Critical thinking.
Jesus. For all of the liberals here, we have a leader and a critical thinker. This is why the blue side is f***ed. But if America was going to be divided in a civil war, where would the modern-day Mason-Dixon line fall? It was time for a state-by-state fantasy draft. Well, nightmare draft. We've terraformed the states that have been red and blue to kind of create one land mass. Who sees themselves as conservative, part of the red map here? Are these the states you would want?
Oh, I much prefer the red states.
What breaks your heart? What are you going to miss?
Well, Arizona. Isn't that supposed to be a red state, though?
Yeah, let's say we give you Arizona. Where do you want to travel to?
Well, I love California, but it's turned into such a shithole.
Look, see? These motherfuckers are like, we want California. Shut up, pussy. The reason why you like California is because it's a fucking liberal safe haven. You dumb motherfucker. Oh, my God. He's like, yeah, I don't really fuck with Missouri like that. Yeah, oh, all of a sudden, Alabama doesn't seem too good, does it? Yeah, you want fucking California? You want New York. That's what you want. You love going to the fucking Pacific Northwest, okay? You love all of those places, but you're like, oh, man, I wish we could have those. It's just jealousy. I swear to God.
Let's be fair. As a red state guy, the blue state has the best food.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Bo, what would you miss?
Not a ton.
As a liberal, you're feeling pretty good about the states you get.
Honestly, I feel all right. We got Hawaii.
You do have Hawaii. James, what are you missing? You're going to be in this red conglomerate,
Well, the
right?
family's from back east in Ohio, so yeah, I mean, that would be...
You'd miss Ohio?
I wouldn't trade Cleveland for anything.
I'd trade Texas for California so I can go to San Diego.
Okay. Any other trades? Texas for California? Blue side, would you allow that trade?
I'll take Austin for Cleveland, but I don't need all of Texas.
We'll do an Austin for Cleveland?
I don't want Cleveland. He's in Cleveland. I want San Diego.
What will you give up for San Diego?
I would give up Florida.
What the fuck? Bro, Florida is like the one. Yo, listen, Florida, purple, questionable, right? But let's say Florida is deep red, right? Florida is the one fucking good state y'all have, dude. You have Miami. That's crazy.
No thanks.
There's no takers on Florida.
No.
Okay, so I guess the ocean can have Florida, which is helpful because it will probably take it anyway. And now that we have our newly divided states of America, we get to draft some new constitutions. If there is a new America, you're going to need new laws. Are there any laws you would want to change?
Get rid of the petty ones. I mean, there's lots of petty laws out there.
Bro, this dog, your entire life is petty, dude. You're petty white. You're Tom Petty. The fuck you mean? Look, you look petty right now.
I mean, if you pee in public, I mean, really going to be in the sex crime registry now?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's a self-report. Oh my God. Oh, there it is. There it is, dude. Holy shit. There it fucking is.
Because you peed in public? It's stupid. It's a crack in the system.
That's the first law that comes to head?
It's, you know, it's the petty laws. You get put in the federal sex crimes registry if you take a leak outside. It's just pretty dumb. That's just an example.
We just talked about a civil war tearing this country in two. You finally get your way.
Well, you know, I mean...
And the first law that jumps to mind is peeing in public. Does your side not have...
Like, he's not even wrong. It is a shitty law, right? Which opens itself up to, like, a lot of weird fucking... like, weird charges that you get. But it is kind of weird. I mean, you're automatically saying you're basically openly stating that you're on the sex offenders registry, okay? You just, there's no way that would have ever come to my mind in any meaningful capacity. I'm like, what laws do you change? The first thing that comes to your mind is that's it. You've definitely whipped it out.
Have toilets? With the vision of the new Confederacy already collapsing under the burden of sewage infrastructure, I thought it was time to cut to the chase and ask the biggest question of all. Which side wins?
We all lose.
We all lose, yeah. There's no winning there.
What if one side loses and then refuses to concede? Well, I don't know if I feel any better about the future of America, but for now, at least we still have elections. In fact, check out my new half-hour special, where I dive into the midterms and ask the very important question. Democracy. We still cool? If you knew you got fewer votes, you wouldn't concede.
What does conceding mean? Yeah.
It means accepting loss.
No.
No.
Why?
Is democracy
We can be tomorrow if the wrong thing happens.
You were there January 6th.
It was the most beautiful thing I ever saw.
Birds chirping, police officers screaming.
No.
America collapses and Mexico rises? Straight up, dude. That's how it be. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, 4 sources have told CNN that Kanye West, artist formerly known as Kanye West, now known as Ye, originally suggested the title Hitler for his 2018 album that eventually released as Ye. That's right. Several people who were once close to the artist formerly known as Kanye West told CNN that he has long been fascinated with Adolf Hitler, and once wanted to name an album after the Nazi leader. A business executive who worked for West, who now goes by Ye, told CNN that the artist created a hostile work environment, in part through his obsession with Hitler. That's right. He would praise Hitler by saying how incredible it was that he was able to accumulate so much power, and he would talk about all the great things he and the Nazi Party achieved for German people, the individual told CNN. Kanye West did not understand that Hitler was not too fond of black people, I don't think. And also, y'all vibing with Yatler? Let us know in the comments. Why is he just saying this now? Oh, dude, I think that, first of all, he's not saying this now. People have talked about this back in 2018 as well, but like a lot of people were just like, oh, he's crazy. Like whatever. As a matter of fact, I knew you were going to say this. And for that reason, there's also plenty of receipts, as a matter of fact. Here it is. For those of you who doubt CNN's anonymous sources, they're substantiating something that's been out there for a while. Here is...
Even us, we needed more pointers or steps to know what the talking points for the movement was.
Right.
We had OGs. I feel like Kanye is the leader of a generation who looks up to him, who about retweets and likes and engagement. And there's no OG knowledge in there. There's no political education.
But here's the problem, Talib, and I agree with you 100%.
but he goes and caters to that audience. Right. See, I can agree with you. I swear to God, I 1,000,000% agree with you. But then he'll go, and I swear to God, as a brother, as a black man, as a fellow artist in hip hop, I reached out to John Monopoly. I'm saying names. I reached out to Steve Rifkin. I'm saying names. Right. Who I actually see him around, and I'm like, I think it's time he sit down with me. Because of the platform I got, we're on Revolt TV. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to be revolted. Right. You know what I'm saying? We're trying to, go outside the box. Oh, really? And I'm trying to see, this is why we're here. Let's see. And it doesn't see. And then this is crazy because I heard a rumor. This is how much I think he's being a troll. I heard a rumor that Yeezy album, that Ye album, its original name was Hitler.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I do know, like, I mean, if it was.
So, like, how the fuck did that rumor start? You know what I mean? And it corresponds to what, what's the dude at TMZ? What's his name? Like, it corresponds to what the dude at TMZ said as well. Like,
but wait though, Nori. If it was, what does that say to you? Okay, because there's a number of ways to talk about what Kanye does. Because he's a disruptor.
Van Lathan had talked about that too. TMZ cut out his pro-Nazi shit when he said slavery was a choice and Clandis was there during that debacle. Yeah. There was also, here you go. It was from that same time period when, like, Van Lathan recently came out and talked about this again. But in 2018, when he went to TMZ and said slavery was a choice, he apparently said a whole bunch of other shit about Hitler that TMZ thought was, like, too crazy and took out.
I mean, look, what were you? I mean, to hear him make these type of comments, these anti-Semitic comments, you weren't taken aback?
No, I already heard him say that stuff before. He
when?
At TMZ. When he was at TMZ that time, I was taken aback because that type of anti-Semitic talk is disgusting. It's like I'm taken aback anytime anyone does that, right? But as far as him, I knew that was in him because when he came to TMZ, he said that stuff and they took it out of the interview. He said,
and I talked about at the time, like, I had friends that travel with him, with other people to Uganda in his Africa trip, where this is right around the same time when he just straight up was like saying some insane anti-Semitic things very openly.
And so if you look at what I said at TMZ, it goes from me saying, like, I was saying,
I'm surprised that Harvey Levin, the biggest content demon of all time, would cut out Kanye's anti-Semitism. No. If you know anything about how Harvey Levin operates, if you know anything about TMZ, you would know that they would 100% keep that in a separate folder. Why would they do that? Well, there's a reason for it. It's the same concept that National Enquirer engages in regularly. It's called blackmail. It's not blackmail, but it's kind of like blackmail. You know what I mean? How do you think TMZ gets these insane fucking leaks? How? How do you think TMZ gets insane leaks? How do you think that they, National Enquirer and shit will sometimes have like a weird photo shoot and you'll be like, what the fuck? Like, how did they do a photo shoot with someone like that? They don't get it by asking nicely. They have information on a lot of people that they just like hold close to their chest. And, you know, they just keep it there, and you know that they won't leak it as long as you just like play along, as long as you play ball.
I said, hey, Kanye, there's real life, real world implication to everything that you just said there. What I say after that, if I can remember, it's been a long time, was actually 12 million people actually died because of Nazism and Hitler and all of that stuff. And then I say, and then I move on to talk about, like, you know, what he said about slavery was this whole big thing. Well, the 12 million people part is not in there because they took it out. And the reason why they took it out is because it wouldn't have made sense unless they kept in Kanye saying that he loved Hitler and the Nazis, which he said when he was at TMZ. He said something like, I love Hitler, I love Nazis, something to that effect when he was there. And they took it out of the interview because of whatever reason. It wasn't my decision for him to take it. So when I saw this, I was like, oh, I knew that this was eventually coming. As a matter of fact, I had anticipated it coming like way earlier than this. That was 4 years ago, and he really hasn't attacked Jewish people before then, but
not publicly.
One of the producers at TMZ actually stood up and said, I'm Jewish, and that is offensive to me, what you just said. Because he said something, he said, I love Hitler or I love Nazis or something like that.
I remember, I think like, what was his defense? He was like talking about how he loves everyone, including even like evil people like Hitler or something. I think that was like the defense of it or something like that. I don't fully remember the exact details, but I think that was just like, it was more like a test.
But that's what he said. He said that whatever. So, and they took it.
Well, he doesn't really love the Jews too much, but there's so much more to the story that's honestly traumatic to get into, but I will say I have a lot of love for Kanye's artist. There's a photo of Ye, Tremaine, Rex from Adidas, and myself from the summer 2018 at the office. You think this will end in some big expose about... You think there is some big expose about Candace Owens' beliefs? No, man. Candace Owens is very open about her beliefs. What the fuck do you mean? Brother, Candace Owens is open about her beliefs. She literally is on the record saying Hitler just wanted to make Germany great. That's pretty much it, dude. Beyond that point, like, when you say that, and you're like very openly a mouthpiece for white nationalism and white supremacy, I don't know.
Even us.
I don't know what more you want to hear from that. You know what I mean? Anyway, the executive left his position and reached a settlement with West and some of his companies over workplace complaints, including harassment, which CNN has reviewed. The former executive asked not to be named due to a confidentiality agreement and fear of retribution by West. Okay, well, like, they can pinpoint who this is, I think. The former executive asked not to be named due to the confidentiality agreement. The executive told CNN that West spoke openly about reading Mein Kampf, Hitler's 1925 autobiographical manifesto, and expresses admiration for the Nazis and Hitler for his use of their propaganda. This individual stated that people in the West inner circle were fully aware of his interest in Hitler. Four sources told the CNN that West had originally suggested the title Hitler for his 2018 album that eventually released as Ye. They did not want to be named, citing concern for professional retribution. CNN has reached out to West for comment. UMG, owner of Def Jam, which used to distribute West music, said in a statement to CNN Tuesday that the company's relationship with Good Music label ended last year. There's no place for anti-Semitism in our society. Van Lathan Jr., former TMZ employee, confronted West in his 2018 interview at their offices in which West said slavery sounds like a choice, recently claimed on a podcast that West also made anti-Semitic comments during their conversation. We watched that video. One of the sources who spoke to CNN and was TMZ at the TMZ interview said West had favorably referenced Hitler as well. CNN reached out to TMZ for comment. The revelation of West's alleged history of admiring Hitler comes amid a wave of inflammatory actions by West. That began earlier this month. He wore a White Lives Matter shirt during his Yeezy fashion show in Paris on October 3rd. And then the rest is stuff we know already. Oh, he's back on Instagram, by the way. And he captioned captioned love speech. West appeared to reference the severed business relationships, writing in part, I lost $2 billion in one day and I'm still alive. This got 1.5 million likes. And Kanye still has plenty of dick riders. Curtis Jackson has reportedly cut ties with 50 Cent. I'm getting rid of anybody who can get me fucked up like Kanye right now. Lol. Cutting ties, the GOAT, no cap. Prod by Zach is officially retired. You can keep up with me at not Zach. What the fuck? No, not Prod by Zach. No, Kanye. Prod by Zach has cut ties with Kanye West. He said, Ari Emanuel, I lost $2 billion in one day and I'm still alive. This is love speech. I still love you. God still loves you. The money is not who I am. The people is who I am. That's crazy. He's still calling out Ari Emanuel. That's fucking Kobe. Just spent the last month crying about not being commended on his billions. Yeah. Gay stands are making anti-Semitism edits now.
So you said it knowing it's racist?
Yes. I fought fire with fire.
What?
Cause bitch, I just do it. I hop on the mic and go stupid. I fuck on that bitch in the back, call me Cupid. I know that you clueless. You making that money, but you finna lose it. I make it, I throw it, the bitch and ass get it shaking. I fuck on that bitch and I think she.
What the fuck? Wait, what? They're like, yeah, dude, Kanye's fucking racist, dog. Yo, let's go. That's sick. Now my favorite artist also believes in my favorite ideology. Let's fucking go, dude. This has 500,000 likes, bro. Hashtag Luffy over Naruto.
I'm making that money, the earth be quick.
Bro, that TikTok is clearly making fun of him. Wait, what? Are you insane? Why would you think that this TikTok is making fun of him? It's like very clearly saying, look, Kanye is great for what he said. I'm surprised. I have yet to meet like a lot of racist One Piece fans. Most One Piece fans are like too obsessed with One Piece to obsess over race realism. You know what I mean? Like, how do you fit so much lore in your head and then also like race science at the same time? So it's just too much lore that you need to hold in your brain to like also be racist on top of that. One Piece is literally anti-racist. If you're racist and you like One Piece, you don't understand it. I mean, yeah, racists are kind of stupid, Space Ace. I don't know if you know this, but bro, there's like racist Bob Marley fans, you know what I mean? Like, have you never seen like skinheads and shit with like a Bob Marley mural behind them? Like, what the fuck? How are you going to be racist and say you love Fishman Island? Dude, I'm on well, I don't know. The Fishman Island, is that the fucking Nami one? Because I'm on that now, and it's fucking fire. Oh, no? Okay, that's different. I'm in Arlong Park, and it's so sick. It's so sick, like, I'm excited to watch it. I'm excited. I'm like, it's fire. The arc you're on now is what made me into One Piece fan. It's fire. It's so sick. That Racist was a two-piece fan. The hidden pirate treasure, dude. It's real. Oh, here.
Before we get to that, let's set this up with Kamala Harris appearing in Seattle. It was Wednesday to announce a $1 billion grant for electric school buses. And her performance was not Miss Frizzle. She is not.
We'll deal with what we need to deal with in terms of also as we move forward. Here's the thing. Who doesn't love a yellow school bus, right? Can you raise your hand if you love a yellow school bus, right? Just, there's something.
God, she's such a charisma suck. It's wild to me. Like, the point she's making isn't even wrong. Yeah, yellow school buses are fucking iconic. It's sick. And even when I'm supposed to be agreeing with her, because she is so deeply uncharismatic, I just can't get myself to be like, yeah, she's spitting. Kind of sad. Oh, by the way, Elon Musk is in the building. Elon Musk officially owns Twitter. He fired several top executives as one of his first moves. People familiar with the matter say. Musk's 44. Fuck, bro. What is up with this ad block, dude? Oh, shit. Wait, how do I... Not working. What was it? They changed it. Which one turns off the things? Oh, here it is. As one of his first moves, he fired several top Twitter executives. According to 3 people familiar with the matter who spoke on the condition of anonymity, CEO Parag Agrawal, Chief Financial Officer Ned Segal, and Vijaya Gadde, Head of Legal Policy, Trust and Safety, were all fired according to the people. The 3 top Twitter executives were hastily shuttled from the building. The people said the deal closing caps a month-long roller coaster saga. I'm watching One Piece dubbed, by the way. And he released a statement. Dear Twitter advertisers, I want to reach out to personally share my motivation in acquiring Twitter. There's been much speculation about why I bought Twitter and what I think about advertising. Most of it has been wrong. The reason I acquired Twitter is because it is important for the future of civilization to have a common digital town square where a wide range of beliefs can be debated in a healthy manner without resorting to violence. There's currently great danger that social media will splinter into far right-wing and far left-wing echo chambers that generate more hate and divide our society. Hell yeah, brother. Get those fucking lefties, man. I'm a centrist and an Elon dick rider. I've always been. You guys know that. I don't think he has a weirdly shaped body. That's right. King. Love you, King. Please, don't ban me. Oh my God, people are still talking about how I watch One Piece dubbed. It's good. It's not bad. It's not a bad dub. Shut the fuck up. It's one of the first dubbed pieces of anime I've watched in a very long time. Suck my dick. Oh my God, we've moved on. We moved on. We moved on. We moved on. Dudes in the chat are like, you need God. The reason I acquired Twitter is because it is important in the future of civilization to have a common digital town square. In the relentless pursuit of clicks, much of traditional media has fueled and catered to these polarized extremes. Yeah. Polarized extremes like fucking socialized medicine is good, you know? Extremes like that. I hate when people are so polarizing when they advocate for craziness like that. Anyway. Whew. As they believe that is what brings in the money, but in doing so, opportunity for dialogue is lost. That is why I bought Twitter. I didn't do it because it would be easy. I didn't do it to make more money. I did it to try and help humanity, whom I love. Ugh. Yikes. And I do so with humility, recognizing that failure in pursuing this goal, despite our best efforts, is a very real possibility. That said, Twitter obviously cannot become a free-for-all hellscape where anything can be said with no consequences, in addition to adhering to the laws of the land. Yeah, like you can't be calling motherfuckers pedophiles. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, fuck. If you're Elon Musk, you can do that, actually. In addition to adhering to the laws of the land, our platform must be warm and welcome to all, where you can choose your desired experience according to your preferences, just as you can choose, for example, to see movies or play video games ranging from all ages to mature. I also very much believe that advertising, when done right, can delight, entertain, and inform you. It can show you a service or product or medical treatment that you never knew existed but is right for you. For this to be true, it's essential to show Twitter users advertising that is relevant as possible to their needs. Relevancy ads are spam, but highly relevant ads are actually content. Fundamentally, Twitter aspires to be the most respected advertising platform in the world that strengthens your brand and grows your enterprise. To everyone who has partnered with us, I thank you. Let us build something extraordinary together. Rage. Hope ISIS accounts come back. Bro, you are literally going to jail. Do you know any of the Zuby lore? Yeah, he is the most annoying motherfucker on the planet, dude. Actually, no. He's too irrelevant to be the most annoying motherfucker on the planet. I think Elon Musk is the most annoying motherfucker on the planet. Parag, the ex-CEO now, and Elon texting back in April. You are free to tweet, is Twitter dying, question mark, or anything else about Twitter, but it's my responsibility to tell you that it's not helping me make Twitter better in the current context. Next time we speak, I'd like you to provide your perspective on the level of internal distraction right now and how it's hurting our ability to do work. I hope the AMA will help people get to know you, to understand why you believe in Twitter, and to trust you. And I'd like the company to get to a place where we're more resilient and don't get distracted, but we aren't there right now. Elon Musk, what did you get done this week? I'm not joining the board. This is a waste of time. We'll make an offer to take Twitter private. Bro, it's crazy to think, okay? I just want to show something to you guys, okay? You motherfuckers are always like, Hasan, you're so rich. Like, how you're fucking, you're so fucking rich. Like, how dare you claim that you could ever be exploited by a much larger a capitalist? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're talking about an extraction of your, surplus labor value that Amazon takes, right? And then you remember that, like, Parag Agrawal is worth $42 million and he got fucking fired today. Unceremoniously. Okay? Like, he's unemployed now, dog, like that. And he has he can't do anything. Like, they escorted his ass out of the fucking building because there's always a motherfucker richer than you, okay? Oh, sorry, he's getting $42 million in just his severance pay. My bad. I don't even know what his fucking actual net worth is overall. There's always someone who will make you feel powerless. Okay? Poor guy has to go home and sleep on a pile of cash, cocaine, and hookers. No, dude. No, you're misunderstanding. What I'm trying to say is, even someone who is immensely powerful, like the CEO of Twitter, ultimately still has to serve a larger master. Okay? Like, yeah, sure, his life is fine. Probably even better. Do you not get it? Do you not understand what I'm saying? Parag's net worth is $12 billion. Wait, what? Oh my God, celebrities. Elon Musk, who is this womanizing billionaire with Asperger's who stole from his father? That is an insane way to describe Elon Musk. What the fuck? Yo. What would be the best name for the left-wing echo chamber Twitter replacement? No. I'm staying on Twitter, okay? Aiden, Sag, Kanye, I'm Jewish, man. I don't know what to think. I've always loved you and looked up to you forever, and I'm just sad now. I still love you, bro. Aiden Ross, cry. Aiden Ross, dick riding. Aiden Ross, he don't know you. Aiden Ross, L. Aiden Ross, shush. Aiden Ross, Kanye not worried about you, little bro. God damn, dude. Yes, Aiden Ross is Jewish. And I think Kanye used to follow him. Don't know if he still does. Maybe he considers Aiden to be a part of big Jewish media. W community taking a little L right there. Oh, yeah, 100%. I did. I read this already. Modern Warfare 2 makes you aim your gun at civilians to de-escalate. This is an older article, I'm pretty sure. They posted. Trump's about to be unbanned right before the midterms. October surprise or nah? I mean... For a couple days from Kanye name dropping Ethan? No, I don't think so. Kind of would fuck over Kanye's purchase of Parler, that's for sure. 1v1 against... Bro, this made me so... This bummed me out, dude. I want to... Aiden Ross and I have been supposed to ball for fucking a year now.
No way. What it do, flight crew? FTC. Flight team, stand up! We got a special legend up in the building, man. After a year, you know what I'm saying, some ducking, some excuses,
Who
you know
ducked,
what I'm
though?
saying?
Who ducked? Man, what the f...
No,
No, he ducked over and over again, bro, but we're here now. That's all that
We're here,
matters.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, really highly requested. Hey, Aiden, I'm sorry to tell you this, bro. You're gonna get dropped off.
Nope. We're going to 11.
11?
And I'm going to beat you. I'm going to call the score. It's going to be like 11-4, 11-6.
Come on, Aiden.
Promise, bro.
You're not the score more than 5 on me.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. So look, Flight, we need a punishment.
Yeah, let's get it.
I said, you know, we really were thinking about it. We're not going to jump in the pool. We're not going to burn the Kobe's. I'd say we just put up $1,000 on the game.
Let's do it.
You want to?
I'm with it.
$1,000.
$1,000.
All right.
Easy.
So who starts? You're going to shoot for it?
Yeah, I'll shoot for it. Halftime 7?
Yeah.
Let's get it.
6? Halftime 6?
6? Let's get it. All right, shoot for the ball. It's over, man.
Oh, it's so done. Oh, it's so done. He's cooked. He's like a foot taller, and he can fucking shoot threes. It's done.
He got better. Let's go. Shit. Look at the sideline. I got my supporters here.
That was SSB. That was luck. Oh God, we finished her now. Let's do it. Bum bitch.
Bro, I want to see you talking the whole game, bro.
I want all of that.
Excuse my long ass shadow, bro.
It's not gonna work.
Man, don't know FTC? No, I don't. Okay, okay. That shot is kind of.
What you doing with it, Aiden?
Oh, you watched me. You already know what the fuck I'm about to do.
It's not gonna work.
Yep. I'm good. Shaq goes.
Okay, everyone's form is Garbo. What is he doing? Oh my God. What is Oh, dude, they're so. Just wait till June, bro. He's not in his prime right now. If you don't know, Flight is known for losing to every single YouTuber he's ever faced. Wait, how?
halftime break.
That part game chat not gonna work.
Halftime.
Hey, new title, right?
You go ahead.
That's an insane shot. Light isn't good either. You would cook them both. Of course I would cook them both. I mean, I don't know anything about Flight, but he seems very skinny. Like, what are you talking about? I'm 249 pounds at 6'4". I could just back them both up at the same time.
And then, fuck, go. Let's go, Adin. Let's win. 2-1, nigga. Yes, sir.
2-0.
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah, 2-1. 2-0. I like that. 2-0. 2-0.
God damn.
Already tired, Adin?
Exhausted.
Breathe through the nose, out the mouth. My man's had a lit stream last night.
No, I'm 249. I'm not going to say 250. Yo, this is terrible.
Really? Sorry. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
What the fuck is that? I ain't warm up. Hell no. You gotta hit the rim.
Okay, holy shit. Do they start making them at least? Like, at a certain point?
If you would have made that.
It's windy, bro. The only thing that's windy is they're winded, okay? Both of them. And they've only had like they've attacked the board like 3 times so far. And they're both dead.
Would have counted?
It's up to you if it would have counted or not, but it's foul. But
okay. Oh shit.
Yeah, take off that shirt.
Shirts are off.
Demon reacts.
I just shaved my armpit hair.
oh, nice to know, Adin.
Jesus.
What I hit him with, a post up?
Same energy.
Okay. I'm about to post you up. Promise? Promise. How you know?
He ain't got no strength. Back him down.
Stop showing the Lakers game. You're gonna get DMCA'd. Oh.
So you already in the paint. Yes, sir.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
I've
I got you right here. Should I go?
so many airballs.
Give me one. Give me one. Give me one.
Come on, bro. Make one. One.
What's going on right now, my nigga? You gonna score? Like 0-4-11. You gonna score?
I love sweaty gamers in chat being like, haha, yeah, they suck. I mean, they say that to me too, and I'm saying that right now, but I haven't played basketball in weeks now because it's so cold out and it gets dark early, so I just never have time to play, but they are bad.
Here you go, Snotty. Irish, green, green, green. Here you go, Snotty.
Instant replay.
Irish, green, green, green. Let's go.
Okay, 2 up. That's a real game.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh, he's cooking them.
Irish, green, green, green.
4-2.
Oh, hell no.
Oh, nah. One more is takeover. You want to do 3? Oh, my.
He run out. He all tied up.
Is this a W community? Yes, but like,
oh shit.
I've seen some of the AMP like basketball tournaments and stuff they put together. There's like really good players on there. This is more of a meme.
I need a new game plan, bro.
This is more of the L side of the W community.
No.
4 up. Shot.
AMP set up a game with celebs. Yeah, no, I've seen some of this stuff. They're pretty good.
Halftime at 7? Yeah.
Like they would cook me for sure.
3 points.
They're having a brick off.
That's 4. That's 4. That's fucking 4 air balls, Flight. That's 4 air balls, you bum bitch.
You good?
I have asthma.
I don't think that's asthma.
He has ligma.
There you go. Put that up. You right there. Put that up. Hell yeah. He too low. Yeah, flex your flex on that nigga.
Oh,
Flex him.
He said, "Is someone in the chat said is driving to the basket not allowed?" No, man, they're just not. Ligma balls. Boom, got him. Imagine having a court at your house and being this bad. Yeah, that's kind of unimaginable, to be honest. Like, holy shit. Like, I've always talked about, like, having a home gym or whatever, and I never actually end up working out in my home gym. But if I had a basketball court, I would 1,000,000% play all the time. Like, with the home gym, I always knew that I would never really work out in it. You know what I mean?
4, 5, 4. You gotta beat that, Mike.
But, oh, yeah, they're in the 2-hype house, actually.
You take a break. Oh, break.
Never mind. This is not their house. It's the 2-hype court.
Hell no.
Would you play ball by yourself? Yes, 100%. What do you mean? What did every child do? You didn't have like a fucking makeshift court, like outside of your, on your street. Like there was like a shitty basket that I had that I would shoot at all the time, non-fucking stop. Imagining that I was LeBron James, imagining that I was Kobe Bryant. I was like, I would shoot it and I'd go Kobe, and then I would make the weird noises like I would make crowd noises by myself, like, yeah, all the time.
Chris, these fucking rims, bro. It's bullshit.
Look at me.
Is that loud? Did he hit the rim on that? Yeah, he definitely hit that.
Ah!
Get that. There you go. Hustle, you done. Come on.
Volume
It's a lot of in
shooter.
and out. It's a lot of in and out.
Oh.
Not lucky. Not
damn.
That's 6. God damn, he airballed a fucking layup. Jeez.
The win. The win. I swear.
Aiden has the shooting form of white NBA players in the 50s that also worked as plumbers. Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh, what the fuck? There's no need for that, bro. Come on. You have not been dominating, okay? You can't do that. You can't do that if you haven't been dominating. Unless you're dominating, you can't just try doing crazy shit like that.
That threw me off, bro. I'm recording.
It's called the traditional shooting form. Have a little respect. Yeah, traditional shooting form where he lobs it from his chest because he doesn't have enough upper body or leg strength to be able to properly shoot. Look at where he brings it up from.
That's 7. Oh my
Fake
God.
takeover.
My ass.
You good, bro. You good. 6'4".
He's white Larry Bird.
He's gonna miss again. He's gonna miss again.
Oh, they're speeding this up.
5-4.
How you feeling? You good?
I'm chilling. Come on, easy too. You can take a break, bro.
Nah. I don't got it. I'm too tired of shooting.
Take it.
Kidding.
Yo.
God is out.
The amount of look at how much height he gets on a shot. Like his feet he shoots like he's shooting a free throw. Bro, you have to jump a little bit, dude. It's crazy. It's a real thing and very popular for smaller players. It's called a push shot. It's how Steph shoots.
God is out.
I love when people I love when people compare like the average person shooting to Steph Curry. Like, I don't know how to communicate this to you, but you're not him. He can shoot however way he wants, brother. Which I don't even think he shoots like that. Let's be real. This is very sports fan of you. Okay, that's crazy.
Money.
Oh.
Oh. Money.
I love that is disrespectful. Did he cut the video and put instant replays every time?
Oh. Oh.
What I'm talking about.
5'5". Hall of Fame hustler, bro. What the fuck was that? No way.
Oh my God.
That's crazy. That's crazy. It's over.
No way.
Oh my God. Fuck yeah! Halftime.
Holy shit.
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Boxing fight.
It's been a minute since I had halftime first. We gotta keep the gas, no brakes. I ain't gonna lie, I'm tired of shit. My feet is sore. We gonna do this.
I'm down 2.5. It's all good. Still got a big game. We're going 11 or 12? 11. Okay. Still got time. And won't you? Just need some water.
I got you, gang.
How do I beat
Oh no. Adin has the back hair that I have too. My man. I have little hairs like that on my back a little bit as well. I see how that's like. I know what that's like.
They ain't even trying to block your fade. All right. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't even got a hook. You know, when you spun and you step back. You
Do that shit. All right.
Easy post action.
I got you. Post
and then why you rushing your shot?
Take my time.
You pushing the ball. You need to shoot it. Easy work.
Lights up too. Second half.
Right here. You in now. Easy every time. Get that boy, easy every time. Put it up. Put it up. He little.
Why isn't he? Yeah, why doesn't he go left?
You see the rim, man.
Wait, he's a lefty. Why is he? Wait, why does he have to hook right? Isn't he a lefty? Can he not? Can he not drive left? He shoots with his left hand, he drives with his left hand, and then he always hooks with his right.
Right there. Keep shooting.
By the way, being a lefty is like a pretty big advantage, I think. Like, I'm a lazy defender, as you guys know. And one thing I do as a lazy defender is I always leave left open. I just like straight up automatically will allow you to pass me. Because most people don't know how to drive left or aren't very good, very skillful with it. So that's like, I feel like that's an advantage, especially when you're playing against, you know, people who are, that's just bad defense. No, I know it is. No, it's just, well, it's bad defense because most people are not left-handed. Most people you play against are not left-handed, which is why it's not necessarily bad defense. It's just me being lazy, super lazy. Yeah, because I'm playing against people who don't know how to fucking. I'm playing against people who usually are not very good at driving left, so I'm automatically forcing them left.
Seven up. Adin's locked.
You needed that. Hey, 7 up.
Tie game.
4 more points. 4 more points.
Hand. I'll put the hand down. Ball is live.
Oh my God, I don't think he can hook. I don't think he can hook with his left. He doesn't know how to do a layup with his left hand. Why doesn't this dude actually back him up more? That I don't understand. He has the size on him. He has the height on him.
Yeah, that's that fucking runs. Catch them runs. Them runs. Hit them right now, Eddie.
Flight used to be 10x worse than this. He actually got better. It's crazy to see the improvement. Is inspirational as fuck. Wait, really? How are you 10 times worse than this?
Come on, man.
Like he had never touched a basketball before? Like, what do you mean?
Okay, I got it.
4 more points.
4 more?
4 more points. You win. You out of here. Off.
Oh my God! Look at him.
9-7. 9-7, 8 him. One more 2.
9-7.
These were his 2020 highlights.
All my niggas ballin' like Curry. Your bitch mix that bitch like a McFlurry.
Oh
Damn,
no!
I see I'm
Oof. He was just an immense stoner that became historically bad at basketball. Oh my God. Oh my God. I can't watch this, dude. This is hurting my feelings.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
He got beat with one hand by Cash. It's like me beating Ludwig.
I call
That nigga little.
I call foul.
He did call foul, so the point does not count, or?
Nah, up to him, but
Respect.
I call foul before.
You did.
Yeah.
Score stands.
Let's not count the point.
8 and 7.
I'll be honest, I called it before.
You did. You did.
9-7 still. 9-7.
9-7. Respectable. Respect. Good game. Oh, game.
He lost to a guy with a blindfold?
It's not over
Stop.
yet.
That's a joke.
Hands up. Hands up. Yeah.
Oh, not over yet. Oh.
8-9.
That was a great bucket. 8-9.
Hands up. There you go.
Why hasn't he been doing this the entire time?
Nothing free.
Good D. Good D.
Streamer basketball game would be fire. The problem is there's some really good streamers.
Close them up. 10.
8-10, Aiden.
This is wow, this is bad. Rafflegator and Cypher destroyed everyone? Yeah, Cypher is good. From what I understand.
There you go. There you go. Back him down. Back him down. Yes, sir. Game his ass.
This game.
Game
No way.
The fuck I do? Fuck, I ducked me for a fucking year. You've been ducking me for a year, Kamani. Kamani, a year.
Oh, spin the block, you bum bitch. Spin the block. Spin the block.
Rafflegator's an athlete. I've never seen him play, but he is very tall. So, yo, with like a month of endurance training, I would smoke Aiden. That's not saying much, dude. I don't know why you think that that's like, what? Did you just not watch the same game that we watched? Okay, listen. I've told Aiden I would cook him in basketball, anytime, any place. Well, not any place technically, because you know I have a stream schedule. But I texted him. I said, "We'll still cook you in ball." He said, "Your ass." Just now, I said, "Bro, name, time, and place." It's been, I think it's been more than a year at this point.
to be a wall.
A miss, a scramble now, loose ball. Oh, doesn't go for the open shot three-pointer. It's no good. Gets his own rebound. Oh, tremendous impact on the shoulder. Blocked by Cypher PK.
Actual point.
Christopher dish to Mizkif. Dish to Rob inside.
Oh, okay. Rafflegator. I want to see a Cypher play. I want to see how he plays.
That to travel. No call from the ref there. A double dribble as well.
Actually, what is going on here? It is a bunch of idiots running around with no idea what they are doing. Christopher Yee.
You won't play Flight though, dude. I'm terrified of him.
A
Yeah.
rebound. She's a machine.
I want to see Cypher. Okay, let's see.
It really is. He said, let them play ball as Higa throws it on over to NMP. NMP quickly sniffs the ball before he throws it on over to Cypher PK.
Can you dunk it? I don't know. Be honest. Are you nice in ball or are you carried by your height? I'm carried by my height. Not bad. I'm not that good. Name your team. 5 streamers to take on AMP. Dr. Disrespect. And all the 2 hype boys. It's over. That's a cheat code? What do you mean? Literally just cheating? Dude, there's some really good dudes in AMP from what I understand. So, no, I would not. I would definitely cheat, yes, if you think that that's a cheat. Doc play NCAA, that's not fair. Who cares? He's like 45 years old. Who played in NCAA wasn't the question. AMP's going to pull out Bronny? No, that doesn't. No, that is cheating. Cypher PK basketball highlights. Okay, let's see. He's in better shape than this now, too.
Yeah, exactly.
Are there videos of you playing? Yes, but not well. I probably put Nice Wig on the team too. He's got a nice 3-pointer and he's pretty good and he's a big boy. Motherfucker, the only one trying in gym class. He's good, but he's playing dudes who only defend their desktops. Have you considered taking a video of you playing well? I haven't played basketball on camera in a while. I haven't played basketball in a while, but what position do I play? I play power forward, but sometimes because most people are shorter than me when I'm playing against people, center. But even if you do good, people are still going to scream that you're bad. I said I would play Bruce as well. Everyone. Was it? I would play Bruce as well. I've seen these highlights. Okay, I made fun of him for these highlights. Listen, my highlights are not great either. I'm not very good. I'm not good. I'm not good. I'm not good. All right. My basketball vid is from a while ago. This was so bad, dude. From 3 years ago, brother. Come on. Actually, this is from 3 years ago, so it's not that bad. I've gotten much, much worse. The later you go, the more you get into COVID. This is pre-COVID. You get into COVID, it's worse. Fish made that video. All right. I'm going to do one mission, okay? One mission. Oh, fuck. I got to update. God damn it. How long? Okay, never mind. It's not that bad. Where's game capture? East Call of Duty. What team are you? Has your 4090 melted yet? No. Oh shit. Wait, what? 50 gigs remaining? What? 50 gigs? What the fuck? Okay, maybe I'm not playing Call of Duty. What the fuck? What is... Oh no, the multiplayer released today. That's why. What the fuck is this? I definitely did not miss this. This is a part of Call of Duty that I did not miss at all.
Threatened.
This is the new Marines ad?
Is threatened by enemies often unrelenting.
Marines, get these people out of here.
It's gonna be all right.
Unexpected and unpredictable.
Stay alert, Marines.
In the midst of an uncertain and evolving world, the need for Marines to defeat these shifting threats is critical.
What are they going to do? Eat crayons extra hard? New crayons are coming out. So many different colors and many different flavors.
Because the need to ensure stability for our nation has never been greater.
Sending coordinates now.
That's a school. They're like, we found a school.
When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant. Marine.
So dumb. $40 gigs remaining. Come on, dude. Maybe able to modify the install and not play the multiplayer. I mean, I'm not trying to play the multiplayer, but I don't know how I can do that currently. It seems like I can't do that currently as it stands. Like, it won't let you play. Watch a couple TikToks like XQC, my dog. React to my meme. Real funny, bro. I'll be banning Hasan the Hun for his use of dubs over subs for One Piece. Okay, dude. It's downloading fast. It's not a big deal. The time CIA faked a vampire attack to... Wait.
Should I? Okay. First, I think it's wrong that you ask me if you should watch Kill la Kill in sub or dub. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, who the fuck in the chat is watching any fucking anime in dub? I'm going to slap your face so fucking hard until you correct yourself and start watching sub only. I don't give a fuck if you're French, you're not an English speaker, you're going to fucking learn English. And you're going to watch the anime with English subtitles. Because obviously, we have, like, you know, more quickly, translated episode in English first. Don't... No!
I mean, she's French, though. You know, thank you for rating me, Sarue, but you are French.
This isn't acceptable!
This is why Chad hates the One Piece
Hello
dubs.
and
This
welcome
is
to
the
the
old
Grand
dub.
Line Review, your source for a chance. And even, and some of you out there may ask, therefore smoking must be cool. About smoking, cooking, and some may and uncertainty. This was the first time that Luffy had truly been in a no-win situation.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck this is, but it's all spoilers, dog. Why are you sending me a fucking literal spoiler review, dude? Do you want me to stop watching? You just sent me a fucking video that's just spoilers. Hey, what's up, bro? I know you, like, finally are enjoying this formative piece of content that has been incredibly and profoundly important for me in my development. Okay? Look at Brawny, man. So inspirational. I could take him. He's your height? No, he's not. He's actually, wait, he's not. I heard he's shorter than I thought he was. Yeah, he's 6'2", bro. I mean, he's probably still growing, but yeah, he is 6'2". So, my point stands. I was 6'2" when I was 18. I grew 2 inches in college. Bro think he Himmy Carter. I am him.
I work.
69 extends his support to Kanye West. This is the worst formation, dude. Look at this.
Like, he's like, yo, I worked with Danny before. I'm gonna meet up with him in New York. So I was in New York, and Kanye was like, yo, fly with me back to California. This was January of 2022 of this year, a couple months ago.
It's like the lamest motherfuckers you could put together. I mean, somehow still better than Kid Rock and Ray J, if we're being real, but literally just like the league of annoying motherfuckers.
You know that.
Yeah, they just need Island Boy in there.
And we stood at the.
Oh my God, the Nelk man is there. What the fuck? Of course. Why wouldn't he be there? Come on.
Noble hotel in Malibu. And it was a block away from his actual house. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he stood in a hotel 1 block away from his house. And he was like, just working there on music. But it was nothing that I wanted to work on. And I respect his creative genius, but I'm never going to do something that I don't want to do.
So, but why is he getting canceled? What's he been saying? And do you agree with
Oh, no, I think he's a wolf.
truth?
I think he's standing on business. I think he's standing. I love Kanye. I love what he stands for, and he does what the fuck he wants. When there's billionaires, trillionaires, millionaires, you know, in your ear, and they say, Kanye, this is not the respectable thing. He worked himself so much, he worked himself so high that he does.
This is just like, this is a sign that you should stop exactly what you're doing. You know what I mean? The moment that you have Tekashi 69 defending you, that's time to recognize that you have gone too far. Okay? This is the turning point. This should be your turning point.
Walk out of here, and the nigga come from behind me, out the staircase. Hang, 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 hang. It was already supposed to happen.
Listen, nigga, I don't know what kind of gun that is.
No. Yo.
I don't know. That's
Walk out of here, and the nigga come from behind me, out the staircase. Hang, 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 hang. It was
That's awesome. This is going to outrage people. Disney unveils their first plus-size heroine and emotional film about body dysmorphia. Oh no. Oh, can't wait for this, dude. This is gonna be fucking. Ooh, that's gonna be crazy. The funniest thing is, you know what? This is going to be so. This is going to cause every fat Republican to lose their shit. Okay. No, I rarely ever see in shape right-wingers get mad at Disney doing stuff like this. It's always fat Republicans who are like, what the fuck is this, brother? No, you should be doing fat shaming instead. It's like, bro, it clearly didn't work on you. Yeah. Tucker Carlson's gonna cut footage about how, like, back in the day, I wanted to fuck the Disney princesses. Now, I don't want them anywhere near me. I want them to drop the food. I want them to drop their spoons. Like, what? You wanted to fuck Disney princesses, Tucker Carlson? That's a weird thing to say. All right, checking for update. Last time when I fucking played Call of Duty, when we played the single player game crashed because Call of Duty update requires restart. What? I just started the game, Call of Duty. What do you mean update requires restart? God. Classic, dude. Anti-cheat? Menu glitch time, menu glitch time, menu glitch time. Wait, really? There's a menu glitch? And the shaders have not optimized yet, too? Your settings have been reset? What? Press yes to continue reading. Niame Lee. Status, loading message of the day. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't want to fucking upgrade the Vault Edition. I think I bought the Vault Edition, too. What? Another restart? That's crazy. All right, we made it. 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 Boys, 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 we made it. Fucking war crime simulator. Long have we waited? Hopefully you did not get debated. I'm so thankful for the 50 gig patch, the 50 gig update that we did. Okay, that was pretty fire. That was pretty cool. That was pretty pogger. No game in 2022 should load for this long. This is an indication that something is broken, I think. I have literally the most cracked out, busted shader warning. Okay, that's cool. We ghost at the church. Dude, what?
Johnny, Graves is burning the midnight oil to find us. Why?
Graves is involved. No matter what, this is an unprecedented amount of fuckery. We need to get to the bottom of it.
Accurate and deadly fire tends to resolve these things. Right now, we're not safe here.
Right now, we're not safe anywhere, LT.
What is happening? Why is this so scary?
Hell yeah.
What the fuck? I have to pee too. Oh. What the fuck? Oh, he's dead. Wonder what would have happened if I opened the door beforehand. Dude, I have to pee so bad.
Picked up some tape.
Very useful.
If I have to wrap a gift.
I'm gonna pee. I'll be back. Yeah, no, you're not mounting him, dude.
So to speak. Hold on to it.
This. Oh my god.
Son of the goddamn devil.
That scared the shit out of me. Don't like that. Don't like that one bit. Hey, ghost at the church. Come on, ghost.
Why now?
Wait, why can't I make these? Oh, I can. Oh, nice. Wait, what the fuck?
Good morning, Mexico. I'm in the coffee shop.
Get us a tea.
Fucking Brits. You're gonna owe me for this.
Why?
We're fixing each other's problems.
What's my problem?
Mask. Take it off.
Show my face.
Yes, sir.
Negative.
Are you ugly?
Quite the opposite.
I doubt that. That's a keeper.
Metal. Binding. Ghost face reveal. Do it, lad. Ghost face reveal. Do it, lad. Do it. Do it for the fans. Do it for everyone. Flirting.
What have we here? Shit. Locked. Gotta find the combo. That looks interesting.
October 20th. 40th birthday on the 10th of October. Fuck. So what, 80? Nice.
Oh, what have we here? Handheld 50 cal. You're coming with me. Ghost.
Soap.
Guess what I found?
More stopping power.
Check.
Your life expectancy just went way up.
Attached a sight to it too.
You two. Check out that warehouse.
Guy's got no gun. He won't get far.
He's 141. Still dangerous. Go left. I'll clear the alley.
Roger. On it.
Fuck.
You here? Not too late to surrender.
Johnny, town's full of tunnels.
Hang on.
Oh shit, where are they shooting from? Wait, what? Ah! Is it dropping frames?
You two. Check out that warehouse.
Guy's got no gun. He won't get far.
Oh, no.
Changing mags. I need cover fire. Covering fire. Got a target. Hold. I need a mag.
Oh shit. Probably change my fucking shoddy to something different. Oh! Is it actually Is it actually fucking? Oh no. Hold on, I'll do game capture. It should be better.
Check out that warehouse.
Oh. Oh, it's not even capturing. What the fuck? Hold on.
You two, check out that warehouse.
Guy's got no gun. He won't get far.
You weren't on game capture? No, I wasn't. I was on main monitor. Fixed it, right?
You two, check out that warehouse.
Valorant. This is Valorant. Wait, fuck, where's this? Oh! I have landmines. Oh shit, you're right. Is this not a stealth mission? I think they punish you if you don't do stealth, but I don't do fucking stealth. Shit. Shit.
I can work with that. LT, I'm at the bar.
You like tequila?
They're close.
Could use one right about now.
I'd murder for a whiskey.
You mean scotch?
I'll drink bourbon.
Like a good old boy.
I love Kentucky.
You're out of your mind, LT.
That's for sure.
Okay, where's the tunnel? I don't get it.
That's handy.
A bit of a cheeky banter. Like through this? No. Go out to the left. Okay, so I gotta leave the bar. I should have swapped this out.
Out some oil.
Oil, ball, and some rope for a wick. Time for a cocktail.
Two down there.
Come on out.
I don't think this has enough range.
No visual on the target. Copy that.
Oh shit, I can just fucking Molotov motherfuckers. No way.
find you.
You still standing, Johnny?
Think I'm clear.
Good. Stay sharp and meet me at the church.
There you go, boys. That's how he's done, yeah.
Soap, you making progress?
Aye, getting there.
2 goldfish are in a tank.
Go on.
One turns to the other and says, "You know how to drive this thing." Little army humor.
Very little.
Another.
Why not?
Why don't blind guys skydive?
Tell me.
Scares the shit out of their dogs. We could do this all night.
That's what I'm afraid of. Ghost.
Talk to me, Johnny.
I found the tunnel.
The church plaza is on the other end of the tunnel. Push through. You're nearly here.
Ghost. I got
You'll have to get in close and find the gaps.
Wait, what?
Oh shit! He's done! Get you some!
I mean, that's what you're supposed to do, I think.
Ghost.
Talk to me, Johnny.
I found the tunnel.
The church plaza is on the other end of the tunnel. Push through. You're nearly here. You'll have to get in close and find the gaps.
They're reloading!
What the fuck? Wait, what? Why did the takedown not work? Wait, why did the takedown... Does the takedown not kill him? One of you motherfuckers said, do the takedown. It's got a cool animation.
Talk to me, Johnny.
I found the tunnel.
The church plaza is on the other end of the tunnel. Push through. You're nearly here.
Ghost. I got shadow.
You'll have to get in close and find the gaps.
Fuck! What?
Fucking go. We got a casualty.
Search the area. Sound out if you find something.
Is Trump returning to Twitter? For real? Let's go. That's fire.
on the church.
Aye.
Good.
Holy
You're on
shit.
the right track. Keep coming.
Ghost. Area's blocked off.
Try and cut through the shops.
How'd this dude get all the way over there? Ghost is a cheeky fucker. Tell you what. Cheeky one of these. Trump is back on Monday. Let's fucking go, dude.
Think I found a way through, LT.
Shadows are everywhere. I'll hold them off until we RV in front of the church and secure a vehicle for exfil.
Roger that.
Give him hell, Johnny. We're almost there.
Don't mind if I do.
I didn't want to buy this game, but now it looks and feels like OG Modern Warfare 2. I mean, dude. At least you know. What you see is what you get, okay? It's Call of Duty. It's not like you can... Like, I'm not promoting this fucking game in any meaningful capacity, you know what I mean? What the fuck?
Down! All shadow stations. Got one near the church.
Holy hell. Ghost, was that you?
Who else? Now go.
Freak. Ghost, how come?
Got company in the church and they're not here for forgiveness. Get to the steps. I'll be there.
Copy, LT.
Shit. This mission is not easy, bro. They're fucking pushing pretty aggressively. And I got nothing. Like, you're not supposed to fight? Oh. Wait. It's a stealth mission? No, it's not a stealth mission after you fucking blast off.
Fuck!
Like, you're compromised in this position.
Got one near the church.
Holy hell. Ghost, was that you?
Who else? Now go.
How copy?
Johnny, got company in the church and they're not here for forgiveness. Get to the steps. I'll be there.
Copy, LT.
Oh god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die! Fuck! Don't shoot when you get knocked down and you'll stay healthy. There are alleys on the right you can hide in. Okay.
Fuck! Oh. Down! All shadow stations. Got one near the church.
Holy hell. Ghost, was that you?
Who else? Now go.
good find.
Fuckers! I'm here. Very secure. Roger.
They're covering this angle right here.
Find anything? No visual on the target.
You're here somewhere, aren't you?
Copy. We need a location of the target. Find them.
Got a visual? Check that way.
You bloody break.
Ghost, how copy?
Johnny, you've got company in the church and they're not here for forgiveness. Get to the steps. I'll be there.
We need a vehicle, on me. Stay sharp. They know we're here and they know it's us. Copy, LT. Contact dead ahead. I'll see him.
Did?
Watch the alley.
Wait. Where's the escape vehicle?
Stay
Oh.
close. Heads up for a vehicle we can take.
Idiot. Wait, what the fuck? Bro, we are so pinned. It's not even funny. What the fuck? Where's he shooting at me from? Oh. Stop using the shitty shotgun. Bro, there is no other shotgun.
Bloody break.
Ghost, how copy?
Johnny, you've got company in the church and they're not here for forgiveness.
Contact dead ahead.
Get to the steps. I'll be there.
I'll see him. We need a vehicle, on me. Stay sharp. They know we're here and they know it's us. Copy, LT. Watch the alley. Johnny, stay close. Heads up for a vehicle we can take. You wounded? He's out.
Oh, that's a fucking enemy. I thought that was a ghost. I mean, come on, bro.
Pick up traffic.
What?
That's our exfil. Get to it. I'll drive, Johnny. Take shotgun. All right, Johnny. You made it. We made it, LT.
Now I want to.
Go fast. That's one way of doing it. Get back. Thanks. Drive.
Okay, they're gay. I can't be alone in this. They're gay. Also, the top of the hour ad break is here. And if you no longer want to see them, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. No, they're gay. They're definitely gay.
Where are we?
Alejandro's safe house. Gave him the location just in case.
Why didn't he tell me?
He was need to know.
What if I needed to know?
Pejorative or complimentary? No, they're gay. Like as a, like I'm saying, they're homosexual men. They have butt sex with each other.
There.
Don't move.
Quem está aí?
Rodolfo!
Soap! Ghost! You're alive!
Affirmative.
Good to see you, amigos.
Igual, amigo.
Nice throw. Where were you guys?
On the run.
I was on the run. Ghost waited for me.
Of course, no?
No.
Yes. We're a team. All of us. This happened on my watch, and I'll need help to fix it. No one fights alone.
Why did Graves turn?
We don't know.
Las Almas can corrupt anyone.
Not us.
For now, General Shepard, Laswell, and anyone else outside this room is considered a hostile. With one exception.
Alejandro?
We need him back.
Ben? Graves is holding him here.
His own personal black site prison.
My team is locked in there too.
How do we get him back?
By breaking in.
And that's why I love the Ghost.
It's gonna take more than this.
It's well stuck.
All right.
My man. We're gonna need new wheels. Preferably up-armored.
Alejandro thought of everything.
Yeah, he did. Let's go get him.
The old prison is in a remote area outside Las Almas. It was maximum security until the narcos took over, and it was permanently closed. There is no airstrip, but expect helos for security and resupply.
We'll drive to an offset and ruck up to our infill. Here. If the security towers are manned, we'll need to take them out first and rope up the wall for entry.
What about cameras?
There's CCTVs in the security room.
We'll use them to locate Alejandro and the rest of your men.
Let's divide and conquer. While Rudy finds out, I'll use the cams to help Ghost plant charges in key areas.
Diversions and sabotage. Nice, Johnny.
I learned from the best, LT. Once we pinpoint Alejandro and Los Vaqueros, we regroup and pry him loose.
We'll carry extra guns in to arm my men and fight our way out the way we came in.
Any questions?
What are we waiting for?
Good luck. This ain't easy, bro. None of these missions have been easy, actually. Like, I'm not even kidding. This is
No doubt.
We're geared up.
Guns, ammo, and charges in the pikes.
I've got the plummet gun. Ascenders.
Check.
No, I think like
Alejandro's alive.
I think the first couple of missions are super easy, and then it definitely changes into not easy. But I know I just ran an ad break, but I'm gonna end it here on this note. You know, doing a half day. You know, a little 8-hour cheeky half day broadcast here for you guys. Regular difficulty, lol. Yeah, because I'm not very good. I don't know why this is like a revelation every time I mention it. Or rather, I don't know why you consider this to be a revelation every time I mention or every time I indicate my skill or rather lack thereof. You know what I mean? Everyone's always like, lol, you're bad. It's like, yeah, I'm the one saying it. I don't know why you're repeating my takes back to me. You know what I'm saying? But regardless, all right, these fucking war crimes won't be committing themselves. Yeah, these fucking war crimes. Do it tomorrow. We'll finish it tomorrow. I promise I'm gonna finish this tomorrow. I'm gonna start it early tomorrow. We have a lot to talk about tomorrow with Elon Musk buying Twitter, saying Trump is unbanned. So much fucking content. Okay, so much happening. Okay, buddy, Friday. I'm going to go check out the Arlong Park saga on One Piece. Very excited about that. And that's it. I'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Peace.